Hello. In the words of APJ Abdul Kalam, learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. A very good morning to all respected dignitaries, distinguished educators, honored guests, and dear colleagues. Dr. Kalam's timeless words do not merely inspire, they illuminate the very purpose of education. They remind us that learning is not an exercise in information alone, but a journey that awakens imagination, deepens inquiry, and shapes individuals capable of shaping the world. In an era marked by rapid transformation and unprecedented complexity, education must rise beyond the boundaries of the textbook. The true test of learning lies not simply in what students know, but in how wisely, creatively, and courageously they can apply that knowledge to life. It is in this spirit that we gather today for the fourth edition of CES Vidya Utsav, anchored in a theme that is both timely and visionary, shaping futures beyond classrooms, experiential learning for real world skills. Experiential learning marks a decisive shift from passive reception to active discovery. It invites learners to engage with the world as participants, to collaborate, to question, to experiment, and to apply knowledge in authentic contexts. In doing so, it nurtures not only academic understanding, but the real world capacities that the future demands: critical thinking, creativity, communication, resilience, and leadership. These are skills shaped not in isolation, but through lived experience, reflection, and purposeful engagement beyond the classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, CES Vidya Utsav stands today as a proud national munch of educational thought and practice, a celebration of ideas, a convergence of innovation, and a reaffirmation of our collective commitment to preparing learners for a world far beyond classroom walls. It is also a tribute to the extraordinary legacy of the Child Education Society, which since 1944 has championed an education that is holistic, value driven, and deeply rooted in social responsibility. That legacy continues to flourish through 26 Balbhati public schools across the nation, institutions that consistently strive to ensure that education remains not only academically rigorous but profoundly relevant to life itself. As we gather this morning for the keynote address and reflections that will inspire today's program, let us hold close one defining question: how do we ensure that education does not end at the classroom door, but truly begins there, equipping every learner to navigate the world beyond with insight, integrity, and imagination? With this shared vision, it is my privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you all. May this Vidya Utsav ignite ideas, inspire action, and reaffirm our belief that when learning becomes experience, education becomes destiny. And as we move forward in today's program, it is fitting to pause and acknowledge those whose experience, vision, and dedication continue to shape meaningful learning and thoughtful leadership. The presence of our esteemed guests adds depth and perspective to this occasion. We are privileged to have with us today's keynote speaker, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Secretary Education, IAS, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, a senior Indian Administrative Service officer, is responsible for formulating national policies and strategic directions for school education and literacy programs across India. May I request Mr. Nikhil Channa, President CES, to extend the honors to Mr. Sanjay Kumar. Please, sir. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Once again, a very warm welcome to you, sir. On behalf of the Child Education Society, we extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guests, respected educators, and valued participants. Your presence adds immense value to this gathering, and we are delighted to have you join us for today's session. We look forward to an engaging exchange of ideas and perspectives that promises to be both enriching and insightful. We are confident that the deliberations ahead will inspire meaningful reflection and leave us with valuable takeaways. Thank you for being a part of this occasion and a very warm welcome to you all. The ceremonial lamp symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance and the victory of wisdom over darkness. It serves as a timeless reminder of our rich cultural heritage and the enduring values that illuminate our paths of learning, virtue, and righteousness. To invoke the blessings of the Almighty and to mark the auspicious commencement of today's program, we shall now proceed with the lighting of the lamp. May I request our esteemed dignitaries, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Mr. Nikhil Channa, Mr. L.V. Sehgal, and Mr. Sharad Arora, to kindly come forward and light the lamp, seeking divine blessings as we embark upon this journey of shared thought and purpose, escorted by Mrs. Meenu Goswami.
ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Child Education Society has always believed that classrooms are not merely spaces for instruction, but powerful environments where responsibility, empathy, curiosity and purpose take root. Every lesson taught, every question encouraged, and every value instilled becomes a step toward building a stronger nation. To capture this philosophy and journey, we now invite you to witness a special film presentation titled The Classroom That Builds the Nation. This film offers a glimpse into how CES classrooms across its institutions go beyond textbooks, fostering critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and civic responsibility. It reflects the collective efforts of educators, learners, and leaders who believe that education is not just preparation of life, but life itself. May we request your kind attention as we present this film, which celebrates the enduring role of education in shaping individuals who, in turn, shape the future of our nation.
Imagine a country where every classroom is a beacon of opportunity, guiding not only the students inside it, but every child who dreams beyond it. At Bal Bharti, through connected classrooms, one lesson reaches many schools at once. A teacher in one classroom guides children from schools spread across towns and villages. The heart of a great classroom is a teacher. That's why we invest in ongoing upskilling of our teachers, where they collaborate and create lessons that bring meaning, clarity, and joy to each learner. Here, learning goes beyond textbooks. Through hands-on projects and school hackathons, our students turn ideas into real solutions. They learn to read, understand finance, acquire practical skills, and adopt new technologies. Even the youngest learner is a part of this journey. Digital Anganwadis make learning joyful. Help little children develop confidence, curiosity, and imagination. Bal Bharti eVidya is being integrated with Bal Bharti AI to power initiatives such as Gyan Make Remedial Classrooms at Satnavari and worker training in Anganwadis of Haryana. Together, they will support out of school and marginalized learners to reintegrate into formal education, prepare for competitive exams, and progress into foundational, professional, and vocational skills for improved employment and livelihoods. 100,000 learners. One shared dream, because we believe that a classroom does not just teach children, it helps build the future of the nation.
Valued members of the CES family, and honored guests, as we reflect on the evolving journey of education, it becomes increasingly clear that meaningful learning today is defined not only by knowledge acquisition, but by experience, application, and real world relevance. We are deeply honored to welcome Sri Sanjay Kumar, a senior Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1990 batch, currently posted as Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, Government of India. He brings with him rich and varied experience in the fields of education and administration. Sir is responsible for formulating national policies and strategic directions for school education and literacy programs across India, to oversee the implementation of National Education Policy 2020 initiatives, to coordinate efforts with state UTs for improving access, quality, and equity in schooling, and to lead dialogues with international partners and stakeholders in the education sector. Prior to his present appointment, Mr. Sanjay Kumar has had a distinguished career holding senior positions in various roles. Secretary of the Department of Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports in 2022, Principal Secretary of the Education Department, Bihar Government in 2020, and Additional Secretary General Administration, Bihar. His other important professional contributions include policy reform and governance in school education, capacity building of educators and administrative leadership, and international collaboration on education standards and student programs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a privilege to hear from a leader whose thought process reminds us that the true measure of education lies in its ability to shape individuals who can think, act, and contribute meaningfully. May I now request you all to join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Shri Sanjay Kumar IAS. It is my distinct honor to invite Sir to kindly take the stage. Please, Sir.
Thank you. You know, I always feel uncomfortable because my name is only Sanjay Kumar and I don't like the three words being attached in a manner it always is. Good morning to all our esteemed colleagues here. We have with us Mr. Nikhil Channa, who's joined by his handsome wife, Mr. Sehgal, Mr. Arora, the principals of 26 schools situated all across the country, the distinguished faculty of the Bal Bharati schools. This is the fourth Vidya Utsav. And you are a society which has been in existence for the last 80 years. 26 schools and 37,000 students. You are doing a great service to the nation. And also the fact that you are raising the new generation of Indians who are actually going to be part of what the Honorable Prime Minister has given us a milestone, a Vikasit Bharat by the year 2047, when we celebrate the 100th year of India's independence. You know, I often feel very challenged when I come and I have to speak and I start wondering, what do I say? Do I speak about schemes? You'll find it rather boring. Do I speak about what the government is doing? I'm sure many of us do know what we are doing. But I think education is such a broad subject. It encompasses just about everything about us. And our entire approach and attitude to life, to a very large extent, is governed by the kind of education we've had, the institutions to we have gone, the teachers who have taught us to think in a particular manner. So I am going to, first of all, begin with a couple of stories for you. And I think these stories also hold a moral value for us. We are in the Manekshaw auditorium, so I thought that the best example should actually come from Sam Bahadur Manekshaw. Of the many stories of Manekshaw, let me tell you one story. He writes that he had a driver called Shyam Singh. I don't know how many of you have read or heard this story. Some people also say that his name was Risal Singh, but Shyam Singh was his name. And started looking very morose and started looking very serious. And he said, I want to put in my papers. And Manekshaw asked him, why do you want to resign? You still have a few years of service left. He said, sir, I just want to resign. And Manekshaw said, okay, put in your papers. After he had resigned, he was a Haryanvi, by the way. After he had resigned, he asked him, why did you resign? The guy said that, sir, I have driven your car. And after you debit office, I do not want to drive anyone else's car. A poor man had this sense of loyalty to the person with whom he was working. Manekshaw asked him, what are you going to do after you retire? So he said, I'll go and find a job. He said, do you have any land? He said, no, I do not have any land. Anyway, the guy resigned, goes back to his village, finds a job to drive a heavy truck. But when he was leaving Manekshaw, Manekshaw gave him an envelope. And he said that you take it and open it only when you are at home. But unfortunately, the guy took the envelope home and he forgot about it. After some time, his wife came to him and she said that, look, there is an envelope. And he said, oh, I remember. Manekshaw had given this envelope to him. So he could not read. So when they went to the local person who could read it, and they tore the envelope, read it, and he said that, look, Manekshaw has given you 25 acres of land. You know, in 1971, when we won the war against Pakistan and Bangladesh was created, government of Haryana had gifted 25 acres of land to Manekshaw. And Manekshaw passed it on to his driver. I guess this is where leadership is. This is where the capacity to give something to the society of which we are a part, it lies. And I think many of these great people whom we often remember, they had such soft hearts and such a great capacity to give. The second story I want to tell you is about Mahatma Gandhi. This is 1917. He's come back to India from South Africa. And a gentleman called Rajkumar Shukla, he goes to him and he says that there's a great amount of exploitation being done by the British in the indigo plantation in Champaran. So in 1917, Gandhiji goes to Champaran and he starts documenting the kind of indigo plantation and the kind of the exploitation the Britishers were doing. He noticed two things when he went to Champaran. He saw dirt everywhere. He saw that we lived filthily, and there was filth in the villages, there was filth in the streets, and Gandhiji was extremely worried. The other thing he noticed was there was fear. And everyone was fearful. And he surmised that this is the kind of a fear which the Britishers like, because if you are fearful, you are never going to raise your voice and say anything to them or challenge them. There were no schools there. So Gandhiji said that, okay, let me set up a school. And the first school came up at a place called Bhithi Harwa. I think if you read it. This news came in newspapers. And a young man in Maharashtra, whose name is Pundalik Katgade, he read this news that Gandhiji is setting up a school in Champaran, about maybe 2,000 kilometers, 1,500 or 2,000 kilometers away from where he was living. So Katgade wrote a postcard to Gandhiji that I'm so happy that you are opening a school in Champaran. And he forgot about it. In 10 days' time, he got a postcard from Mahatma Gandhi. And he said that, look, you can't sit in Maharashtra and congratulate me. You have to come and be a part of it. So Pundalik was very perplexed. He said, oh my God, where have I got caught? So he said, let me write something to Gandhiji which will close the matter once and for all. So he said, oh, you are in Champaran where Hindi is spoken and I only know Marathi. So what service can I be of you? and he thought that the matter rested. In about three weeks' time, somebody came to his village and he was looking for Pundalik. Somebody knocked at his door and said that Gandhiji has sent me to you. He wants me to teach you Hindi. So the guy took about a month's time. He learned Hindi and took a train to Champaran. The day he arrived in Champaran, that day, Gandhiji was opening a new school. And he went and saw the school. It was just a small hut. There were no blackboards, there were no desks, there was nothing there in it which could qualify it as a school. So he said, what am I supposed to do if you're going to make me the principal of the school? He said, do one thing. The principal job of education is to make people lose their fear. So get the children of the village, ask them to come to this place, organize them, take them around, tell them nice things, help them to raise slogans against whatever they might consider is injustice, but make them lose their fear. And I think there's a great moral in the story. It's been more than 100 years since then. But have we been able to remove filth and fear from our lives is the larger question. And this is what education is supposed to do. The national education policy, you can read the lines, you can read between the lines, but I think the central theme of all education is, what do you do with that kind of an education? Is it making you a person? Is it making you a responsible citizen? I am told that the theme of today's conclave is Vidya, Vivek and Vikas. I would add a fourth V to it. I would add Virasat to it, because culture is to a very large extent a part of us. I think your job as a teacher has irrevocably changed over the years. When we went to school, getting information was a major part of education. So a teacher would give us information. And from that information, you distill it, you get knowledge. You distill that knowledge and you get wisdom. For those of you who read T.S. Eliot, Eliot wrote almost about 100 years back that where is knowledge in all this information and where is this wisdom in all this knowledge? I think this is the essential part of education. And but today, your children have as much information as you have, or probably many of them may have even more information. You can Google it. And some time back, I met a senior officer from Google, and I said, oh my God, from a noun, you become a verb, you become an adjective, you become an adverb, you become everything. Google has captured the imagination of just about everyone in collating and collecting information. So what is the primary job of the teacher today? Your students have lots of information, so you sit with them, help them sift that knowledge, information into knowledge. And can you help them to make sense of the world they are living in? I would again share something with you, which I read long back when I was a graduate student doing a PhD in physics. So there were two physicists in the US, ECG Sudarshan and Mr. Mahajan. Sudarshan, of course, was at Texas, Austin. Mahajan used to be a plasma physicist at University of Maryland. And they were a little worried because they found that a large number of Indians who were studying physics in the US were actually not getting the Nobel Prizes. They were not heading research divisions, but they were very good students. So they did a cross-sectional study of Indians who were studying physics in the US. This is what they found. And I think it has great potential for the kind of work and the conversation we are having today. As a grad students, Indians were the best because there was a curriculum to follow, there was a textbook, There was a teacher who was teaching you, and you are being told what to do, what problems to solve. So we are very comfortable when we work in an environment where we are always told what to do. Then you become a PhD student. You're still good, but your performance comes a notch down. You still have a guide to guide you, who's still guiding you. The real problem begins because when you become a postdoc. And this is the time when there is no one to tell you what to do. And you have to chart your own way to something to which you are not used to. And then you start losing your bearing a bit. And you become a very good physicist, but not an outstanding physicist. And I have always wondered that why is this? Why we are unable to think when there is no one to tell you what to think? What do you do when there is no one to tell you what to do? Are you still being able to take the right decision? Ask yourself as teachers, would your students be in a position where they would take the right decision even when there is no one to tell them what to do? And these are some of the broad themes education must do. It must make people lose their fear to be able to ask questions. Another thing I would want to say is that we often kill curiosity in our classrooms. Children are naturally very curious. They ask questions. And it's curiosity which makes things happen, makes you look at things differently, makes you think about why anything is happening in the manner it is happening. Science, the very foundation of science is curiosity. Are we doing anything which is killing the curiosity in our classrooms? Or are we doing something which is actually raising the curiosity of each and every child who is in our school? Let me say a few things about the national education policy, otherwise you will say that the secretary came and never spoke anything about the policy. It's a very, very forward-looking document. And I hope most of you have read it. How many of you have read the national education policy? I see tentatively you're raising your hand, but just you can just do it like this. Okay, so a lot of you have read. It's a 60-page, 64-page document. It has about 45,000 words. If you sit for 2-3 hours time, then you will be able to read it. But then you have to read it many a times because every time you read it, you find a new meaning in it. It's a very dense document. For the first time, a policy says that we must look at knowledge in a holistic manner. And the kind of divisions which we have created, humanities, arts, sciences, extracurricular, curricular activities. The moment you say extracurricular, then it becomes something which is not very important. And then you ascribe less value to it. So it says that knowledge has to be looked at very holistically. And actually, knowledge is holistically. It's we human beings who, because of our own limitations to understand the universe or the world, we have divided it in so many subjects. So you study physics, you study chemistry, you study biology, you study history. Nature has not divided any of the knowledges. It's knowledge. It is something you are trying to understand the larger ecosystem of which we are a part, but it helps to understand it from different perspectives, and different subjects they bring different perspectives. So this is what it does. I'm going to leave a large question to you. And that is the question with respect to the language in which we learn. See, here I am speaking to you in English. Many of us here in this hall are very comfortable with English. Many of us also think in English. But then the fact of the matter is that it is not the mother tongue for a large number of children who are part of our country. We speak different languages at home. Many of us do not come from very privileged background. Our parents probably would be speaking a different kind of a language at home. The national education policy also for the first time has brought pre-primary classes on a policy level. Earlier, we had pre-primary classes, but not at the policy level. And the foundational literacy and numeracy, which is the age group between 3 and 8, that perhaps is the most important part of it, because this is a time when you're learning a language and you also are expected to become comfortable with dealing with numbers. In which language do you study? And the national education policy very clearly says that cognition comes to you best when you learn in your mother tongue. And this is a great challenge before us because, many of us in this hall are from very privileged background. But a large number of children who are in this country are not from very privileged background. We in India, we run one of the most complex education system in the world. There are 14.7 lakh schools and 25 crore children go to that, are being taught about 102 lakh teachers. Out of this, 41% of students are in private schools. So the private schools are playing a very major role. Almost half the children are in the private schools. So you are an equal stakeholder with us, and we're all part of the same group. We're all on the same side of the table. And so language is one issue which I'm leaving behind with you. And the question I'm leaving behind with you is this. English is important. There is no doubt about it. It's an international language, and English opens the door of many worlds to you. But the question is, do you want to learn English as a subject, or do you want to learn English as a medium of instruction? That is the question. Think about it. I don't think so I have the answer for it. But I think we need to create a discourse in this country where we must talk about it. I don't know how many of you actually learned English as a subject, but you may also tell yourself that you have equal proficiency in it, whether you learnt it as a subject or as a medium of instruction. Can we think about it and create a national discourse on it? That is point number one. The point number two, which the national education policy says, that multilingualism is extremely important, and we are a multilingual country. In the Indian Constitution, in the Schedule 8, you have 22 languages. And of course, I'm not talking about English, which is the 23rd one which we use, but we don't consider it a Bharatiya Bhasha. So, learn as many languages as possible, and learning a language, an extra language, always makes your cognition better. I can give you an example. Look at the word secular. The word secular, it evolved in Europe. And there's a great amount of fight going on between the church and the state. And the state was asserting itself. So the word secular evolved over a period of 300, 400 years. It meant that there should be complete separation between the church and the state. And what is the language for secular do we use in India? Dharm nirpekshata. The whole meaning is different. You see, this is what happens when you learn two languages and you start appreciating the nuances of the language. So dharm nirpekshata means the state does not have any religion, but it favors all religion equally. Sarv dharm sambhav, that is our culture. But it is very different from the secular word which we use in English. And I find that it often creates problem for us. It creates problem for us in our discourses, especially the public discourses which you follow. The short point I'm wanting to make is that learning a language is extremely important, and learning many languages is even more important. Because when you do that, it brings in a new way of looking at things which your language perhaps never gave you. So 2 points. The third point I want to tell you is that our assessment systems must change in this country. We often keep saying that, oh, learning by rote. And this is the way we test. Why blame the students? You go and give your class 10th examination or 12th examination, to a very large extent, it is testing how much you can memorize. And we say that, okay, we need to develop critical faculty. I often say that what you learn, how you learn, the way you learn, to a very large extent, is dependent on the way you are assessed. Is our assessment systems changing in the country? Ask yourself, because you are the teachers, you are part of daily transaction in the classrooms. If you want your children to have critical faculty, you must assess them differently. The challenge before us in this country is that there are 66 school boards, and each one has different kind of a curriculum. Each one has different kind of assessment. The national education policy is trying. We are working hard with all the states to come together, their boards. Can we derive a common equivalence in curriculum as well as in assessment? That is the larger question before us. And most of you would be CBSE, but then this CBSE has only 10% of the 25 crore children. 90% are in other state school boards. And as a responsible citizen of this country, we all have responsibility towards finding a solution for all the problems which affect us. So this is another challenge of the national education policy. And the last point which I would want to say is that we live in a world where technology is buffeting us on a daily basis. Sometimes it's very difficult to make sense of the world we live in because things are happening so quickly. It all started with the digital world. It came with internet. Information became so readily available. And now we are talking about artificial intelligence. Just as I walked in, you showed me some of the experiments and some of the exercises which have been done by your student, and everyone spoke about artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence to a large extent is going to impact us, but I don't know which way the penny is going to fall, if you ask me. The jury is still out that whether artificial intelligence is going to affect us that badly or it may not affect us at all. We come from the land of Buddha, and Buddha always propagated the middle path, and I have always believed in it because we in the society, we always find the equilibrium. Artificial intelligence is going to be a part of our lives, but I don't think that it is going to impact us in the way it is being talked about. I think a fair amount of scare is being created, but then we must learn to utilize artificial intelligence. I would end up by saying that we have a great opportunity before us. If you look at the demographic dividend, we talk about demographic dividend. But if you look at the demographic of India, it is something which is quite good at this moment. We are one of the youngest nation in the world. The median age of an Indian is approximately 28.6 years of age. The Americans are 37. The Chinese are 42. Japanese are 48. But we are also going to age. We are aging. Our fertility levels are going down. Our average life expectancy is increasing. But I would say that we still have approximately a 15 to 20 years of window in front of us. By 2047, we will be about 37 or 38 years of median age. But we are aging. This is a single opportunity ahead of us. This 15 to 20 years ahead of us, when we are aspiring, as the Honorable Prime Minister says, to become a Vikasit Bharat, this is going to be a one-way ticket. We have to make use of that. We cannot lose this window. And I often ask myself that, how do you do things that you get it right the very first time? And we have to get it right the very first time because we owe this to all the people who are part of this country. And many of us who are privileged enough, educated enough to be able to steer that direction of that particular country. We must do it. I hope you got an opportunity to watch Pariksha Pe Charcha yesterday, where the Honorable Prime Minister spoke to all the students on the eve of the class 10th and 12th board. He is going to speak to you again on 9th at 10 a.m. in the morning. Make sure that your children get to hear him. A lot of tips which are there about education in particular, but life in general. Mental health is going to affect us in a manner which we don't quite realize. We are not even measuring it. We are not even aware of that. I think you all are best placed. A teacher spends approximately 220 to 240 days with a child every year. You are in the classroom. If the child has even a slightest variation in his mood, you will be the first one to identify it. reach out to them, ask them what is happening. I'm not talking about social media effects, artificial intelligence, you've been reading about it, but these are issues which are going to live with us. But I think we human beings, we are very capable, we have great flexibility, we have survived all the technological wave in the past, and our lives have become better with every technological phase. So artificial intelligence is not going to be any different. It is going to make us better, it is going to make us think differently, but India must do well, and India will do well only on the basis of what you do in the classroom. The classroom transaction is the most important subject in front of us. So, my best wishes to all the teachers. Thank you for inviting me, for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. It's always fun and it's always a great learning exercise to me to be in front of a very august audience trying to say a few things, because when I say things, I always take back and go back home with greater clarity in my mind. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
On behalf of the Child Education Society, I extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Sanjay Kumar for his insightful and thought-provoking keynote address. Sir, your reflections on learning beyond the classroom, grounded in experience and real-world relevance, offered a powerful perspective on the evolving purpose of education. The emphasis you placed on adaptability, problem solving, and practical skills struck a meaningful chord with all of us. Your address encouraged us to reflect on our educational practices and reaffirmed that true learning is measured not only by knowledge gained, but by its application in life. Thank you, sir, for your valuable contribution to today's program. Your words will remain a source of inspiration as we continue our journey towards purposeful and future ready education. Having been enriched by these insightful reflections, we now move forward in today's program as we welcome our esteemed guests and distinguished panelists whose perspectives will further deepen our understanding of this theme. May I now request? Yes, yes, ma'am.
Cheek, cheek. Cheek. ठीक। ठीक ठीक।
Till the time our President Sir joins us, let me share some thoughts on education just to fill up the gap. Am I allowed, ma'am? Education is far more than the accumulation of facts and grades. It is the process through which individuals learn to think independently and act responsibly and engage meaningfully with the world around them. So, true education nurtures curiosity, encourages questioning, and builds the confidence to apply knowledge in real life situations. It prepares learners not only for careers, but for life itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, in today's rapidly changing world, education moves beyond textbooks and classrooms. And what we are discussing here today about experiential learning, which allows students to connect theory with practice and helping them develop the critical thinking and problem solving, collaboration and adaptability. So, learners engage actively with their environment and education becomes more relevant, purposeful, and transformative. When we talk about education, we also talk about the values and the character that it develops. Education reaches its highest purpose when it is guided by values. When skills and knowledge open doors, it is integrity, empathy, and wisdom that enable individuals to walk the right path. A value driven education shapes not just competent professionals, but responsible citizens who contribute positively to society. And I think that is our first step towards making them responsible humans. So, as the world evolves, education must prepare learners for uncertainty and change. The future belongs to those who can learn continuously, think creatively, and respond thoughtfully to new challenges. Education today must therefore focus on nurturing adaptability, innovation, and resilience alongside academic excellence. Education begins in classrooms, but its impact reaches far beyond them. Every lesson learned, every value imbibed, and every experience gained shapes the choices that individual makes in a world outside the classroom and a world outside the school. When learning becomes meaningful and purposeful, education transforms into a lifelong journey of growth and contribution. Thank you so much. Having been enriched by these insightful reflections, we now move forward in today's program as we welcome our esteemed guests and distinguished panelists whose perspectives will further deepen our understanding of the theme. May I now request Mr. L.V. Sehgal, Joint Secretary, Child Education Society, to kindly accord a gracious welcome to our esteemed dignitaries as a gesture of respect and appreciation. We extend a very warm and respectful welcome to Mr. Nikhil Charna, President, Child Education Society. His visionary leadership has played a pivotal role in nurturing and strengthening the 26 Bal Bharati public schools under the esteemed aegis of the Child Education Society. His progressive outlook and dedication to education continue to drive meaningful innovation and thoughtful integration of modern technologies. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We also take the privilege to extend a very warm welcome to Mrs. Chan. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. It is our privilege to have with us Mr. Kanish Khullar, Vice President, Child Education Society, whose motivation and encouragement guide Bal Bharati schools towards excellence. We welcome you, sir. We also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sharad Arora, Member Board of Management, Advisor IT CES. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We take great pleasure in welcoming Mr. L.V. Sehgal, Joint Secretary, Child Education Society. May I request Mrs. Meenu Goswami, Member Board of Management, Executive Director, CES, Impact Accelerator, to honor sir. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now request Mrs. Meenu Goswami to welcome our esteemed panelists of the day. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Buddha Chandrasekhar, Chief Coordinating Officer, All India Council for Technical Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Warm welcome to you, sir. We are honored to have amongst us Dr. Vinnie Jory, Director of Education Industry, Microsoft Elevate. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we also welcome Ms. Lakshmi Kaul, expert in public policy, trade policy, and skilling education. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Our fourth panelist, Dr. Biswajit Saha, will be joining us in a short while. And now we take great pleasure in welcoming Mrs. Meenu Goswami, Member Board of Management, Executive Director, CES, Impact Accelerator. May I request Mr. L.V. Sehgal, Joint Secretary, CES, to honor ma'am. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It is said that enriching conversations are shaped by the wisdom and experience of those who lead them. May I now request Mr. Sharad Arora, IT Advisor, CES, to kindly take the stage and introduce the distinguished panelists and moderate today's session. His perspective and guidance will set the tone for the deliberations that follow. Please, sir. Welcome, sir.
All right. I must remind you all this is an Utsav. So ties and suits apart. Please be ready to enjoy.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Biswajit Saha, Director Skill Education and Training, CBSE. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please, sir.
All right. Under the shadow of Field Marshal General Manekshaw, I allow everyone in this room to be totally indisciplined. It's a Utsav, whilst ties and jackets and suits are on, but make it interactive, keep it cheerful. And if you haven't yet visited the booths outside, please do, because many nights have been spent putting it up. So please go and have a look at the booths. I know that I had the great privilege of hearing Dr. Saha at our first hackathon, and it's a great pleasure to have you, sir. Welcome. Welcome also to Dr. Budra Chandrasekhar. Sir, thank you for being here today. I'll keep it brief, but Dr. Chandrasekhar is the CEO of Anuvadini. We aspire to, in some way, partner with you, sir. There is a booth outside that is translating videos. It's come up from a hackathon. So we'd love to show you, and then thereafter collaborate more clearly. But here, Dr. Chandrasekhar is a pioneer in AI-driven language translation tools for the Indian languages, something we just spoke about. Mr. Secretary wanted us to actually have an agenda, a national discourse on English as a language to learn and English as a language for instruction. I think I take very eagerly to that discussion. So Dr. Chandrasekhar is promoting multilingual education tech, oversees AICT's tech initiatives for skilling and innovation in engineering colleges across India. And sir, we hope together with you, we will have a lot closer interaction in years to come, because we are doing quite similar things in terms of taking education to the masses. Warm welcome again to Dr. Saha. Thank you, sir, for sparing your time, being with us. Saha is Director of Skill Education and Training at CBSE, and perhaps couldn't have been a better choice for us to have on our panel. He guides CBSE's vocational programs, integrating skill-based curricula like coding, AI, and entrepreneurship, promotes experiential learning via partnership, and he is aiming to equip 1.5 crore with real-world competencies each year going forward. Welcome, sir. Welcome also to Dr. Vinny Johari. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Dr. Johari is Director of Education in Education Industry as a vertical with Microsoft. She leads Microsoft's education strategy in India, advancing AI and cloud tools for teachers, students under the NEP 2020. Welcome, ma'am. Also, a warm welcome to, last but not the least, our alumnus. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today, Mrs. Lakshmi Kaul. She's an expert on public policy and a seasoned policy advisor with the CII, focusing on India-UK ties, sustainable development, and advocacy. She's also a formal SVP at Mott MacDonald for CSR partnerships and campaigns on diversity, refugees, and government ethics. May I please request the panelists to come to the stage? I'm so sorry. So whilst the panelists are walking up, I have cheated. I have already given them the question sheet, so as to keep this discussion lively and well informed. I come from a college where you could take books to your exams from year one, and we never sweated more
then carrying 3 4 books into this is Bits Pilani. You never actually had you always had the option of bringing whatever reference you could. I wonder what it would be now with chat GPTs and likes. But okay, so I'm opening up. As I said, please keep it in disciplined. The more interactive, the better. It's a dialogue. It's a dialogue between the panel and all of you. The educators, the principals, the leadership is likely to gain here today from this very erudite panel. So, our topic today, just for sake of clarity, is to discuss shaping futures beyond classrooms, experiential learning for real world skills. We are due to end this session for lunch, sir. So, whenever we are going long in the discussion, I'll try to remind you that we are between the audience and the nice lunch that is waiting for them, and afterwards, another panel, another discussion. So, uh, I think I can be mobile. May I, Dr. Saha, since I have heard you and have been regaled by your oratory and knowledge, may I ask you, in the context that you guide CBSE's vocational and skill integration efforts, to guide us for 2 to 3 minutes on how skill.
Every time we commit and also put a milestone that this is the country's vision. So at present, I think very much House is very much aware of 2047. Now, considering that vision in mind, the way we are translating, transforming education, especially in the school's classroom, do you believe that we have much changed in last 50 years? All the strong pillars are sitting in front of us, and you have guided us in a multiple way with a multiple role. But the basic journey of classroom, I don't think it is more than 11% change. I'm categorically putting this 1%. So, and the way now Davos conference, declarations, again the global context, if we look into whether it is Singapore, Japan, or Germany, including the neighboring China, the way they translated the classroom, I think it is high time to learn. And that's the basic objective on which we discussed a lot in last 5 years or last 10 years. We have discussed a lot in multiple forums, as you have rightly mentioned, between the lunch. So post-lunch, actually, it is very easy to forget these discussions. So if you want to forget that discussions, then I can stop here. Because
we wouldn't like
or else 1 more minute I can speak.
Please take the minute.
So coming back to the original agenda, that is demographic dividend, how we can transform them towards a life to individuals to livelihood. If individuals to livelihood, if you really want to transform in that fashion, then I think first of all you need to change the pattern of the classroom. Number one. Number two, how school can convert itself into entrepreneurship's nurseries. Then I think whole school approach, it is not the ATL lab or high-end infrastructure available in the schools. Many a times we feel proud to advertise for admission. So we need to involve each and every one together so that ultimately we can promote skill. And here with the word of new education policy and NCFSC, which is known to all of you, the Kaushal both to Kaushal Vikas, that is from grade 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, these 5 years each year, if you really want to promote skilling, that too also for 110 hour each every year. It is not for the sake of academic coordinator and headmistress, vice principal, principal. If you only, there is a directions, as I came to know, Sanjay sir, Secretary School Education, was also very much present here before this session. So it is not only the directions. Internally, if you feel so with the country's strategy, if you feel that yes, this strategy will work, then 1st April 2026 is the moment of converting school into entrepreneurship nursery. That's all. Last 10 seconds. I know I have crossed 2 minutes. Last 10 seconds is.
So you take your time. I'll adjust the rest.
So actually, there are lot of things in terms of doing, because social science teachers, math teachers, science teachers, many a times while making the timetable, and that too also the new curricula on the platter, many will feel that okay, this is an additional burden. Why school is supposed to do that? We are happy with. हम खुश है ना सब ये करा के. लेकिन at the end of the day, at the end of the year और last 30 years का अगर माने तात्विक डेटा अगर CII का पब्लिक पॉलिसी है अगर आपका सामने रखेंगे, वो बहुत भयंकर है. The number one data ही नहीं. That means the entire nation comes to the schools. Everywhere I repeat this. और स्कूल का बाद जब यूनिवर्सिटी एजुकेशन में जाते हैं, तब लाइवलीहुड का डेफिनेशन डिफरेंट हो जाता है. तो इन स्कूल हाउ यू वुड लाइक टू कैरी आउट दिस क्रॉस करिकुलर इंटीग्रेशन, आपस में बात करना बहुत जरूरी है. सोशल साइंस टीचर, साइंस टीचर, और many a times you have multiple club activities. So all such activities need to be integrated in the staff room. And individually, if it can be discussed how you are triggering the individual in the classroom or in the school, I think then the Kaushal, both to Kaushal Vikas, will carry or impact a meaningful outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are. Ma'am, is there going to be a mic if somebody in the audience has a quick question or comment in between? Is there a mic to go around? Maybe we can get. Yes, fine. So
Maybe Q&A you can otherwise.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you for the advice. All right. So coming from the Kaushal Bodh to Kaushal Vikas, that journey, Dr. Johri, you can tell perhaps that the methods of assessments that can check for outcomes have to change. If we come from the industry, we look for a plan, and in the plan we look for lead indicators and lag indicators, because sometimes if you're only measuring something at the end of an year, it's perhaps too late. You've lost the opportunity to make the fine adjustments that are needed. Where is the direction of OEMs like Microsoft Bodh to Kaushal Vikas journey become more tangible, more real? Because I think with what we have in AI now, some of these things can become real. Do you have a view on that?
Yeah, I think we are at a time where technology is hugely disrupting the conventional processes of learning. And there is an unprecedented opportunity to relook at our assessments, the way we teach, the way we collaborate, and the way we learn. Learning is a continuous process, and I think we need to relook at our examination systems, which largely are dependent on end-term exam and basically leverage our memorization capabilities.
Right.
So as Mr. Sanjay Kumar also mentioned, assessments can be a real game changer in ensuring how we learn and how we retain and how we evolve as responsible citizens as well. So I will give you a perspective from AI in education, where we are seeing evidence at the grassroots level across multiple schools, even in the remote schools. So AI is helping teachers to kind of create unique lesson plans.
May I just do one thing to wake the cloud? Uh, Dr. Jory is speaking on behalf of Microsoft. And the Chat GPT, how many of you by hand know the relationship between Chat GPT and Microsoft? By a show of hands? By show of hands, how many of you know the relationship between Chat GPT and Microsoft? Not many. Would you like to say?
Yes, so Microsoft has supported ChatGPT, which is an open AI application
So
based
it's the founding agency that brought alive this massive disruption called ChatGPT.
Uh, but now we believe at Microsoft, we firmly believe in data security and a secure environment to operate in, and not share your data in public or train the models based out of your data. So at Microsoft, we're working with multiple government schools in the remotest part of the country, where teachers who are teaching in local languages, they are creating unique lesson plans. AI is helping them develop learning outcome based lesson plans, and also unique assessments and different ways of learning. So there's a lot of contribution to pedagogical innovation as well. It's not just chalkboard, it's not about just a PPT or running a video, but it's about creative activities that AI can suggest in the framework of holistic learning, where you imbibe values, where you imbibe scientific temperament, where you imbibe curiosity as well as application. And in maybe in another context, if we demonstrate the power of your prompt, what you ask and what are the data sets which the engine is referring to, your search engine, the chat, your AI agent is referring to, you can restrict it to books that are prescribed in the curriculum. You can involve latest research papers or latest developments that are happening, and out of that create very unique assessments. It's not just about creating quizzes or prepping for exam boards or prepping for, let's say, an entrance exam, but critical thinking exercises that relate to their day to day lives. If, for example, I'll simplify, if there is a water management issue and you're living in a locality and you're seeing a lot of things that are good or that are not so good, so exercises that involve observation around you, linking you with the communities and doing reflections and then sharing with each other locally as well as globally, so you can bring the world to the classroom.
Sure.
And these kind of continuous projects, engagements, assessments help you evolve and shape you as a fine human being over the years as well. I think
We
two
just come
minutes
back.
is a small time, but yeah.
There is going to be more time. So we are going to circle back to discuss this taking the product and the product-led interventions at scale to the masses. But just before that, allow me to come back to Dr. Chandrasekhar. So, with Anuvadini, we have this hope that AI, and I have a slightly different view than what has been expressed. I think AI has already disrupted, and there is absolutely no way to march back. I saw mobility get born under my hands. I have been a telecom person, seen the first switch that was installed in this country. What has happened with AI is totally irreversible. Like what happened with mobility, there was a lot of pushback at the start, 16 rupee 80 paisa per minute. Who's going to use this technology? Today, mobility is in the hands of everyone. I made one very big mistake. I called wrong the ability to distribute dongles as home deliveries. This was 2010 when I launched Tata Docomo's 3G. Don't make the mistake about AI. AI is here, it's irreversible. Having said that, so with that said, that anybody it's now a question of who's riding that wave and who's not. So if we want our 25 crore students to get ahead, and this demographic dividend to actually lead us to the 2047 Viksit Bharat, the Anuvadini promise is a really big promise. How does this reach the villages?
Good morning, all. On behalf of Minister of Education, I welcome all of you and I thank Bal Bharati Public School for giving this wonderful platform to share my thoughts with all of you. And I would like to listen from you also and learn, because in first standard there is a one-liner: sharing is caring. I'm happy to learn from all of you. But I would like to take a little step back. What is the difference between education and skill? I want to give a small example and then I will move towards the technology side, because I'm a technology, I live in a technology, I can talk for hours and hours. But the matter of the fact is, there's one very big officer in government of India. He is a gold medalist. So in his house there was a problem with the fan. So it's not working. So the wife is always wife, right? Wife thought, every time he says, I'm a gold medalist, I'm a gold medalist. He told me more than 1 crore times, let me take him for a ride today. She said, you are a gold medalist of electronics and telecommunication engineer. I know your name is written there in the one of the toppest IITs. Now you go and repair this bloody fan. He said, I'm a gold medalist. I know how the electron flows from one place to another place. I know what is sine wave. I know what is cos wave. I know, ones and zeros. I know, 8085, 8084, 8086, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? I can't repair the fan. So then they called an electrician. So fortunately, because he is so unlucky that day, so the electrician is not available. He's small kid of age of 7 to 8 years. He came, he fixed it in 2 minutes. So he charged 200 rupees, and while he's going back, wife is always wife. Thank God my wife is not here. Because sir said it is, let us make it interactive, I will make it more interactive.
Sir, mine is.
So you need to be little careful then. So jokes apart, so then immediately the ma'am called him back. He said that boy is a very small, he got scared, he thought that, I'm overcharged. He said, madam, nahi, aap chhod dijiye, 100 rupees deke mujhe bhej dijiye bahar, because it's a very big house with a lot of police, gillies and all. So he said, nahi, beta, kya class pe aap padh rahe ho? He said, I studied up to 3rd standard. Uske baad I have no other option. I'm working along with my father and learning the skills. Do you see the difference between an education, who's a gold medalist from one of the top institutes from our country, who can't repair a simple small problem of a small fan, but the person who never visited or or leastly visited school, he solved the problem. There is a difference between education and skill. But I'm so thankful to national education policy, which is creating a union of education and skilling. That is called, we are talking in a practical way. But at the same time, how they are learning, because the biggest problem in our country, especially, because most of the content is in English, but I studied in Telugu medium. So suddenly when I joined diploma, I was shocked in my life, because first time I saw something in English. So what to do? And 95% of my classmates, and I always feel proud that, I studied in Telugu medium, that's my mother tongue, I'm always proud of my mother tongue. So the matter of the fact is 95% people, sir, they all came from a Telugu medium school, and suddenly they have seen a shock of English medium book. And I have realized most of my classmates are extraordinary brilliants, but they never made out of the diploma just because of the language barrier. The problem of our country, unemployment, is not that, we are not brainies. The problem is the language. So that's where Anuvadini A comes into picture, and we are trying to remove that language barrier and give the classroom books. I mean, by the way, we translate all the NCERT books now from 4th standard to 8th standard now we are doing. So the next set, we will do from 9th to 12th. So we are translating all the books into 22 languages. But the challenge is, when I joined with the higher education, the challenge was a little different, because you see the engineering books, right? I'm sure most of you are engineers. Milman Halkias, aapko yaad hai, itna bada. Very big, 1200, 1800 pages. So we used to use it like a takia, like a pillow. So because it's too big, you don't need a pillow. So the matter of the fact is, it has a lot of different data types, like, the text formulas, it has latex symbols, it has images, it has whatnot, it has so many ingredients in place. There is no tool available in the world which can true translate like that, including the formatting. So we have decided, why we take someone's help, we will create our own. So we have created this entire application in-house in Ministry of Education. I'm so thankful to Microsoft. We have hosted on Microsoft Azure. They have given a GPUs on a discounted rate. And we have created a wonderful thing. And if you see any book, it translate exactly as it is. Then we realized we started working for skill ministries. But see the way, what we think and what the consumer end user thinks is completely different. So we have translated skill ministry books, and we have visited one of the very big event in Bangalore. So I have interacting. I started interacting one of the painter. I said, "Arey, आपको तो book दे दिया कन्नड़ा में. Are you happy?" He said, "Sir, you know what? You people sit in AC rooms. You never understood our problem." I said, "अरे भाई क्या है problem बताओ समझो." He said, "See, I'm a painter. I hold a paint brush with one hand and a paint dabba with other hand. How I will hold a book?" करेक्ट राइट. देन वी केम बैक. सर मुझे 3 दिन नींद नहीं आया क्योंकि मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड टेलीकम्युनिकेशन इंजीनियर हूँ, तो मेरा दिमाग थोड़ा डिफरेंट तरीके से चलता है. सो देन आई थॉट, व्हाई डोंट वी क्रिएट अ audio books. So we created audio books. There is another challenge in our Indian books mainly. The matter of the fact is, if you have a figure, right, there is no description about the figure in the textual format. So if you go back to see the books, right, that is another biggest challenge. So I'm so happy to say that we in Make in India, we have created intellectual character recognition. It without a description in the text, it can understand what is there inside the image, and it can speak out loudly for you in 22 Indian languages and 4 tribal languages. I think, dear friends, what I'm trying to say is, as a consumers, you don't need to worry on the technology. Indians are the best of the best on the technology side. Our right and left brain are interconnected. We are the advanced human beings in the world. No doubt about it. The only problem is, as an individual, we are very good, not as a team. Okay. That is the only problem. Maybe I will.
So left and right are interconnected. I think that's a. Of course, sir. Yeah. By the way, I am the moderator, and I'm not seeking any permissions. Interrupt when you reasonably believe you have reason to.
Okay. So I find the statement of Mr. Sanjay Kumar about AI very pertinent. I'll tell you why. While you may say AI is irreversible, but for us at Child Education Society, we have to understand how much of AI we have to make it to intervene into school education. That is up to us. We are responsible for that.
Yes.
So we do not have to follow AI blindly,
Yes.
as maybe others are doing. That is the first thing what I wanted to say. But more relevant to this conversation is that we are in the process of taking our student strength from 37,000 currently to a lakh, but ultimately reaching remotely to 1 million minds. Now, in that, I find the intervention of Anuvadini and Bhashini very relevant here.
Absolutely.
So Anuvadini translating the textbooks, and Bhashni actually linguistically explaining students
Broadcasting it.
in entire India. So how to make this, how to take this step forward by linking CES with Anuvadini and Bhashini is something I think you should work upon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that is very, very good advice. I completely endorse that the journey of AI is for people to choose carefully. The fact that the AI as an agent is part of the journey, that is a given. It will cross our path now everywhere, whether it's Anuvadini, Bhashini. By the way, all of these are AI agents. So even as we speak about what we are doing, everything that you see with your GPS, your maps, everything is AI now. So from the point of view of clarifying what AI really means. But coming back, now we have this assembly of thoughts. We are discussing from awareness to knowledge to skilling. Dr. Saha brought us home to that fact, that reality. We are talking about the at scale deployment of some technologies, but it requires industries and academia to work together. It actually requires also CSR partnerships to come together, so that in some, not in a manner of just spending the CSR, but in a manner of finding direction that gets us to a known milestone to take that journey. Do you have some thoughts on how this whole ecosystem of CSRs is aligning to the opportunity of distributing quality education at scale?
Sure. Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me. I think it's a privilege to be here as a product of this society. So my teachers are here. I'm not used to sitting on a podium in front of my teachers like that. We are more, even though several decades have passed, but I think it's still quite difficult to face them in this reverse manner. So it's quite a privilege. I'll take a step back. So any kind of partnership, whether it is public-private partnership, or you're talking about investment in that partnership through CSR. I mean, the government of India has got a fantastic initiative where corporates are mandatorily supposed to invest in the societal upliftment, growth, and development. So they don't just provide employment; they also add to the employability of people. So the common minimum denominator here is people, and all of you are educators. And the most important role that anybody in today's time can play, whether there is this whole cusp of pivoting again with AI, there was the Y2K period that we all faced and pivoted again. A lot of traditional engineers became IT professionals at that time, and over a period of time, what's happened is that the traditional engineers, you see a lacking in terms of the number of traditional engineering professions. So my last job was heading up partnerships for an engineering firm, and we found that there weren't enough engineers that you could employ. They weren't employable. So their productivity, their skill, their ability to pivot, to think laterally was not there. And of course, it's in one callous statement you can say, yeah, well, the education system in India. It's just that one statement that can decimate the whole lifetime of work of a teacher. So this long winded connection comes to people and the product that you're creating as students. So I've been known as a disruptor in any place that I've been to. So I'm not, just a clarification, I'm not the policy head of CII. I used to head CII in the UK, so played a part in the UK India trade agreement, policy development. I've done a lot of rewriting of immigration policy, and there's a lot of work. So I've done a lot of disruption. So you want to nurture disruption now because that's what you need to get ahead of. AI is a disruptor. There are many other technologies, tools that are disruptive. Are corporates mindful of this gap? No, they're not. Well, they experience it, but they are not going to acknowledge that this is the gap that they need to plug. They'll invest in primary education, yeah. They'll invest in Anganwadis, great. I mean, early childhood care and education, very, very important. But will they invest in that time period between the class 12 and a potential further higher education? No, they won't. Because that impact assessment is slightly difficult. But that's where you need to invest in. So the corporates need to really focus their energies in creating inspiration, examples, and actual apprenticeship and mentorship of young people who then come into the workforce ready. So the workforce readiness is where I would say is
Yeah,
the investment that is required.
that is the key part. So, Dr. Saha, for a shorter response, thank you very much. For a shorter response to this situation, I think if there are credible projects defined for these aspects that ma'am just spoke about, if those could be taken as an offering, like for example, if Child Education Society was to put on the table some offerings for the middle school together with Anuvadini to take it to a school or a cluster of villages, what would the curriculum assistance be? Because what is required is, as she said, you do something like this, it does not produce the impact, and the whole project goes kaput. So the curriculum aspect, the curricular aspect, the impact aspect, and the first thing I said, I think one big thing that we need to keep in our minds is the outcomes, the assessments to know the outcome is what we wanted to create. A couple of minutes on what can we get in terms of curricular clarity.
So first of all, we should not be rigid about the curriculum because that curriculum rigidity in first of all the faculty's mind, faculty members' mind is more. and maybe many a times it translate to the classroom in terms of that CBSE ne bola hai. This is the common uttering we used to listen.
Can we quote you on that?
You can quote me.
Don't be rigid about the curriculum.
So, first of all, when there is a entrance or exit examination, you may not compromise with the parents, because the outcomes is very much parents, student, school, exit level. So exit level is grade 10th and grade 12th. Now coming back to 6, 7, 8, 8 at least, you have the autonomy.
Okay.
And many a times, if we are recommending NCERT textual material, but the local contextualization is very much in the hand of the teacher. And how Anubadini can really fulfill the requirement of Tamil environment, Telugu environment, whether it is in Salem or it's in Jammu, it does not matter.
Right.
That local conditioning should be in the hand of the teacher, and that autonomy as a principal, as a society, it must be given. And autonomy teachers also need to enjoy. It's not that somebody will dictate you. It's the classroom must dictate your behavior, also the translation mechanism.
Yeah.
Coming back to her point, in terms of workforce, I think lot of collaborations is required. And collaborations here, it is not only CSR. CSR is a micro interventions, believe me.
Mhm.
यहाँ पे off the records, or because stage में बैठ के off the record नहीं बोल सकते, because many a times CSR also comes with the branding exercise. But here, Child Education Society can collaborate with local business houses. It could be professional bonding can be there. Parents, whether it is bureaucrat to some of the elite business houses in Delhi, NCR, or some part of Madhya Pradesh you are present. So how you can convert into a business model? Business model, it does not mean always in the economic intervention. How employability skill can be given in the school premises. That will be the first mantra of translating curriculum to capability. If we really aim to do that, the first and foremost in coming 3 months, even CIA can help. They have a list of all esteemed business houses. Now, in sitting in multiple conference, the many industry stalwarts announce so many things. Let Child Education Society write to them with the support of CII that or some other organization, you help this school in terms of creating such lab or maybe mentoring.
Yeah.
And here the teacher's role is very important. It's not that many a time, because every time if we CBSE circular देके बहुत confuse करते हैं आप लोगों को, हाँ इसमें मैं भी बहुत responsible हूँ, but यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? It is not that all circular meant for 2.5 crore children. That local decisions autonomy is again with you. We are calling, whether it is PPC or whether it is science exhibition, skill expo, multiple student enrichment activities are there. The dividing that cohort is very much in your hand.
Yes.
And that will decide how to translate the workforce. I'm repeating this particular word.
Yes,
again.
I think it's very kind of you. You are actually doing what Honorable Secretary had just said, to remove the fear and to remove the filth. Both are built in here a bit. But to some extent then, between the product called Microsoft...
How many CBSE representative visitors your school campus in last 20 years?
Okay, we take that up as a poll.
Definition ही खत्म है.
Okay, sir.
है ही नहीं है. Rather, your principal, senior principal, they are visiting other schools on behalf of us.
Right.
तो आपका कैंपस तो fearless होना चाहिए.
Yeah.
वहाँ पे तो रविंद्र संगीत और तेज आवाज से वॉल्यूम से चलाना चाहिए.
अभी चलेगा sir. Okay, so yes. Yes, sir.
See, Dr. That employability skill part you are speaking. Unfortunately, in our society, the skill is taken as a not a right career. Even till today, I just want to mention a week back, students of mine won ideathon at IIT Delhi, and one of the senior professors said, "ठीक है बेटा, ये तो ठीक है, लेकिन अब अपने बोर्ड की तैयारी करिए." The still the mindset is skill is not the right career. Number one, let me complete the two. You are talking about tools, skill education. Let me take as a tool, and AI also as one of the tool. When we have taken a theme, shaping futures beyond classroom, how these two tools, which you people have mentioned, can help us a think about the future which is beyond the classroom, and two, how to shape those futures. Over to you, sir.
30 seconds or 60 seconds?
30 seconds.
Over. So, this is a very right question. I think मेरा सामने नहीं बोला IIT दिल्ली में maybe उस occasion में event में present था. Anyway, is again coming back to future बोलता है ना, back to past. That is it's all about mindset. Now, to reject something, there is a three principle. एक parents, एक principal और एक management. बाकी teachers का तो कुछ रोल ही नहीं है. ठीक है. ये rejection का first law है. Now, CBSE कभी भी नहीं बोल रहा है 10वीं का बाद आप नौकरी ढूंढना शुरू करो और स्कूल उस कैरियर फेयर में आप अपने आप को इन्वॉल्व करो. We never said this. It's all about promoting life skill in school so that, as I have mentioned earlier, curriculum to capability. The person is capable to identify the problem what he raised a gold medalist of IIT is not able to do.
Yes, okay. So I think what we are saying is it's an issue of mindsets on one side, and obviously it's an issue also of employability as skills. Let's just say if we call coding a skill, or if we call AI a skill in time to come, as employability options will rise, obviously.
Let me give another 30 seconds. Maybe अभी तो discussion में ही है. First layer तो हो गया ना.
Yes.
So AI again maybe misconceived.
Right.
What way? Because this is again a marketing tool. The multiple companies, both in India and abroad, are trying to encash. अब स्कूल लेवल पे बच्चों के more on process engineering, process understanding how AI works, not the tools.
Right. Okay. So here,
so career pathway में I think that we can decide together what way we need to.
Yes.
So may I?
Okay. Sorry. Please.
It's a bigger problem. Individually,
Excuse me, sir. Now, let me bring in Dr. Chandrasekhar. Yes, sir.
If you allow me, I
So
just
maybe-
add my
Just
2
once we have
Yeah.
heard him on
just
that
give me
matter.
2 to 3 minutes, ma'am, because I just want to connect all 3 dots together. See, the parents are 1980 born, and I'm so thankful to our teachers. They have tolerated Gen Z.
Hmm?
Now they are into much more trouble because they are going to compete with the millennium. The current guys. My fifth standard child yesterday he was talking about US trade deal with me. I was shocked. I said, "Arey beta, kya baat kar rahe ho?" He said, "No, but Dad, do you know that the percentage of the trade the deficiency that was reduced from 50% to 18%?" I said, "Oh my God, this guy, what is that he's trying to say?" But the matter of the fact is the millennium generation born with mobile and they are more into the gamification. 2 days back, child. They suicided just because parents refused to give them to play the games. So the matter of the fact is the way of learning for the children is completely different than the what the parent is expecting.
Thank you very much for bringing this up.
So that is much more important. That is where technology comes into picture. See, the matter of the fact is now I have two children. Both are Krishnas. One is fifth standard. The second one is going for Mother International here. He is an autism child. So the way he learns is completely different. The way every child learns is different because they are very unique gift from the God. So the way they think is completely different. I think we need to create a systems in a way that they can understand. So that is where I see the technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data processing, all this comes into picture. But I just want to take one step on the little on the other side, sir. The matter of the fact is the challenge for the teacher is completely different. If my understanding is that, especially for the school teacher, because see, once upon a time when we see a teacher with a great respect, we used to scare, we never used to go in front of them. Now the child prepares at home. They go through all the chat GPT se leke, Grok se leke, Siv se sab se leke. Recently, what my own son did, I will share that experience. Please allow me for 2 minutes. A very interesting story because when you are trying to understand the child, what he did, the teacher gave an assignment. He said, इसके ऊपर आपके साथ discussion करूँगा Monday. He first went to ChatGPT. He asked the question. ChatGPT gave some answer. He took that answer, Vishwajit ji, and he put it in Grok. You know what prompt he gave? He said, मेरा teacher को समझ में नहीं आना चाहिए ऐसा वाला आंसर दो. उसने एक आंसर दिया. He took it. He said, thank you Grok, thank you very much. He went to another tool. He said, अब मैं एक बड़ा सा साइंटिस्ट हूँ, इसके हिसाब से इसका आंसर लिख के भेजो मुझे. So it gave another answer. He took that. See the way they are thinking. Yes. The one last ingredient, I was shocked in my life. He said, अरे मेरे फ्रेंड्स का तो इसको समझा के मुझे तो I need to be very proud, right? क्योंकि सबको सब लगना चाहिए कि मैं तो बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट हूँ. एक छोटा सा 5th स्टैंडर्ड बच्चे है हमारा बगल में, उसको समझाने, ही इज आल्सो 5th स्टैंडर्ड स्टूडेंट है. ही सेइंग मेरे बगल में 5th स्टैंडर्ड स्टूडेंट है, उसको समझाने की कैसा समझाऊं, गिव मी अ प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल. Do you see the way they are learning? Once upon a time, we have only one source of learning is our physical teacher. Yeah. The another biggest problem now in this particular scenario, the digital AI teacher. Sir, I strongly believe the human intelligence is much more greater than artificial intelligence, period, whether we like it or not. Correct. With one simple example, you need to give me 2 more minutes. I know I'm eating up more space of the others.
We are reordering the lunch right now, so please.
Recently, what happened, sir? There's a soap company in Europe. One customer complained saying that उसके अंदर soap box आया, soap नहीं है अंदर. So the company spent 300 million, created an advanced technology, artificial intelligence, which peeps into the soap box without putting a hole to see whether soap is there or not. If it is not there, then it puts a hole, then someone will pick it up and throw it. So the same system is getting implemented across the world, and Sinitara ko soap करके advertisement आता हमारा देश में. They have an office, they have a production house in India, and the guy who's sitting in that conveyor belt, he never used it.
Right.
And no, I'm not finished. so the person, the company was strange. They are so curious why he's not using. So they have visited. I will shock you if you will get shocked in your life if you know the answer. They visited, they went there and they asked, अरे क्यों नहीं use कर रहा हो? He said, I don't need to use, sir. He just put a table fan next to it. If the soap is empty, it's an empty box, is lightweighted to throw in. And the person education is just for your information, 8th standard failed farmer.
Right.
See, this is where I see there is a drastic difference between what teacher is thinking, what school is thinking, and what student is thinking. I think we need to fine-tune our processes towards them, not towards us.
Yeah, so thank you very much for those stories. I think this aspect of this millennium being wired differently in telecoms, I can tell you, from being the voice carrier to being a text to being multimedia, the generation that is coming out, believe you me, is wired for multimedia now. Wired for multimedia. Okay? So their understanding of the video and the spatial aspects is very different from the grandfather. Okay, there was a question there. Yes?
All right. Good morning, panelists. A question. I'm a career counselor from Balbharti Gangaram, and this question is to Dr. Biswajit Saha. Sir, we were the first school to have started the skill program, and you know it. Front office management is what we introduced, and that was way back 10 years, I believe, 12 years back. And, sir, our number of children with special needs is increasing by the day, and we all know it. And there are times which I totally agree, and you would agree too, that skill education definitely comes to their rescue. And if CBSE does ever consider the possibility of a model where life skills, employability, vocational skills, they're embedded into the regular curriculum, not from it is NEP does talk about grade 6,
Excuse
but
me.
the regular embedding into the curriculum and exit options, sir. If exit options, because a CWSN child sometimes cannot really take it to
Okay,
grade
one
10.
more line.
If it is possible, exit
Okay,
routes,
curriculum for CWSN, so
exit
that they
options,
can.
not just at grade 10, but maybe even grade 8,
Okay, thank
if
you,
it's a
ma'am.
possibility.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is highly a reset time when NCERT is coming up with the new textual material. 6, 7, 8 are already out. Ninth, very soon there will be announcement. Curricula
Okay.
is very much tabled. Now, one way, again, there is a 9 subjects or 10 subjects combinations we are offering. But in regard to CWSN, the flexibility and the scheme of studies, especially for secondary part 1, that is 9, 10th and 11, 12, very soon we are going to announce. But exit level is already there. Micro credentials, earning micro credit, that facility is also very much on the platter. But tomorrow there could be more such provision would be available where student can earn micro credit. And considering the importance of grade 10th and grade 12th, 10th ka baad there is a automatic exit. So that exits again depends on the parents, school, and the student himself or herself, because that decisions again up to under Samagra Shiksha we promote under RT compulsory education up to grade 8 and now up to class 10th. So officially we will not promote such exit before grade 10, but circumstances that local decisions the school can take
So,
based on case to case.
wouldn't it be a perfect mix for you to propose something that this is what we would like, that this is the sort of exit, give some options back, because here there is a openness to listen. So please propose something saying that 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th CWSN should have these type of exit options. But great, thank you. I just thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Just want to come back to a very important thing. I still take after the point that data of our country, intelligence generated from our ecosystems, whether those are the Vedas or the other text that we have created, how that is mined in time to come, the language discourse that Honorable Secretary talked about, to my mind, the most important elephant that's not talked about enough. You become what you read. You read more English, you will understand the word secular. He highlighted to you the difference between secular and dharam nirpekshta. You understand it differently because the language, the word selection, the sentiment behind it is different. So I just want to have a quick discussion here on Child Education Societies thinking about how the databases, the 37,000 students that we teach, can be in some, very importantly, secure and PII controlled manner, be exposed to, in a responsible and sustainable manner, develop better AI systems based upon what we do. So both in terms of security and sustainability, and it's an open question to the entire panel, maybe you can have 1 minute each. The sovereignty of our data, the language primacy, and how we build better systems in which our people contribute to the AI, our people contribute to the intelligence, has a higher order contribution. We are, after all, the largest democracy with the largest working population. So, ma'am, Microsoft, would you have a quick 1 minute comment on that?
Yeah, so Microsoft
I'll bring it to you last, sir.
So Microsoft offers secure platforms where you could define the data sets that you want, from where you do want to do the analysis or want to develop engines or modern applications across your school ecosystem. It's completely secure. Your data is your data. Microsoft does not have an eye to it. We do not use the data for evolving ecosystems. At the back end, you can have role-based access that you can offer to different roles.
Right.
And as an administrator, you can completely have a view of, like, you can define what kind of AI applications you want to build. So there are AI agents. Let's say you want to do career counseling, you want to extend support on various subjects beyond the normal hours. As an administrator, you can have a complete control on defining the boundaries of interactions as well.
Sure.
And your data will not get leaked.
So the product architecture supports this kind
Identity,
protected-
security, data privacy, data within your control are all the very distinct possibilities here.
Okay, good.
Even for government ecosystems, there are sovereign data centers that are in India where the data does not go outside at all. And
Yes.
we have a lot of government ecosystems, and Anuvadini, for example, leverages our platform.
So just connecting to that, Ms. Kaul, the role of alumni, the role of sustainable CSR in pulling together some of these projects. And I'm again coming back to saying the following, as I said to you, formulating projects that define a certain course of action for the society for our own good is important. How do you see this coming together? Do you have any thoughts in terms of CII, whatever you know about?
I'm not currently with CII, so
Yes,
I can't
okay,
speak on their
historically.
behalf. But I can speak on my behalf. I've lived away from India for over 2 decades. I came back. I was not connected to the school at all, except for our teachers. So for any alumni, it's not just their friends who they're connected to. It's the emotional connect. The bigger emotional connect is to their teachers. So I think our 25th alumni meet, where I met all of you after a long time. I think the one thing that really, really was special, of course, to see the school building, but buildings change. It was our teachers. So that emotive connect with the teachers is what keeps the alumni connected to the school. It's not what you've done. So I always firmly believe, and I will bring in that aspect of emotional connect, intelligence, your compassion. So when you're talking about connecting to anything, connection comes from the heart. And that connection will only come when you want to do something. As a student, I was given so much freedom to grow. I was a shy introvert, could not speak to save my life. But it was one of my teachers who said, listen, you can just forget about the speech that you've written, stand up there, just close your eyes, think about the topic, and talk. That's the day I realized I am an extempore speaker. Right? I owe it to my school teachers, and I will repeatedly say my teachers. Again, we had Sagarika School Magazine. I was always an activist. I fought for having a separate Hindi magazine. Guess what? I was given it. I went to Baveja sir when I was in class 10, 11. I said, I want to study history, I want to study English literature, I want to study this. All of that combination was not available, right? He didn't say that, beta, this is not possible. He sat me down, had me have a cup of tea, and he said, listen, it might take me 2-3 years to get this approved with the Central, Child Education Society. I promise you, I'll give it my best effort. I'll make this happen. So I owe it to my educators, and all of us who are part of the alumni network are now diasporic communities. We are scattered everywhere. We bring in that intel from whether, you're working with big companies, corporates, you're running businesses yourself. I've been in politics, I've been in policy, I've been in all of these ecosystems. I can tell you one thing for sure. We all have learnings that can actively become partnerships. The one thing that we are not doing enough is create those hubs, like you said, innovation hubs, not just as some centers, but helping teachers with their aspiration. What are we paying our teachers? Not enough. We can never pay teachers enough. But what you can give them is that ability to learn and deliver more from their own ideas, give them that partnership. That can definitely happen. My mother is a teacher. She was an innovator. We didn't even listen to her, various examples. It's now when she's 75 years old and now she sits and talks to me. I'm now listening. I didn't listen then. So we need to, as alumni network, listen now, understand what are the things that, ma'am, you've talked about, an incredible intervention. It's much needed. How many have learning disabilities? Do we know our children? How many of them have learning disabilities? There are hidden disabilities that you don't see. Some people can't see the color red. They cannot read in red, right? That's half the population of this world cannot read the letter red. Do we know that? Do we know that in action when we are teaching? I was in Singapore last week, and one of the fascinating things about AI has been we've all been cynical about, oh, it can't, manage emotional aspect. ये तो humans ही करेंगे. So guess what? In one of I'll end briefly after this. In one of the Chinese schools in Singapore, one of my friends, she teaches there, and they've been using this AI, software to do what? They ask students random questions through the week. How are you feeling? What are your plans for the weekend? What are you going to do? How are you feeling right now? What did you have in the morning? What did you do? Random questions like that. What are they doing with that information? It's all they're creating that data they're using to map out emotional state of those children, and it's helping profile those children on the basis of their emotional needs. What are teachers being, what are they able to do? So a similar kind of emotional makeup of students are being taught by these teachers, and they've averted three suicide cases by doing this. So we think we are going to be AI cynics, but AI is a good partner to work with if you know what to do with it. So alumni network, use them for extensively anything, but bring that emotional connect to them and let them give the teachers the respect and the love that they really want to give them.
Good. Those are very, very noble words. Thank you very much. A hand for the alumnus who spoke so from the heart for the teachers. Uh,
At the end of it, AI is only a tool which assists, and what goes into AI is from our head.
Absolutely.
And to say also, I was wondering when you say that, Generation Z is pre-wired. I don't know. I really don't know. That can brains change so fast? Not according to the evolutionary theory.
Sure.
But
I think
because they have
conditioning,
because they
perhaps.
because they have
Conditioning.
exposure, because they have exposure to these tools, they use these tools, but we also must be careful about what they're missing.
Yes.
What they are missing. That is very important. And even in this case of emotional connect, the emotive dimension is the tool which is helping the teacher.
Yes.
But at the end of it, the actor is the teacher.
Right. So, agency and autonomy, you use the two most important words. I'm going to flex my knees a little bit because after that, somebody else will otherwise. So, I'm going to just bring this to Dr. Chandrasekhar to summarize because this is a really important part, which is the agency, the autonomy, that the control is always with the human mind, that you're using the AI as just an assistant, and the front and the back, the thought and the output are both controlled by the human. I think that is something that we at Child Education Society are very clear about, that the utilization of AI does not interfere with the agency and autonomy, the two words that you use, ma'am. Thank you very much. So this aspect of sovereignty and of maintaining the language and the sentiments, the emotions, those connect, that is what is language foundationally. How are we protecting that, sir?
So I'm sure you all giving a biometric attendance early morning, right? In the school. None of those systems developed in India. Our child who is giving a facial, biometric, the entire facial biometric data is getting captured by someone else. If you take the Meet or Google Meet or Connect, you do, right? So there they are capturing all the emotions as well as the visual impressions of all our children. and the teachers create a WhatsApp groups, and WhatsApp is reading recently Meta in Supreme Court said, you have no right to read. They are reading all the data. What it means is WhatsApp knows that which teacher is taking class on what time, what date, which students are attended, who are not attended, how many have finished the homework, how many are not, and whose parents are interacting with you, what they're interacting with you. So in this digital world, it is very, very difficult because the data is getting captured in so many points. I think that is where Government of India is working and trying to put all that data within our premises in a secured manner so that this data don't go out. Because in the future, what is that you own nothing. As a human, you own nothing because everything you're already giving away out. Your digital imprint is already with them. So at any point of time in your entire lifespan, they can simply scan it, and they have a visual digital DNA of yours. So that is where I think we need to be very careful, create our own systems and store it in our own premises within our country so that it won't go out. The another biggest problem is, as I rightly agree with ma'am what she said, they are brainwashing you on the other side. I just give you one sentence. You go to ChatGPT and ask a simple question: have any Indian killed a Frenchman in 14th century? It says yes. You ask a different question, a little different question: have you ever any Indian moved out of India in 14th century? It says no. For the first question, it says yes. For the second question, it says no. Do you know the reason? In the British Library, if you go, there are a lot of archives which they train to the model. In that, because of the space constraint, the reporter, instead of writing red Indian, he wrote Indian. क्योंकि वो जमाने पे स्पेनिश ये सब लोग टू एक्वायर द गोल्ड दे टू गो टू साउथ अमेरिका so there one of the red Indian group killed a Frenchman. Do you see the danger? Now our kids go and do a prompting, they get the answer, they take that as universal truth. So the basic point here is, what is the universal truth of the data available? It's completely different. One last thing, sir, I just want to end with one thing. If you go to Kerala, right, there is a Padmanabha temple. If you see in the 7th and 8th century, Indians used to travel to most of the other nations, and we did trading. There are proofs are there. But ChatGPT or any other GPT engines, it says India never traveled out of India. So the discovery of India was they did, that's what they are claiming. But the one who helped the Vasco da Gama to come to India, to visit India, he owns a 20x bigger ship than the Vasco da Gama. And the Europeans used to think that the Vasco da Gama ship is the biggest ship in the entire world. We used to have a much bigger ships in India. So the matter of the fact is, the data what we have is unfortunately, fortunately, in different languages which ChatGPT or any digital device don't understand. So now in the government of India, we are working on that and converting and trying to translate that into, first digitize it, because all there in Talapatra Gandhas and all, digitize it first, understand what it is, and translate that into Indian language and train the models. So this is where it is very important to have our own model, our own secured system, so that our future of our children is secure, which is much more important than anything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar. What that is saying to us is that not just the sentiments, not just the connect, but also the historical artifacts, they need to get into the models that Anuvadani is putting together. Before I close this session, are there one or two questions? There is one, yes?
My questions is a little wide right now.
Okay.
I'll try my best to put it in a way that it will make sense. So we have the new assessment system in class 10th and class 12th also. But the assessment system of the NTA, that is National Testing Agency, is very different from what we are actually implementing in class 10th and 12th. So that more focus into the ITJE part, and because of that, what I feel is schools are dying in the country. And the perceptions of the parents are also changing. We are focusing on the skills, we are focusing on the various methodology in which we can teach our students to be creative. But at the same time, in a high school, secondary level, the parents are more into preparation for the IIT, JEE, CUET examinations, so that their child will be future ready for the industries. And that brings me the same questions, that are we ready to inculcate the students who are actually having the skills in their because our industries are not ready. Even if you want to become a light changer in any of the big company, you should have some degree, right? You have to prove that you are from this schools, or you have to come you are from this university. Then you will become a kind of peon to big MNCs also. And this is what the situation of the India is. We don't value the skills, we value degrees, right? And because of that, the 66 lakh industry
So
is now
please,
creating in this country. So my question is, how are we gonna reevaluate that and bring the schools in forefront again in that particular mode, where all these discussions will become relevant, and then we teachers will be at their position to bring certain changes in that.
okay, I think
And one last question is that we are moving into AI tools and everything. But what I think is a combination of Mahatma Gandhi's Varda scheme, amalgamation of the skill-based education with the liberal arts, value-based education. So value-based education, the sanskara-based educations are, we are actually forgetting about that. And that's where we see various changes in the schools
again,
also.
please make some
That's how we can.
proposals to Mr. Dr. Saha.
See, we already added IKS into the school as well as higher education system, so that we have a technology as well as tradition in place. Okay, so see, the problem here is the country is so vast and big. To implementation level, it takes some time. Other than Notbandi, everything took time in our country. Other than Notbandi, because we have no other option. Huh? Modi ji ka jai bol ke kar diya sab log ne. But the matter of the fact here is, sir, that we need to transform our school level education system into a digital twinning. The best example of digital twinning, समझिए किसी ने rocket बना रहा है इसरो में. So our students don't have access to it, right? If we can create a digital twinning and teach them physics through that, right? So that is where I see a real education. But I will come to the NTA point, because I will pass on to Viswesha ji. NTA का क्या है कमाल, हमारा education system, why we are so strong and we are always in the across the world, we are CEOs, CTOs, ये वो सब, क्योंकि we are the best in जुगाड़. जब तक आप स्कूल में हो ना, आपको इतना ज़्यादा कंटेंट मिलता है, इतना ज़्यादा कंटेंट मिलता है आपको पढ़ने के लिए, एक्वायर करने के लिए. बट उसमें से आप कौन सा पीस निकाल के बाहर फेंक के आपका ब्रेन यूज करके शॉर्टेस्ट स्पैन में, क्योंकि 5 डे का मैच खेल लिया आपने, सडनली आपको 2020 में ढकेल देंगे ये लोग एनटीए एग्जाम में, ताकि you can perform, so that you are the best of the best. That is the reason Indians are always best, because of this policy. क्योंकि एक साइड पे आपने कितना चाहिए उतना नॉलेज एक्वायर कर लिया, उसमें से कौन सा पीस चाहिए, वो पीस को निकाल के आपको उस टाइम पे, परफेक्ट टाइम पे उसमें फिट करना है. ये प्रोसेस, दिस इज वेयर द सीक्रेट सॉस लाइज. मे बी विश्वजीत सर जी.
Yeah.
Sir, SG is a process of rejection.
Yeah, elimination. Yeah.
Not a selection, therefore this.
Yes.
Let me, I completely agree with Hasija ji. NTA led all assessments are for elimination. Elimination, and because of that, this gross enrollment ratio and total number of seats available in the higher education ecosystem. But for the school, whatever competency-based assessment we introduced in last 5 to 6 years, that is at the for 10th and 12th exit assessment. Problem lies with us is that whenever we see some kind of benchmark, even some state boards come with this NTA model they introduced in their board exam, which is the wrong decisions. I may not the authority may not have the authority to criticize the other school board, but here is the autonomy lies with you. Who asked you to simply make a copycat model of assessment in our early years? They are pure land is with you. What way you want to cultivate, that's depend on the school ecosystem. And nobody else, I don't think child education society is anyway is trying to compromise the value-based education system. So I completely disagree with you on that agenda, because every group school have their own ethos and value systems, which is very much integrated in with starting from Balvatika to grade 12. So here is a one suggestion, which I would like to for CC. instead of, we don't have a tracer study model, means where student go. She rightly mentioned the alumni. Can we think of, here you can use technology in whatever way, which model, localized, globalized, whatever. For each student, can we think of a portfolio? And whoever is existing employee of, especially teachers and principal, so their database, their portfolio. And here you can see, because many a time in the process of vice principal recruitment and principal recruitment, management face lot of challenge. So you can visualize the portfolio who is growing. And similarly for the student, some people should be best in sports, some people should be in STEM, some in psychology. So all these portfolio can be mapped right from, you have a almost entire equal 15
Right.
plus
So
3,
I think we
15
are.
years. That portfolio you can keep, and prediction model you can keep. And then I think those problem what he has rightly mentioned, this is a genuine problem, I appreciate, but problem ka solutions humko locally dhoondna
ढूंढना
padega.
पड़ेगा. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you for those.
Can I just quickly make one quick comment?
Yeah,
Just very
30
quickly.
seconds.
Yeah, 10 seconds. So, you're a teacher, sir? Yeah, the value system that you deliver to the child on a one-to-one interaction is the value system of the school. So, what you nurture in a child, and it's not okay, technology, okay, AI, everything, but try slowing down. Sitting down face to face with a child is a privilege of a teacher that not many people will get. So, that interaction with that person that you're nurturing to become an adult who is usable, useful to the society and not a sociopath, right, is entirely on the example that you're delivering to that child. It's down to you how you nurture adults of tomorrow. And that Vivek, that buddhi that you have to nurture in that person will come from the example that you create as a teacher, the example that is created as the group of teachers, or the behavior, the culture of the school. So there is, it's not very complicated. It's how you would bring up your children. Is these are your children. We've all been your children. So teachers and student, that relationship is very sacred. So there is a lot of noise right now. You can cut out the noise and focus on the simple aspects of growth, learning, nurturing. All of those values still hold true, and they will continue to hold true forever.
Right.
Give me a 10 seconds, sir. I have to explain myself for
You
the
will
word
not be
value.
able to do it in 10 seconds.
10
Do
seconds,
you
yeah,
have
I will be
something
there.
to say in 10 seconds, not explain?
Uh,
Do you have something to say in 10
yeah.
seconds? What is that?
So I have to explain myself that
Sorry,
for
so
value.
1 second, I have a suggestion. She's there for lunch.
Okay.
And you are there for lunch.
Actually, I misunderstood. I think I might be misunderstood by the panel. For value education, what I think is the importance of social science and the liberal arts in the education system actually is missing. That's what I was
So
asking.
You look into the new curricular area, especially for the early years, that is mid level curricula. And 9 तो आया नहीं है, आपका बात हम मान लेते हैं थोड़ी देर के लिए मिसिंग है. 9th का curricula देख लो, and then the textual material will come. But that is
It
not
was covered,
limiting
don't
factor.
worry.
That
I
is
think-
not limiting factor. How
I
to
think the
expand the
panel-
horizon, it is again depends on the
So the panel,
faculty member who handles
the panel has very
I got
kindly,
misunderstood.
very kindly already clarified that remove the filth and the fear and move forward, engage your, and what ma'am just said, such beautiful words. It's between you and the child, as long as you know that this is the progressive path. And what Dr. Hasija and the educators have done repeatedly at the Child Education Society is pursue that path of knowledge, of growth. All right. So thank you for being such a nice audience. And before I close, thank you very much to the panelists. I'll try to summarize in some quick words the fabulous discussions that we've had today, starting with Mr. Sanjay Kumar, who gave us a very important insight, and that was then seconded by Dr. Chandrasekhar, that our national discourse, our national language, our texts, our emotions, our sentiments that need to get higher visibility, and the Viksit Bharat that we spoke about. I think this is one of the most important messages that anybody can give, which is we are a country that is set to disrupt, and nothing can stop that. I believe a large part of that disruption is being cooked inside schools that we run. And the most important thing, the most important message is to liberate the thought. This is true that one of the things is he spoke so beautifully, Mr. Secretary, when he talked about the fact we are good at masters, good at PhDs, but then when we get to that point where there are no more curriculums and nobody to guide you, can you still chart your course? Now, the good news is that 110 plus unicorns growing from a very small sub-digit number to now is a reflection of the resurgent India. And I personally feel that we will be by miles be the number one country by the time 2047 arrives. But a lot of that role, a lot of that burden will fall on schools like us. This is where we are cooking the future. So the next thing is about our journey. This Viksit Bharat, I try to see it very simply. If we were giving skills, and I think you spoke about those skills, if we were giving skills for every Indian to earn just something like uh, 50,000 a month, we would be the leader in this world. We would be a leader. So the question about connecting the ecosystems, delivering knowledge that is ready for the world, and making people get employment, livelihoods, that perhaps remains the single most important goal from how we can see it right now. Of course, the values that we bestow through our educational system are critical too. The other thing that is without any doubt clear to us is that it's the teachers who are creating this revolution. And at Child Education Society, we are doing everything possible within our fold to give the teachers the tools, the environment, the pedagogy to disrupt this new age of millenniums and this new age of AI. I totally agree with what Mr. President said. We are not embracing AI in the sense that we have not distributed tablets in classrooms. By choice, we have said no such technology intervention in the classroom. It is not in the hands of students right now that they come to the school and they interact with AI, but it is my firm belief that whether with working with Dr. Chandrasekhar or with the new curriculum, it must be our endeavor to see that the remotest child gets to know what is AI and how to harness it in a responsible manner with autonomy and with agency. This ethical use of AI and responsible use of AI must be so. AI must always in our language be spoken as responsible AI, so that we never forget that we are actually not talking AI, we are talking responsible AI. And for that, those of you who would like to visit the booth outside, you will come to see what we are doing in terms of supporting the teacher. In terms of this empowered ecosystem that we are a part now, the teachers, the school, the school is the place where all this incubation is being created. The school and the child, that relationship is the most noble, the most important. Of course, the support from the parent community, the great words of the alumni saying bring them closer, let them come in, let them become immersively a part of our system. I think that process has to become much stronger, much stronger. The whole thought about how alumni come in, how they interact with us and schools has to perhaps go through a significant change. And of course, lastly, for you, sir, the industry has to take note of the fact that the curriculum that is being taught and how it is leading to employment, that part also has to work hand in hand. So, for example, to those of you who have read the numbers, 25% of the recruitment of coders is changed, is down 25%, because 25% of those jobs are being done by AI now. So, to those of you who didn't know this stat, know it so that you know what the impact is. And our country is humongously dependent on that kind of income. We are very dependent on tech driven income. So when 25% of our labor is no longer able to find employment, as it was before 2022, you should see that there is going to be some distress. And as a result, realignment of the curriculum, as Dr. Saha was speaking about, being close to what you are seeing, adjusting, responding, and adapting to that is really critical. Uh, we are looking at experiential education in a big way. We are looking at hackathons. Uh, we had, with Mr. President's great vision that he has, we had a vision to connect Atal Labs, hackathons, and Vidya Utsav. And hopefully, with his continued leadership from Vidya Utsav onward to entrepreneurial connect with the world. So we are seeing all that happen in our life between the last Vidya Utsav and this one. And I feel greatly privileged to bring you this. So we'd like to welcome everyone. Spread the word. Join the movement. And whether it is here in your school, or it is a remote school, or it is some cluster of villages that we are trying to teach, please embrace it. Please think differently. The job of a teacher is changing, and that's why the FERTIP program, Future Ready Teacher Innovator program, that word innovator was there for a reason, that there's going to be a lot of innovation at the desk of the teacher. With that, I'd like to thank the panel again. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your great insights and advice. And thank you for being such a nice audience. Thank you very much. Dr. Shah? Yeah? Yeah. Can I go down?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Permission to go, sir. Thank you, producer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your guidance throughout the session and for helping us conclude on such a reflective and purposeful note. May I now request all to kindly stand for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
May I request our guests and invitees to kindly join us for lunch. Thank you all so much.
एक एक रखेंगे हाँ जब कोई एक ही आ रहा है तब तो चाहे दोनों इट शुड बी जब मैंने ना कि हमारी शक्ल को दिखे तो ऊपर जा रहा है आप भी नीचे करो थोड़ा हाँ राइट मजा नहीं आता जब तक आवाज थोड़ी बुलंद और डीप हस्की ना आए अभी वो तो तभी तक बड़ी पतली पतली आ रही है बोल तो चुकी है मुझे पानी की छोटी तो फायदा नहीं है आप यहाँ खड़े रहने की कोई जरूरत नहीं
Namaste. It's really been a pleasure working with the Balbharati schools. All of the students and all of the faculty have been so enthusiastic as well as capable. And it's been such a pleasure to see how these students have, in such a short time, been able to get a flavor, a very strong flavor, of the various classical dance styles that we've included. And it's interesting that we've included Western classical ballet along with Indian classical traditions. And all of the students, some of them with some training and many with no training, have been able to quickly understand the rhythm, complex variations, and the core techniques, the angasud of these different traditions. I know that for all of them, it's been an exciting experience. They've really pushed their abilities, and I hope that many of them will consider taking classes and pursuing these different art forms as they go on. It's really something, and I also appreciate that Roots to Roots has given so much support for this wonderful combination and synthesis of the different traditions. So it's simply, in this production, instead of celebrating our wonderful folk dance traditions, we've taken the plunge into bringing together students who are now celebrating, discovering, and practicing classical dance traditions. And I certainly hope that the audience will enjoy it as much as the students and the faculty and I and my assistant Vishwanath Mangaraj have enjoyed bringing this all together for you.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Roots to Roots Foundation and also all the Bal Bharti group of schools for giving us this opportunity to be a part of such a big event that is happening all across the Bal Bhartis. I think real talent brims from schools. By the way, I'm Shreya Agarwal, and I'll be taking over the music composition and the musical piece. And I think uh, I'm really, really happy with the kind of talent that Bal Bhartis have here. The students are extremely passionate. They are extremely excited to be on stage. And I am absolutely in awe of how quickly these students have picked up the compositions despite the weather conditions, despite their exams. So I think I'm firstly very, very grateful to the students. And I will talk a little bit about the composition that we've picked up. It's a Ragmala concept, which is related to the Samay Chakra of Hindustani classical music. So from every part of the day and the night, we have picked one rag and we have weaved them into a story. It starts from one of the rags that happens to be in the morning time, and then it starts building up from there to the last rag that goes to the end of the night. And it's definitely not an easy concept to sing and to be able to compose, but the students are so good that they have been able to pick it up in just one go. So that's been amazing. And more than that, I think I'm really grateful and appreciative of the teachers who are coming with these students every day for practices. They are making sure that the students are well rehearsed before me and the instrumentals teacher comes here for the rehearsals. They are making sure that the students are here on time. They are well rehearsed, like I said. to be a part of this entire production has been such a wonderful journey. I'm already so looking forward to 7th of February. And also, I think this entire Bal Vidya Utsav is such a beautiful culmination of Sangeet.
नमस्कार। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि बाल भारती विद्या उत्सव 2026 पे मुझे पार्टिसिपेट करने का मौका मिला है। ये बहुत खूबसूरत एक समय चक्र, रागमाला, वोकल और इंस्ट्रूमेंटल म्यूज़िक को मिलाकर एक इन्होंने प्रस्तुति करने जा रहे बच्चे। यहाँ के बच्चे बहुत ही टैलेंटेड हैं। बाकी ब्रांच के बच्चे यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, उनके टीचर्स भी इसमें बहुत हमारे सहयोग दे रहे हैं। यहाँ का प्रिंसिपल मिस्टर दुआ, वही बहुत इसमें इंटरेस्ट ले रहे, सारा मैनेजमेंट इसमें इन्वॉल्व है। और मैं रूट्स टू रूट्स का भी आभारी हूँ कि उन्होंने ये जिम्मेदारी श्रेया जी और मुझे सौंपी है। तो मैं जो 7 तारीख फरवरी का इनका प्रोग्राम हो रहा है, हम लोग की पूरी कोशिश है कि एक अच्छी जुगलबंदी आप लोगों के समक्ष प्रस्तुत की जाए, जो कि बहुत ही रेयर स्कूलों में और देखने को मिलती है।
Namaste. It's really been a pleasure working with the Balbharati schools. All of the students and all of the faculty have been so enthusiastic as well as capable. And it's been such a pleasure to see how these students have in such a short time been able to get a flavor, a very strong flavor of the various classical dance styles that we've included. And it's interesting that we've included Western classical ballet, along with Indian classical traditions. And all of the students, some of them with some training, and many with no training, have been able to quickly understand the rhythm, complex variations, and the core techniques, the angasud of these different traditions. I know that for all of them, it's been an exciting experience. They've really pushed their abilities, and I hope that many of them will consider taking classes and pursuing these different art forms as they go on. It's really something, and I also appreciate that Roots to Roots has given so much support for this wonderful combination and synthesis of the different traditions. So it's simply, in this production, instead of celebrating our wonderful folk dance traditions, we've taken the plunge into bringing together students who are now celebrating, discovering, and practicing classical dance traditions. And I certainly hope that the audience will enjoy it as much as the students and the faculty and I and my assistant Vishwanath Mangaraj have enjoyed bringing this all together for you.
for starting to speak. जब वो आके बैठ जाए ना मैम, कहाँ है मैम? मैम की सीट कहाँ है? ओहो, मुझे तो दिख ही नहीं रही मैम। आप बता देना फिर।
जैसे जब वो आएंगे
खड़ी हो गई।
21वीं सदी की भारतीय शिक्षा का पावन मार्ग, विद्या से अज्ञान को हरकर गूंजता नव चेतना का शंखनाद, जहां विवेक गढ़ रहा उज्जवल वर्तमान, वहीं विकास बनेगा कल बुलंदी की अमिट पहचान। विद्या, विवेक और विकास से गुंजायमान आज के विशेष अवसर पर उपस्थित सुधी जन का हार्दिक अभिनंदन।
A very good afternoon to our esteemed dignitaries and every member of this august gathering. We begin today's session by pondering over a pressing question. What kind of education does the future demand? And are we preparing our children for the world they will step into tomorrow? As futurist Alvin Toffler once wisely said, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. These words capture the very essence of education in a changing world. In an age defined by rapid technological advancement, evolving societal needs, and global challenges, education must transcend traditional boundaries. Today, learning is no longer about memorizing facts. It is about cultivating wisdom, adaptability, critical thinking, and responsible citizenship. This is where the philosophy of Vidya, Vivek, and Vikas finds its true resonance. Vidya empowers us with knowledge. Vivek guides us with discernment and ethical judgment. And Vikas propels us towards holistic and sustainable growth. Together, they inspire us to reimagine education for a changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, the Child Education Society's Vidya Utsav, now proudly in its 4th edition, stands as a reflection of this vision. With over 80 years of dedicated service to the nation, CES has been steadfast in preserving the Indian knowledge system and its heritage, along with embracing innovation in education. Today, its 26 Bal Bharati public schools shine as centers of excellence and progressive learning across the country. As we commence Vidya Utsav 2026, let us come together to deliberate, collaborate, and explore innovative and sustainable practices that will shape future-ready learners and thoughtful leaders. With the guiding spirit of Vidya, Vivek, and Vikas, let us begin this inspiring journey of reflection, reinvention, and growth.
विद्या उत्सव के इस पावन अवसर पर गर कहा जाए कि हम शिक्षा का एक ऐसा रूप स्वरूप विकसित करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं जो बच्चों को आत्मनिर्भर, निडर तथा हुनरमंद बनाएगा, तो गलत नहीं होगा। यह महोत्सव है नए जोश और जज्बे की कार्यांजलि का, विचारों का मंथन कर सत प्रयासों और संकल्पों को हथियार बना उपलब्धियों के अमृत का आविष्कार करें, इस पावन महोत्सव के उद्देश्यों को सिद्ध करें। इन्हीं विचारों की गूंज से सराबोर है आज का हमारा चौथा विद्या उत्सव। आइए इन्हीं प्रगतिवादी विचारों के साथ इसका आगाज करते हैं।
As we move towards an evening full of intellectual aura, I take this opportunity to welcome the dignitaries who have graced today's occasion with their kind presence. It is our privilege to welcome a towering figure of Indian cinema and literature, Mr. Ashutosh Rana, our keynote speaker for the evening. An acclaimed actor known for his powerful portrayals in Hindi, Telugu, and Tamil films, he has earned prestigious honors for his craft. Beyond the screen, he is a celebrated author and a dedicated philanthropist. I request the President, Child Education Society, Mr. Nikhil Channa, to warmly welcome Mr. Rana. We welcome you, sir. We are honored to welcome Mr. Nikhil Channa, President, Child Education Society. Under his dynamic leadership and progressive vision, the network of 26 Bal Bharti schools pan India has flourished, achieving new heights of excellence. His commitment to sustainability and innovation in education continues to inspire and strengthen the society's mission. May I request Joint Secretary CES Mr. L.V. Sehgal to honor Mr. Nikhil Channa. We welcome you, sir. We extend a hearty welcome to Mrs. Vandana Channa. I request Mr. Sehgal to welcome ma'am. We are pleased to have you with us, ma'am. We are privileged to have with us Mr. Kanish Khullar, Vice President, Child Education Society. Mr. Khullar is an inspiring leader driven by a deep commitment to advancing education and embracing the innovations of a new era. May I request Mr. L.V. Sehgal to welcome Mr. Khullar. We welcome you, sir. We welcome Mr. L.V. Sehgal, Joint Secretary CES, a leader who inspires beyond measure and leads by example. I request Mrs. Meenu Goswami, Executive Director CES Impact Accelerator, to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sehgal. We welcome you, sir. It is an honor to welcome Vidushi Sharon Lovenji, one of America's foremost exponents of Odissi dance form and an outstanding choreographer and teacher. She is a master of Odissi, Manipuri, Chhau, and Mayurbhanj dance forms and has promoted these traditional dance forms across the world. She has presented successful festivals, seminars, and mentored countless students, both in India and abroad, instilling in them the same passion and discipline that have defined her own journey. May I request Mrs. Meenu Goswami to honor ma'am with a token of our gratitude. We welcome you, ma'am. We extend a hearty welcome to Ms. Shreya Agarwal, a qualified chartered accountant. Shreya ji found her calling in Hindustani classical music at an early age. She has been teaching Indian classical and semi classical music to students in India and abroad for more than 5 years now. I request Mrs. Goswami to welcome ma'am. We welcome you, ma'am. We warmly welcome Pandit Mukesh Sharma ji, a highly versatile sarod artist. The art of blending the elements of Gaiki and Laikari makes his recitals unique and enchanting. He has created an enviable niche for himself in the field of fusion music and worked with musicians from around the world. I once again request Mrs. Goswami to felicitate Panditji. We welcome you, sir. It is a delight to welcome Mrs. Meenu Goswami, Executive Director, CES Impact Accelerator, Child Education Society, and member, Board of Management. Her unwavering commitment to nurturing holistic development has been a source of inspiration for all of us. May I request Mr. L.V. Sehgal to kindly felicitate ma'am. We welcome you, ma'am. The Child Education Society takes immense pride in extending a gracious welcome to all our guests, esteemed educators, and vibrant audience. Your presence lends dignity and significance to this occasion, and we are confident that today's proceedings will be both enlightening and inspiring. Marking the beginning of this auspicious day, we proceed towards the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, a sacred tradition that symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of positivity. As we prepare to begin the formal program, may I invite our esteemed guests, Mr. Ashutosh Rana, Mr. Nikhil Channa, and Mr. L.V. Sehgal, Mrs. Meenu Goswami, to kindly join us in lighting the ceremonial lamp.
नव प्रकाश का आह्वान है ये, शुभता का संकल्प महान। विद्या विवेक विकास से पूरित कर दो, माँ शारदे दे दो वरदान, माँ शारदे दे दो वरदान। आप सभी महानुभावों का आभार। माँ सरस्वती का आशीर्वाद पाकर अब अगले पड़ाव की ओर कदम बढ़ाते हैं। भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत एक अनूठी साधना जिसे घड़ी की सुइयों से नहीं मापा जाता, बल्कि उसे महसूस किया जाता है। भोर की पहली किरण से शुरू हुई हमारी यात्रा आकाश में चढ़ते सूर्य के समान आगे बढ़ती जाती है, और दिन ढलने पर रात के अंतिम पहर से यह राग माला ही तो है जो हमें पुनः नए सवेरे की ओर ले जाती है और बखूबी दर्शाती है कि समय का पहिया अनंत है।
Ladies and gentlemen, today we invite you to step into the timeless world of Rag Mala, a garland of rags, each one blossoming with the colors of a different hour of the day. From the gentle stirrings of dawn to the meditative hush of midnight, this musical journey traces the passage of time, not with clocks, but with melodies. Guided by the vision of music maestro Pandit Mukesh Sharma ji and Hindustani classical expert Shreya Agarwal ji, our ensemble of 21 radiant voices and 18 masterful instrumentalists weaves together a living tapestry of sound. Choir and instruments entwine, rhythm embracing melody, melody dissolving into silence until time itself seems to sing. This is not just a performance, but a journey through the Samay Chakra, a celebration of music's eternal power to mirror life's rhythm. Congratulations to the choir for weaving together a symphony of timeless rags, an enchanting confluence of strength, devotion, rhythm, and melody. Your performance was not merely a recital, but a spiritual journey that lifted every soul in the audience, leaving behind an aura of magic and harmony.
अग्रणी वही जो परिधियों को लांघकर विद्या और विवेक से नव चेतना का संचार कर विकास का सृजन करते हैं। वे ही भविष्य के लिए सतत प्रेरणा के पथ प्रदर्शक बनकर कीर्ति के नव कीर्तिमान गढ़ते हैं, नव कीर्तिमान गढ़ते हैं।
Nikhil sir's vision of holistic, inclusive, and value driven education is reflected across all our institutions. With a strong emphasis on scholastic excellence, skill development, and meaningful learning experiences, he envisions schools that nurture future ready, lifelong learners. Rooted in morals, compassion, and tolerance, his vision aims to shape responsible and enlightened citizens of a peaceful global society. It is our proud privilege to invite Mr. Nikhil Channa, President Child Education Society, to address the illustrious gathering.
Good afternoon to everyone present here, and welcome to the fourth edition of the Vidya Utsav, celebrated under the aegis of Child Education Society. I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest, Shri Ashutosh Rana ji, an acclaimed actor and a knowledgeable public figure whose engagement with literature, culture, and the Indian traditions lends depth and perspective to every contemporary discourse. We are honored by your presence, sir. I also welcome members of Child Education Society, the Board of Management, and fellow educators, our principals from Pan India, dignitaries, school alumni, parent representatives, and numerous well-wishers of the Bal Bharti Parivar. Ever since its inception in 1944, the Child Education Society, the apex body of Bal Bharti Public Schools, with a distinguished legacy of over 8 decades, has grown in size and stature and has been steadfastly committed to providing quality education that is equitable, inclusive, and accessible, irrespective of geographic location. Guided by its enduring mission of nation building through education, CES continues to shape future ready learners grounded in values, vision, and excellence. CES Vidya Utsav, our flagship event, reflects this journey, an occasion to pause, to reflect, and to reaffirm our responsibility as custodians of an enduring educational legacy. This year's theme, Vidya, Vivek, and Vikas, offers a framework through which Indian education has long withstood its purpose and which is now needed to prepare learners for the demands of the 21st century. We are living in an age of extraordinary change. Artificial intelligence is rewriting professions. Information is available at the tap of a screen. And yet, paradoxically, wisdom seems harder to find. In this moment of transition, it becomes essential to ask a deeper question. What should education truly aim to achieve in the 21st century? India, with its civilizational depth, offers a timeless answer through a simple yet profound triad: Vidya, Vivek, Vikas. This triad is not just a slogan, it is a philosophy for building human beings, societies, and the future of a nation. The Child Education Society was incorporated by Shri Lala Hansraj Gupta along with some illustrious philanthropists with a view to educating Indian citizens in a pre-independence era, keeping the roots of wisdom and knowledge of Indian education alive. Ever since then, the standards of pedagogy and education in general have progressed. However, the fundamental idea of knowledge with understanding still remains rooted in the ideals of all schools run under Child Education Society. From our earliest classrooms to today's interconnected learning spaces, Bal Bharti schools have remained committed to academic rigor combined with relevant experiential activities. Our academic framework reflects a disciplined alignment with the National Education Policy 2020. Through structured curricula, experiential learning, foundational literacy, numeracy initiatives, and strong academic governance. Vidya, the first pillar in the triad in the Indian tradition, is not mere information or the accumulation of degrees. Vidya is knowledge that enlightens. It is learning that expands the mind and liberates thought. In the 21st century, when facts are freely available online, the true role of education is no longer to make students store information, but to help them understand, connect, and apply knowledge meaningfully. Vidya today combines scientific temper with cultural awareness, technology with human values, and global exposure with local roots. An education system that gives Vidya creates not just skilled workers, but curious learners and purposeful citizens. However, knowledge alone is not enough. If Vidya equips the learner, Vivek guides the learner in giving the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, truth and falsehood, short-term gain and long-term good. In an era of social media, misinformation, and constant comparison, discernment has become an essential life skill. We see brilliant minds being misused powerful technologies being applied without ethics, and success being measured without values. Education must therefore cultivate critical thinking, ethical reasoning, and moral courage. The goal is not just to produce intelligent individuals, but wise human beings. Ever since the advent of the National Education Policy 2020, Bal Bharati Public Schools, under the aegis of Child Education Society, have aligned behind this important pillar of education more effectively. All Bal Bharati schools have undergone a major paradigm shift in pedagogy, whether in core subjects, technology, physical education, life skill programs, emotional well-being frameworks, counseling systems, sustained community engagement, and co-curricular activities in making the student think, reason, and inquire of the learnings and knowledge he or she is imparted. The delivery of pedagogy has created a marked shift in the way students of Bal Bharati understand knowledge that is being imparted to them, thus building and preparing them as thoughtful citizens of tomorrow and leaders entrusted with the responsibility of building and leading a nation. This naturally leads us to the third pillar of Vikas, which means development, progress, and growth, and refers to the holistic, comprehensive advancement of a learner. In educational philosophy, particularly in the National Curriculum Framework for the Foundational Stage 2022, Vikas is interpreted through the Panch Kosha framework, namely the areas in which students develop mentally, physically, intellectually, and spiritually, rather than just with only academic achievements. Vikas signifies the broadening of a student's understanding, critical thinking skills, and intellectual capacity. The term also implies continuous improvement and advancement, encouraging students to become lifelong learners. In modern Indian education under the NEP 2020, this also translates to Kaushal Vikas, namely skill development, which emphasizes practical, industry-oriented, and vocational training from an early age. At Bal Bharati schools, this meaning is truly embodied in the spirit of an annual syllabus of a school. It is reflected in the pedagogy amply where it refers to moving away from rote learning toward interactive, experiential, and inquiry-based learning that fosters genuine development. Sports education also plays a vital role in this journey. Through systematic talent identification, professional coaching, and sustained participation at national and international levels, students learn discipline, resilience, teamwork, and sportsmanship. True education empowers students at Bal Bharati to improve their own lives while contributing positively to society through programs like Hackathon. This, as per the vision of the Child Education Society, leads a student from education to skilling, from skilling to employment, leading to the building of a strong and resilient nation. This belief is further reflected in our long-standing collaboration with public sector undertakings such as NTPC and Indian Railways, through which CES has established and managed schools in some of the country's most remote and industrial regions. These partnerships have enabled thousands of children, often first-generation learners, to access the same academic standards and get exposure to opportunities available in metropolitan cities. Initiatives such as Gyan Megh further strengthen this commitment. Designed to reach underserved and unconnected communities, it combines cloud-based learning with trained teachers, on-ground facilitators, and structured mentoring. In the 21st century, education at Bal Bharati not only encourages innovation and entrepreneurship and employability, but also nurtures empathy, sustainability, and social responsibility. When students are taught to see their success as connected to the progress of others, education becomes a force for nation building and global well being. As we reimagine education for the future, through new policies, technologies, and institutions, let us not forget this Indian wisdom that is more relevant today than ever before. Let us progress towards an education system that enlightens the mind, strengthens the conscience, and uplifts society. Because in the end, Vidya gives us knowledge, Vivek gives us direction, and Vikas gives our education our higher purpose. Thank you all and have an enjoyable evening.
माननीय, आपकी दूरदर्शिता और प्रगतिवादी विचार हमारे लिए प्रेरणा का अक्षय स्रोत है, जो निश्चय ही प्रखर और उज्जवल भविष्य का मार्ग प्रशस्त करते हैं। आपका हार्दिक आभार। अब समय है प्रकृति और कला के अनूठे संगम का साक्षी बनने का। आज की संध्या एक उत्सव है मानवीय अभिव्यक्ति और प्रकृति के उस चिर संवाद का जो सदियों से हमारे अंतर्मन को जीवंत करता आया है। आज की हमारी अगली प्रस्तुति का नायक मनुष्य नहीं बल्कि साक्षात प्रकृति है। नृत्य ही जल, धरा और अंबर के बीच का सेतु है। यहाँ नर्तक की भंगिमाओं में वृक्षों का धैर्य, फूलों की कोमलता और कमल की आभा है। उसके पैरों की थाप में हिरणों की चंचलता और मेंढकों की लय है, तो गति में मछलियों का प्रवाह और हंसों की सी धवल शांति है। हाथियों सी गरिमा, मोर सा सम्मोहन और पक्षियों की उड़ान लिए हमारी आज की अगली प्रस्तुति मंच पर सिमटा हुआ इस सृष्टि का ही तो साकार रूप है, जिसमें एक ओर जहां भरतनाट्यम की भंगिमाएं और कथक की पदचाप है, वहीं दूसरी ओर कथक कली की भव्यता, कुचिपुड़ी की आभा और वेस्टर्न बैले की गरिमा है। ये सभी कलाएं जब आपस में मिलेंगी तो अवश्य ही कला की एक नई भाषा जन्म लेगी।
Let us now witness a mesmerizing dance showcase designed and directed by the iconic Odissi legend Miss Sharon Loven. Assisted by Vishwanath Mangarajji and the gifted dance faculty of 7 Balbharti schools, this presentation is a tribute to the rhythm and movement of our precious, intangible cultural heritage. In this ballet, nature itself comes alive. Trees swaying, flowers blooming, peacocks and birds gracing the skies. The journey then flows towards the shimmering water bodies where lotuses unfold, swans glide, and fish dart gracefully. Together, our young performers paint a grand mosaic of moments that celebrate the harmony of life and the eternal bond between humanity and nature, creating a spellbinding visual tableau.
dim tana dim tana dim tana dere na dim tana dere na. Dim tana dere na dim tana dere na. Dim tana dere na dim tana dere na.
Congratulations to our graceful dance precision and expressive storytelling. You transported us into a world of beauty and devotion. We sincerely thank the Roots to Roots organization for enabling this cherished collaboration with Ms. Sharon Lovin.
चाइल्ड एजुकेशन सोसाइटी शिक्षा के माध्यम से पिछले 82 सालों से अपनी छत्र छाया में बाल भारती स्कूलों के माध्यम से ऐसे श्रेष्ठ युवा तैयार कर रही है जो आसमां की बुलंदियों को छू रहे हैं। और हमारी युवा शक्ति में तो वह ताकत है जो नचिकेता की तरह यमराज से भी आत्मज्ञान प्राप्त करने की क्षमता रखती है। इसी युवा शक्ति को और भी मजबूत बनाने के लिए यह आवश्यक है कि हम उनकी नींव को मजबूत बनाएं, जिससे कि वह बेहतर, अर्थपूर्ण और संवेदनशील विश्व नागरिक बनने में सक्षम होंगे। क्योंकि जीत की खातिर एक जुनून चाहिए, तूफानों से आंख मिलाने का एक जज्बा चाहिए। ये आसमां भी आ जाएगा ज़मीं पर, बस इरादों में एक गूंज होनी चाहिए, एक गूंज होनी चाहिए।
Distinguished guests, let us journey together into the radiant saga of the Child Education Society, a tale woven with devotion, vision, and growth. This film unfolds like a tapestry of time, tracing the luminous milestones that have shaped our institution's legacy, nurturing both students and teachers in their holistic ascent.
What makes a school chain founded in pre-independence India? ready to lead in the age of AI? At Bal Bharti, we blend a pioneering legacy with a bold vision for the future. From Vedic philosophy, yoga, and the classical arts to modern educational practices and innovative pedagogies, we bring the best of both worlds to our classrooms. We use AI-powered learning management system for immersive 3D content, adaptive assessments, and real-time feedback, ensuring personalized learning for every child.
The Child Education Society is on a path of growth and currently runs 26 schools pan-India. With over 35,000 students and 2,500 dedicated staff, we are built on values, robust systems, and shared best practices. Our vision is to provide value-based, inclusive education rooted in Indian culture while embracing innovation and technology.
Technology connects us to underserved regions, transforming lives in remote tribal areas and among first-generation learners. Our remote teaching programs, led by experienced educators from our schools across India, deliver high-quality education to every student across India. We advance academic excellence by adopting innovative teaching methodologies, encouraging critical thinking, and connecting theoretical concepts to real experiences. Since sports are key to building character, we have set up sports academies offering world-class infrastructure and expert mentoring. Held annually for 15 years, Bal Bharti Olympics witnesses thousands of participating students from our different schools who compete in a celebration of athletic excellence, sportsmanship, and regional diversity. These initiatives lay the ground for many of our students to excel at national and international levels.
What I like the most about my school is that we believe in learning by doing. Like here, I'm learning how to set and achieve targets. Through group projects, internships, and community service, we develop life skills and understand how classroom learning is relevant in the real world.
Vocational education at Bal Bharti goes beyond career exploration to acquiring practical experience through internships. To keep our educators ahead of the curve, we've established the CES Impact Accelerator for ongoing training and mentorship. This commitment has earned many of our teachers national and state-level recognition.
In many years of working with Bal Bharti, I have found the school to be always supportive of teachers' professional development and career growth. It seeks to enhance our impact as educators by providing regular training, resources, and mentorship, and a collaborative and appreciative work culture.
We ensure that every child feels valued and supported regardless of gender, ability, or background. To foster an inclusive environment, we provide special support to specially abled children, celebrate cultural differences, and give our staff sensitivity training.
Today's children inhabit both real and virtual worlds, and this leads to mental health issues on both these fronts. We promote mental well-being through open communication, mindfulness activities, and expert counseling to help our students develop effective coping mechanisms.
To ensure safety of students in both campuses and transport, our schools implement strict access control, install surveillance systems, and employ well-trained security staff.
The school emphasizes strong partnership with parents. By understanding my child's unique needs and aspirations and tailoring teaching inputs accordingly. This builds a strong bond of trust, and Bal Bharati has been the school of choice for many generations of my family.
Our motto, Hanso Natu Na Pragyam, O Swan, lead us to knowledge, captures our mission. It is depicted in our emblem as a child astride a soaring swan, symbolizing the pursuit of learning and excellence. At Bal Bharati, education inspires joy, not just achievement. By creating a vibrant and supportive environment, we nurture joyous students who look forward to school each day. Ready to learn, grow, and soar.
As this story graced our hearts, we were reminded of the extraordinary voyage this society has undertaken. Each chapter, each triumph, each dream realized spoke of the steadfast commitment of all who have walked this path. May we carry forward this legacy, building upon its strong foundation, and embrace the future with the same passion and dedication that has brought us thus far.
निश्चय ही नित नए आसमां छूती चाइल्ड एजुकेशन सोसाइटी विद्या, विवेक और विकास का पर्याय है। अब समय है आज के विशेष कार्यक्रम का, जिसके लिए आप और हम बड़ी उत्सुकता से प्रतीक्षारत हैं। अभिनय जगत के दिनकर प्रखर, आप कला के नवल विहान, अजेय संकल्प और ओजपूर्ण वाणी का अमिट वरदान मिला है जिनको, आप ही तो हैं विलक्षण शब्द साधक, कुशाग्र सर्जक, आप भावों के शिखर महान। तभी तो दिक दिगंत में व्याप्त है आपका यश, कीर्ति और मान, यश, कीर्ति और मान। ये पंक्तियाँ बखूबी बयां कर रही हैं आज के हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर श्री आशुतोष राणा जी के आदर्श व्यक्तित्व को। सादर आमंत्रित करते हैं मिसेस मीनू गोस्वामी, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर, CES इम्पैक्ट एक्सेलरेटर चाइल्ड एजुकेशन सोसाइटी एंड मेंबर बोर्ड ऑफ मैनेजमेंट। माननीय, आपका स्वागत है।
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and dear audience, it is a privilege to stand before you to introduce our keynote speaker of the day, Shri Ashutosh Rana. Shri Ashutosh Rana does not really need an invitation. He needs to be experienced. A Shiv Bhakt, a luminary in the realm of acting, a prolific writer, a poet and epitome of humility, Shri Ashutosh Rana is popularly known as Robin Hood among his friends for his extraordinary nature of going out of the way to help others. His illustrious career as an actor spanning over 3 decades has been a testament to his dedication and passion for the craft, earning him a place among the most revered artists of our time. As a stage artist, his awe-inspiring role of Ravan in the famous stage performance Hamare Ram is a masterclass in acting, leaving audiences mesmerized, and introspective. The character of Ravan is so intense कि हम देखने राम को जाते हैं और प्रीत रावण से कर बैठते हैं. His journey in the entertainment industry began with television, and he soon transitioned to films, delivering breakthrough performances in movies which earned him back-to-back Filmfare Award for the Best Actor in Negative Role, and also the Filmfare Best Supporting Actor for the film Paglet. In recognition of his immense contributions, Shri Ashutosh Rana has received several awards and honors throughout his distinguished career. Beyond acting, Ashutosh Rana is also a celebrated author and thinker. His books, Maun Muskan Ki Maar and Ram Rajya, reflect his deep philosophical insights and understanding of human emotions and relationships with a unique perspective on Indian culture and human values. An accomplished author and actor, his words have the power to touch hearts and inspire minds. His insights into understanding the complexities of life and his ability to weave them into compelling narratives have made him a respected voice in contemporary Indian literature and theatre. Let me take you through a brief presentation on Mr. Rana, the man.
राम राज्य, वो पुस्तक जिसने लोकप्रियता के नए आसमान छुए. एक ऐसे मशहूर अभिनेता की पुस्तक जो हिंदी के सुप्रसिद्ध लेखक भी हैं. पुस्तक राम राज्य का दर्शन और अपने गृह अंचल बुंदेलखंड की ठेठ बोली में रचा उनका व्यंग्य संग्रह मौन मुस्कान की मार के लाखों पाठक हैं. आशुतोष राणा, जाने माने अभिनेता, लेखक, चिंतक, आध्यात्मिक और सामाजिक विचारक. अपनी सफलताओं को गुरु कृपा मानने वाले समर्पित शिष्य, परिवार के लाडले राणा जी और एक बेहद संवेदनशील पति, पिता, पुत्र और मित्र. मध्य प्रदेश के छोटे लेकिन बड़े सांस्कृतिक नगर गाडरवाड़ा में एक असाधारण परिवार में जन्मे आशुतोष राणा एनएसडी दिल्ली के होनहार कलाकार हैं. उनके अभिनय की शुरुआत छोटे पर्दे से हुई, लेकिन वहां उन्होंने बड़े बड़े कीर्तिमान रचे और जब बड़े पर्दे पर आए तो यहां भी अपने अनूठे अभिनय के साथ साथ हिंदी का परचम भी बुलंद किया. फिल्मों के अपने शुरुआती दिनों में ही बेस्ट एक्टर इन नेगेटिव रोल के लिए लगातार 2 बार फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड से नवाजे गए. हिंदी के अलावा तमिल, तेलुगु, कन्नड़, मराठी और बांग्ला फिल्मों में भी अपने दमदार अभिनय की एक अलग छाप छोड़ी. हाल ही में उन्हें फिल्म पगलेट के लिए बेस्ट सपोर्टिंग एक्टर के फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड से नवाजा गया है. 3 दशक की अपनी अभिनय यात्रा के बाद वे आज भी व्यस्ततम अभिनेताओं में से एक हैं. फिर भी पढ़ने लिखने के लिए समय को साधने का कौशल वे खूब सीख चुके हैं और उनसे जो सीखा जा सकता है उसकी फहरिस्त सपनों से संघर्ष तक, कला से कामयाबी तक, अनुभव से अभिव्यक्ति तक, दृश्य से दर्शन तक और संस्कारों से समर्पण तक कहीं समाप्त नहीं होती.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this era of rapid change, the real education is in the empowerment of minds that possess knowledge, have the wisdom to think critically, and thereby contribute meaningfully to the collective growth of man and mankind. It is so befitting, therefore, that this afternoon we have Mr. Ashutosh Rana to lend his thoughts on today's theme, Vidya, Vivek, Vikas, the triad for the 21st century education. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ashutosh Rana on stage in conversation with Ms. Anju Arora.
आगे पीछे होऊंगा चलेगा ना? ओके।
एक बार पुनः अभिनंदन मंच पर श्री आशुतोष जी का। चाइल्ड एजुकेशन सोसाइटी द्वारा आयोजित चौथे वार्षिक शैक्षिक समागम विद्या उत्सव के इस चर्चा सत्र में मैं श्रीमती अंजू अरोड़ा आशुतोष राणा जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ। आज के मुख्य वक्ता के रूप में आप हमें अपने विचारों से और हमारे दर्शकगण को लाभान्वित करेंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
सबसे पहले तो मैं आदरणीय निखिल सर, आप विश्वास कीजिए मैं इस अपेक्षा से नहीं आया था, और ये इतना अभिभूत करने वाला आपने वातावरण हमें प्रस्तुत किया कि मेरे मन में इच्छा हुई कि काश इस समय मैं विद्यार्थी होता और मेरी उम्र होती और मैं बाल भारती में शामिल हो जाता। तो ये आपकी भी हो रही होगी इच्छा। तो अब हम लोग एक काम करेंगे सर कि एक वृद्ध भारती का भी निर्माण करेंगे जिसमें हम लोग बाकायदा इन्हीं लोगों से पढ़ सकें, क्योंकि आप विश्वास कीजिए इतना अभिभूत हूँ। और सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि जो मानवीय मूल्य या पशु को मनुष्य प्रकृति में हम देखें तो हम सब प्रजातियां ही हैं। ऐसा ही है कि कुछ पेड़ पौधों की प्रजातियां होती हैं तो कुछ जानवरों की प्रजातियां होती हैं। ऐसा कहा जाता है कि 20 लाख स्थावर जानो, 9 लाख सब जलचर मानो, और 11 लक्ष कूर्म कवि गाए, पक्षीगण 10 लाख बताए, और 30 लाख पशु जानो भाई, 4 लाख बंदर दुखदाई, और जब ये 84 कट जावें तब जाकर हम मानुस तन पावें। ये वाली जो बात है, तो वो क्या वजह है कि हमारे, मैं क्षमा चाहता हूं मैम आपने सवाल
सर, आपकी कर्णप्रिय मधुर वाणी सुनने के लिए मैं बैठी हूँ
जी।
आप बोले और मैं निहारती रहूं।
तो क्या क्या वजह है कि हम, कुछ लोग उसको परमात्मा कहते हैं, हम जैसे लोग, कुछ लोग उसको प्रकृति कहते हैं, कुछ लोग उसको विज्ञान कहते हैं, जो जिसको जैसा भी कहना चाहें, लेकिन हम ये मान के चलते हैं कि कोई है जो हमसे बड़ा है, और कोई है जो संपूर्ण है, कोई है जो हमें नियंत्रित करता है, कोई है जो हमारा निर्माण करता है। लेकिन ये क्या कारण रहा कि हम और आप ये सुनते थे कि देवता भी मनुष्य का जन्म लेने के लिए तरसते हैं? ऐसी कौन सी वजह होगी? और वो ये वजह आज जब जितना भी हमने आपका सर स्कूल का फंक्शन देखा, आप विश्वास कीजिए मेरा इस बात में मत और दृढ़ हो गया है कि हम पशु से पशुपति की श्रेणी में आए ही इसलिए हैं क्योंकि हमें साहित्य, संगीत और कला का वरदान प्राप्त है। अन्यथा आहार, निद्रा, भय, मैथुन ये तो पशुओं के अंदर भी होता है और ये हमारे अंदर भी है। लेकिन क्या वजह रही कि हम पशु होते हुए भी हम पशुपति की स्थिति में आ गए? क्योंकि यही एक बात है और इसमें मेरा दृढ़ मत हो गया, क्योंकि ये कहा भी जाता है कि साहित्य संगीत कला विहीनो साक्षात पशु पुच्छ विषाणहीन, तृणम न खादन अपि जीव मानस तद भागदेयम परमम पशु नाम। मतलब अगर साहित्य संगीत और कला से विहीन जो व्यक्ति होता है वो पशुवत होता है, और पशुओं का ये परम सौभाग्य होता है कि वो वैसा व्यक्ति घास नहीं खाता। तो ये जो अद्भुत बात है कि आपने बच्चों के व्यक्तित्व के लिए, और जो कि विद्या का प्रथम उद्देश्य भी होता है, मुझे आपका ये जो हंस वाली जो बात है मुझे इतनी अद्भुत लगी कि आपने देखिए अपना अपना मोटो जो है वो हंस को बनाया। हंस के अंदर जो वृत्ति होती है वो शीर नीर विवेक की जो क्षमता होती है कि उसके सामने आप नीर और शीर को दोनों को मिला के रख दो तो हंस अपनी वृत्ति के माध्यम से वो उसमें से शीर उठाएगा और नीर को वो अलग कर देगा। तो ये कितनी अद्भुत बात है कि आप अपने बच्चों के लिए, आप अपने विद्यार्थियों के लिए कहीं ना कहीं इस दिशा में बढ़ रहे हैं, और बढ़ रहे हैं तो ये हमारे जन्म को सार्थक लेने की बात होती है। और मैं सचमुच बहुत अभिभूत हूँ, आनंदित हूँ। और एक बात और चर्चा की शुरुआत में ही कह देना चाहता हूं। मैंने ये जो परफॉर्मेंस देखी आपकी बच्चों की, जिसमें कथक भी था, कथकली भी थी, उस वो कला भी थी जिसमें बैले भी था, ओडिसी भी थी, कुचिपुड़ी भी, ये सारे डांस फॉर्म थे। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि इसको सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये इतना क्लासिकल था और इसके अंदर इतनी व्यावसायिक परिपक्वता थी कि आप सिर्फ इसे अपने ऑडिटोरियम तक सीमित मत रखिए, इसके आप टिकटेड शोज करने चाहिए। सिर्फ इसमें आपको ये अंतर करना चाहिए, ये इसमें सिर्फ एक चीज जोड़ दीजिए कि अभी सिर्फ और सिर्फ संगीत है, लेकिन जितना संगीत का महत्व होता है, जितना पद्य का महत्व होता है, उतना ही गद्य का महत्व भी होता है। क्योंकि कोई भी कथा चलती ही तब है जब उस कथा को देखकर हमारी व्यथा का समाधान हमें मिल जाए। तो इसके अंदर वैसी कुछ कथाओं को जोड़िए और इसमें पद्य को भी मिलाइए, गद्य को भी मिलाइए, और उसके बाद इस परफॉर्मेंस को, अब जैसे मैं देख रहा था तो मुझे लगा कि इसमें कौन कौन सी चीज़ें हो सकती हैं जो हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों में हैं। रामायण की कथा हो सकती है, वो तो हो ही रही है, लेकिन मैं अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी नहीं मारूंगा, क्योंकि मैं खुद रामायण की कथा कर रहा हूँ। और अगर कहीं आप लोग उतर आए रामायण की उस कथा को लेकर देखकर, तो हमारे राम कौन देखेगा। हालांकि हालांकि हमारा ये कि अब 400 शो हमारे हो गए हैं, तो अब हम ये हो सकते हैं कि हम बिसिल ब्लोअर के नाम से जाने जाएं, तो उसमें लोग कहेंगे कि देखिए आपके हमारे राम को देखकर बच्चों ने भी ऐसा प्रयास किया है, तो उसमें हमें ही श्रेय मिलेगा। लेकिन हम उसमें, लेकिन महाभारत के ऐसे कई सारे प्रसंग हैं, कीचक वध है अगर आप देखें, या मान लीजिए कि अगर हम रामायण में भी जाएं तो हम जो अंतिम दिवस है राम और रावण के युद्ध का, और जो अगर आप राम राज्य पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें आप जाएंगे तो देखेंगे कि मंदोदरी और रावण के बीच में संवाद है कि रावण अपने घर से बाहर निकल रहा है अंतिम दिन युद्ध के लिए, और वो अपनी पत्नी को उस दिन अपने साथ महारुद्राभिषेक के लिए रखता है और मंदिर से कहता है कि आज तुम मेरा युद्धक श्रृंगार करो, मुझे युद्ध में सजा कर मुझे भेजो। क्यों? क्योंकि आज जो है जीवन में, जीवन की प्रथम रात्रि में पति अपनी पत्नी का श्रृंगार करता है, लेकिन उस श्रृंगार में श्रृंगार का भाव होता है, और आज तुम मेरा श्रृंगार करो, लेकिन इस श्रृंगार में युद्ध का भाव होना चाहिए। तो जो सजाने की बात है, तो आप उस कथा को भी कहीं ना कहीं इस जो बच्चों ने परफॉर्म किया है, तो बहुत अभिनंदन सर, बहुत बधाइयाँ। आप अगर देखिए, अभी तो हमारी आपकी रिश्तेदारी हुई है, एक दूसरे की कुंडली आज मिली है, तो अगर हमारी इस मिली हुई कुंडली का हमको और आपको अगर इस्तेमाल करना हो तो आपको पूरा अधिकार है सर। आप मुझे ऐसा मान के चलिए कि आपको जब भी कभी मेरी किसी सलाह की, मेरे सहयोग की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, मैं निश्चित रूप से, क्योंकि देखिए है आपका शिक्षण संस्थान, लेकिन आपने कला के प्रदर्शन करे। यहाँ पे हमसे पहले आपने कोई ये बात नहीं करी कि हमारे बच्चे इतने परसेंट लाते हैं और उनकी किताबों में इतनी रुचि है और इतना मार्क है और ऐसा ऐसा होता है। मतलब आपने बच्चों को, आपने चेतनाओं को व्यवसायी नहीं, व्यक्ति बनाने की तरफ जोर दिया है। कहीं ना कहीं आप मेरे उस मूल भाव के साथ कहीं ना कहीं आप जुड़ते हैं कि व्यवसाय क्या होता है। व्यवसाय तो व्यक्तित्व का एक हिस्सा होता है, लेकिन आज का दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण दौर ऐसा चल रहा है कि हमने व्यवसाय को ही व्यक्तित्व बना लिया है, कि कोई व्यक्ति होता है तो उसका व्यवसाय पहले चलता है और उसका व्यक्तित्व पीछे चलता है। और वही कारण रहा एक आशुतोष के लिए मेरे अपने जीवन में, कि मैंने अपने व्यक्ति को आगे रखने का प्रयास किया और व्यवसाय को पीछे रखने का। और यही कारण रहा कि अभिनय के साथ साथ लिखना भी शुरू किया। और अभिनय के जितने भी क्षेत्र होते हैं, जितने भी क्षेत्र होते हैं, चाहे वो सिनेमा हो, चाहे टेलीविज़न हो, ओटीटी हो, इनके ऊपर तो हमने, और अब थिएटर है तो इनके ऊपर तो मैं परफॉर्म करता ही हूँ। लेकिन अभिव्यक्ति के जितने भी माध्यम होते हैं, चाहे वो आपका रेडियो हो तो रेडियो के ऊपर भी हमने काम किया। हर जिसको कहा जाए लिखना, अभिव्यक्ति, तो किताबें भी लिख दी, अखबार में भी लिखने का प्रयास किया। और इसके पीछे सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये बात थी कि आप मेरे व्यवसाय को लेकर कंफ्यूज हो जाइए और व्यक्ति को लेकर आप निश्चित हो जाइए कि ये व्यक्ति ऐसा है कि जिसके विभिन्न किस्म के व्यवसाय हैं और हर किस्म में कोई ना कोई काम कर सकता है। तो आपने व्यक्ति के निर्माण के ऊपर जो जोर दिया, आपने व्यक्तित्व के निर्माण के ऊपर जोर दिया। और जब भी कभी मैं बैठे बैठे दो सोच रहा था सर, कि जब भी कभी हम एनुअल फंक्शन करते हैं तो हम एनुअल फंक्शन में सांस्कृतिक प्रस्तुतियां ही करते हैं, लेकिन इसके बाद भी सांस्कृतिक प्रस्तुतियों को या हमारी जो सांस्कृतिक वृत्ति है उसकी तरफ पूरे जीवन हम कभी ध्यान नहीं देते हैं। और बच्चों को हम स्कूलों में तो अव्वल आने की तरफ जोर देते हैं कि वो कक्षाओं में परीक्षाओं में अव्वल आएं, और परीक्षाओं में अव्वल आने के पश्चात भी वो बच्चे जिंदगी में अवसाद से भरे होते हैं, वो फेलियर के भाव से भरे होते हैं कि परीक्षाओं में तो हम अव्वल आते रहे, लेकिन क्या कारण रहा कि हम जिंदगी में अव्वल नहीं आ पाए, हमारे पास जो क्षमताएं थी। तो मुझे ये जान के बड़ा आनंद हुआ कि बाल भारती का विजन और बाल भारती की जो रुचि है, बाल भारती का जो जोर है, और आप सब, मुझे यहाँ पे टीचर्स बैठे हुए हैं और कुछ पेरेंट्स भी हैं, या सिर्फ टीचर्स?
शिक्षकगण,
शिक्षक ही,
शिक्षक समाज।
शिक्षक समाज काहे को, हम तो ये कहें कि शिक्षक जो होता है वो जन्मदाता होता है, क्योंकि शिक्षकों के लिए एक प्रार्थना भी है, एक निवेदन भी है और एक इच्छा भी है कि ऐसा पाठ पढ़ाना जग को अनाचार जग से मिट जाए। ये आप लोगों के लिए है कि ऐसा पाठ पढ़ाना जग को अनाचार जग से मिट जाए, और मिटे स्वर्ग की असत कल्पना, शाश्वत स्वर्ग भूमि पर आए, और तुम भूखे भगवान तुम्हारे चरणों में ईश्वर मिलते हैं। आप लोग, कि तुम भूखे भगवान तुम्हारे चरणों में ईश्वर मिलते हैं, और तुम अंतस के माली, तुमसे फूल जिंदगी के खिलते हैं। और मैं भूलूं, हम विद्यार्थी हैं, मैं भूलूं मेरी भूलों पर तुम उदास ना होना। हम गलतियां करेंगे, लेकिन उन गलतियों से आप उदास मत होइएगा। तो मैं भूलूं मेरी भूलों पर तुम उदास ना होना, और तुम शिक्षक विद्वान, तुम्हारी प्रतिभा से लोहा भी सोना। तो ये चूंकि आपकी क्षमता है, और मैंने देखा, देखिए, मैं शिक्षकों को, एक तो होता है मूर्तिकार और एक होता है शिल्पकार। दोनों ही मूर्तियां बनाते हैं कि नहीं? लेकिन क्या अंतर होता है मूर्तिकार और शिल्पकार में? मूर्तियां तो दोनों ही बना रहे हैं। मूर्तिकार जो होता है वो बाहर का वेस्ट लाके उसमें टेस्ट पैदा करता है, उसको आकार देता है। और शिल्पकार जो होता है, जो पत्थर में निहित मूर्ति को देख लेता है और उसके वेस्ट को वो निकाल के उसके अंदर जो होता है उसे वो प्रत्यक्ष कर देता है। तो वो एक वेस्ट निकालने का काम करता है और दूसरा वेस्ट को जोड़ने का काम करता है। इसलिए अगर हम और आप देखें तो शिल्प कलाओं की आयु लंबी रही है, मूर्तियों की आयु लंबी नहीं होती। तो आप लोग शिल्पकार की श्रेणी में आते हैं कि हम जैसे पत्थरों के अंदर आप मूर्ति देख लेते हैं, और उस मूर्ति को देखने के पश्चात आपको लगता है कि ये जो है ये अन्यथा है। इस वेस्ट को अगर हम अपनी छेनी हथौड़ी से निकाल देंगे तो फिर जो व्यक्त होगा वो इसके अंदर का सौंदर्य होगा, इसके अंदर की प्रतिभा होगी, इसके अंदर का जो रूप है वो हमने जगत के सामने लाके खड़ा कर दिया। तो शिक्षकों को मैं शिल्पकार की श्रेणी में रखता हूं कि आपके हिस्से में पत्थर आते हैं, घनश्याम जी की बटैया आई और पता लगा कि आप अपने छेनी हथौड़े रख के बैठे हुए हैं, और आपने देख लिया प्रत्येक पत्थर में एक नई मूर्ति होती है। शिल्पकार की ये विशेषता होती है कि वो रिप्लिका नहीं बनाता। मूर्तियों के रिप्लिका बन सकते हैं, लेकिन जो शिल्प कलाएं होती हैं, जो शिल्पकार होता है वो एज इट इज नहीं बना सकता। उसमें तो प्रत्येक पत्थर के अंदर जो एक नवीनता होती है, जो उसका अपना सौंदर्य होता है, उसकी छेनी हथौड़ी, उसकी विवेक, जो कि आपने कहा कि विद्या विवेक और विकास की जो बात है, तो विद्या उसकी जो विद्या होती है जिसमें वो सिद्ध होता है, वो अपने विवेक से उसके अंदर के जो सौंदर्य है उसका जो मूल रूप है उसको देखता है और फिर अपनी छहनी हथौड़ी के माध्यम से उसको विकसित करके समाज के सामने प्रस्तुत कर देता है, उपस्थित कर देता है। तो मैं शिक्षकों को निश्चित रूप से मैं बिल्कुल वैसा ही मानता हूँ। ये निकाल लो, क्योंकि इसके मुताबिक मुझे अपने आप को एडजस्ट करना पड़ रहा है बार बार, जो कि मंच की अशिष्टता की श्रेणी में आता है। तो अब इसको अपन ऐसा कर देते हैं और ये अब हाथ में है। तो आप सबको और आपसे मिलके मैं विश्वास करो कीजिएगा, मैं बहुत आनंदित हुआ उन बच्चों के ऊपर, इन शिक्षकों के ऊपर अपने अपने काम को लेके गर्व की भावना है। मैंने एक भी टीचर को जबरदस्ती मुस्कुराते हुए नहीं देखा। हालांकि आप भय में ताली बजाएंगे ये मैं जानता हूं, क्योंकि कभी कभी हम अनुशासन के कारण हम भय को हम अनुशासन की श्रेणी में रखते हैं कि नहीं, हमारे बॉस सामने बैठे हैं या हमारे हमारे जो आदरणीय हैं वो हमारे बाजू में बैठे हैं, तो कहीं ज़्यादा खेल खिला लूँ या ज़्यादा ताली बजा दूँ तो कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि अशिष्टता की श्रेणी में आए। लेकिन आपकी शक्लों के ऊपर जब से मैं घुसा हूँ, मैंने जो देखा, आप विश्वास कीजिए, मैंने इतना आनंद, इतना आह्लाद आप सबकी शक्ल के ऊपर देखा और मुझे लगा कि जिनके शिक्षक ऐसे आनंदित और आह्लादित हैं, उनके संपर्क में आने वाले विद्यार्थी कितने आह्लादित और आनंदित आनंदित होते होंगे। तो ये इसका पूरा का पूरा श्रेय मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी व्यवस्था, कोई भी परंपरा नीचे से ऊपर नहीं जाती, ऊपर से नीचे की तरफ आती है। चाहे वो ज्ञान हो, ज्ञान की भी प्रकृति ऊपर से नीचे की होती है और जल की भी प्रकृति ऊपर से नीचे की होती है। तो ये जो ऊपर बैठे हुए श्री निखिल सर हैं, मुझे लगता है कि ये स्वयं भी अपने आप में वैसे ही होंगे। और अब निखिल सर क्या अकेले काम कर सकते हैं? अगर किसी मनुष्य के जीवन में कठिन स्त्री आ जाए तो वो उसकी, अगर मनुष्य के जीवन में कठिन स्त्री आ जाए तो वो बंदरगाह पे तूफान की जैसी होती है, और अगर सरल स्त्री आ जाए तो वो तूफान में बंदरगाह के जैसी होती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आपकी ये जो ऊर्जा है उसके पीछे जो स्रोत आपको मिल रहा होगा वो आपकी जो धर्मपत्नी है, जो इस समय आपके बाजू में बैठी हुई हैं और बामांग पे बैठी हुई हैं। देखिए, ये बायां अंग क्यों कहा जाता है? अचानक मुझे लगा कि राम और रावण का युद्ध हो रहा था और अचानक परमात्मा श्री राम ने बाएं हाथ में धनुष पकड़ते तो दाएं हाथ से निकाला, तो बायां हाथ उनका दाएं हाथ से बोलता है कि दान धर्म सन्मान में सदा रहत अगवान। जब भी हम दान करते हैं, धर्म करते हैं, तो हम क्या करते हैं? दाएं हाथ से करते हैं। तो बाएं हाथ कह रहा है दाएं हाथ से रामचंद्र जी के कि दान धर्म सन्मान में सदा रहत अगवान, और अब क्यों पीछे हटत हो, देख दशानन बाण। तो दशानन के बाणों को देखकर तुम पीछे की तरफ जा रहे हो। तो मेरे मन में ये विचार आया था कि क्यों बाएं हाथ में होता होगा धनुष, और क्यों वामंग कहा गया स्त्री को? क्योंकि बायां हाथ जो होता है वो स्थिरता का प्रतीक होता है, और दायां हाथ जो होता है वो बल का प्रतीक होता है। तो ऐसे किसी भी बल का कोई महत्व नहीं है यदि उसे स्थिरता के कोदंड के ऊपर ना रखा जाए। और अगर कोदंड स्थिर नहीं है तो आप कितना ही बल लगा लीजिए, आपके माध्यम से छोड़ा गया बाण कभी भी आपके लक्ष्य को भेद नहीं सकता है। तो लक्ष्य को भेदने के लिए जितना महत्व बल का होता है, उससे कहीं अधिक महत्व स्थिरता का होता है। तो इसलिए स्त्रियों को वामांगी कहा गया है। शास्त्रोक्त परिभाषा कुछ और होगी, मैं उसमें नहीं पढ़ता, क्योंकि मैं शास्त्रों को, शास्त्र होते किस लिए हैं? वो हमारे जीवन का बोझ हल्का करने के लिए होते हैं। और अगर हमारे जीवन के शास्त्र ही बोझ हो जाएं तो फिर बहुत स्थिति गड़बड़ हो जाती है। एक गुरुजी थे, एक शिष्य था मैम,
सर मुझे आज
शिष्य था।
समझ में आ गया कि फिल्मों में ये गाना क्यों बनता है।
राणा जी मुझको माफ करना, बोल नहीं थे। देखिए, मैं मन की बात भी पढ़ लेता हूँ। एक नहीं, मगर पर्ची नहीं निकालूंगा, मन की बात पढ़ लेता हूँ बस, क्योंकि मेरा इस चीज में अखंड विश्वास है कि शब्दों को अधरों पर रखकर मन का भेद न खोलो। मैं आंखों से सुन सकता हूँ, तुम आंखों से बोलो।
बहुत चर्चित
तो
पंक्तियां हैं आपकी।
वो जो है उसमें मेरा अखंड विश्वास है। तो मैं जो एक एक कथा, चूंकि बात वो शास्त्रों की चल रही है कि हमारे जीवन में जो शास्त्र होते हैं वो हमारे जीवन का बोझ हल्का करने के लिए होते हैं, लेकिन अगर शास्त्र बोझ बन जाएं तो फिर बड़ी संकट होती है, बड़ा बड़ा संकट हमारे जीवन में आता है। तो बाल भारती की जो परंपरा है वो क्या है, वो शास्त्र जीवन का बोझ हल्का करने के लिए बनाते हैं। तो ऐसे ही मैं भी अपने शास्त्रों को जीवन का बोझ हल्का करने के लिए अपने हिसाब से उनको, उनके बारे में विचार करता हूँ। तो एक गुरुजी थे, उनका बड़ा पट्ट शिष्य था, बहुत, मतलब कि गुरु के मुंह से निकला हुआ शब्द उसके लिए बिल्कुल ब्रह्म वाक्य के जैसा होता था। तो एक दिन उस शिष्य को यात्रा करनी थी, तो शिष्य ने गुरुजी को फोन किया, बोले गुरुदेव यात्रा है, कैसा करें। तो गुरुदेव ने कहा कि बेटा रास्ता बहुत लंबा है, घोड़ा साथ में ले लेना। शिष्य ने कहा ठीक है, घोड़ा ले लेते हैं। अब शिष्य की यात्रा शुरू हुई और जैसे जैसे यात्रा बढ़ती जा रही थी, शिष्य का दिमाग अपने गुरु के ऊपर खराब होता जा रहा था। जो बिल्कुल उनका अनन्य भक्त था वो इतना उत्तेजित होने लगा कि कितना मूर्ख आदमी हूं मैं, कि मैंने कितने मूर्ख आदमी को अपना गुरु बनाया। बेहतर होता मैं इसकी बात नहीं मानता, लेकिन अब मैं इसके पास पहुंचूंगा और सबसे पहले मैं इस गुरु को सबक सिखाऊंगा क्यों मैंने इसकी बात मानी। पसीने पसीने, लत पत, बिल्कुल जितना शरीर के अंदर शक्ति होती थी वो इतना क्लांत हो गया, इतना परेशान हो गया कि जब हमारी शक्ति समाप्त होती है तो हमारे अंदर इरिटेशन और बढ़ता है। और खास करके यदि हमने किसी अन्य की इच्छा से ये काम किया हो तो उस व्यक्ति के प्रति पूरा का पूरा जब इरिटेशन बढ़ता है तो रोष जो है हमारी कुंठा क्रोध में बदलकर उस व्यक्ति के ऊपर टारगेटेड हो जाती है और हम उस व्यक्ति को नष्ट करना चाहते हैं। तो शिष्य पहुंचा जैसे ही गुरु के पास और उसने कहा कि यार, मतलब शिष्य की हालत देख के गुरुजी तुरंत समझ गए कि मामला क्या है, लेकिन बोले नहीं, क्योंकि जो लोग पहले समझते हैं उनको कभी भी सामने वाले के बोलने के पहले नहीं बोलना चाहिए। ये व्यवस्था का या किसी भी, जिसको हम कहते हैं कि मैनेजमेंट का बड़ा प्रमुख गुण होता है। इसलिए जब अगर कभी आप निखिल सर के पास कंप्लेन लेके पहुंचते होंगे, ऐसा नहीं है कि आप ही पहुंचे, आपके पहुंचने से पहले वो कंप्लेन पहुंच चुकी है, वो समस्या पहुंच चुकी है, लेकिन वो बहुत धैर्यपूर्वक आपकी बात को और आपको बोलने को बहुत मौका देते होंगे ताकि आप बोल लें। और बोलने के बाद वो उस समय बहुत ध्यान से सुन के कि जैसे फर्स्ट टाइम ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मेरे कान में पड़ रही है और फिर मैं अब आपको सजेस्ट कर रहा हूँ। तो जो अच्छे व्यवस्थापन की जो सूत्र होता है वो यही होता है कि समझने के बाद भी कभी भी मत बोलिए, पहले सुनिए। तो शिष्य ने बहुत दिमाग खराब करके कहा कि गुरुजी, यार आप संसार के सबसे बड़े मूर्ख आदमी हैं। गुरु ने कहा अच्छा ठीक है, बोले इससे बेहतर तो मैं तुम्हारी बात ही नहीं मानता, मेरी यात्रा सुखद होती। बोले बेटा क्या हुआ। बोले तुमने मुझसे कहा कि रास्ता लंबा है, घोड़ा साथ में ले ला, मैंने घोड़ा साथ में ले लिया। तो बोले बेटा अब एक बात बताओ, तुम घोड़े पे बैठे थे कि तुमने घोड़े को अपने कंधे पे रखा हुआ था। बोले अरे गुरु का आदेश है और गुरु ने अगर आदेश दिया तो मैं उसके ऊपर कैसे बैठ सकता हूं, मैंने उसको अपने कंधे पर उठा के रख लिया। तो ऐसे ही हमारे जीवन में भी हमारे गुरुओं ने हमें परम घोड़े दिए हैं, बहुत सारे शास्त्र दिए हैं ताकि वो अपने जीवन का बोझ हल्का कर सकें। लेकिन चूंकि गुरु आज्ञा है, लेकिन चूंकि बड़ों की आज्ञा है, इसलिए हमने उन शास्त्रों को अपने सर के ऊपर बोझ बना लिया है। इसलिए वो हमारा श्रम समाप्त करने की अपेक्षा, हमारी क्लांति समाप्त करने की अपेक्षा हमारी क्लांति, हमारी थकान में वृद्धि कर देते हैं। तो मैंने, इसलिए मैं शास्त्रों को बिल्कुल अपने हिसाब से लेता हूं। तो बात कहां चल रही थी मैडम?
सर
ये
मैं तो
बात
चर्चा
कहाँ
का
से
विषय ही
निकल
भूल
के
गई।
आई? मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ, ऐसा होता रहेगा, क्योंकि क्योंकि मैं कोई नोट्स बना के नहीं आता। मैं कभी भी मैं स्पॉन्टिनिटी में विश्वास रखता हूँ, और मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि हर पल का अपना एक सत्य होता है, और सत्य जब आपके लिए अपरिचित है तो आप भी उस सत्य के लिए अपरिचित रहिए। जब दो अपरिचित लोग आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ मिलते हैं तो उनका अपरिचय परिचय में रूपांतरित होता है, और कभी कभी वो परिचय सुपरिचय में रूपांतरित हो जाता है, और वो सुपरिचय बंधुत्व की दिशा में आपको ले जाता है। और दुनिया के सारे रिश्ते भले ही समाप्त हो जाएं, लेकिन बंधुत्व का रिश्ता कभी समाप्त नहीं होता। इसलिए मैं समय के साथ बंधुत्व के भाव से बंधे रहना चाहता हूं, इस वजह से मैं कभी कोई नहीं करता, और मैं कहीं कोई तो मैं बीच बीच में भूलता रहूंगा, ऐसा चलता रहेगा। लेकिन मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आपने तो मुझसे ज़्यादा कमज़ोर बच्चों को माफ़ किया है, तो मुझे भी माफ़ कर रहे होंगे। ऐसा मैं ये मान के चलता हूँ कि आपके हिस्से में बहुत से बच्चे बिल्कुल रॉ मटेरियल मिला होगा, तो जब आपने उनको बड़ा किया है तो एक थोड़ी सी मान लीजिए कि कोई भंगित मूर्ति मिल जाएगी तो आप उसको भी माफ़ कर देंगे। तो मैं जो बात कह रहा था कि आपका ये जो ट्रेनिंग की पॉलिसी और तरीका देख के मैं सत्य ही इस बात से प्रसन्न हूँ, क्योंकि होता क्या है कि बच्चे भी बड़े दुखी दिखते हैं। पाठशालाओं में जाएं आप, और शिक्षक तो दुखी दिखते ही हैं, क्योंकि क्या होता है कि ऐसा माना जाता है कि यार हमारे श्रम के हिसाब से हमको तनख्वाह नहीं मिल रही। लेकिन आज मैं यहाँ पे ये कह सकता हूँ कि आप सबकी शक्लें यहाँ पर बैठे ऊपर वालों की तो नहीं दिख रही, लेकिन नीचे वालों की देख के मैं ऊपर वाले का अंदाज लगा सकता हूँ, क्योंकि ये जगत भी हम नीचे वालों को देखकर ऊपर वाले का अंदाज लगाता है कि हमारे व्यवहार से ही हम भले ही कह दें कि हम ब्रह्मा जी की संतान हैं, हमारे पूर्वज ब्रह्मा जी थे, ये जगत क्यों हमारी बात नहीं मानता भारत की? क्यों? क्योंकि हम वो डार्विन की बात मान लेता है। डार्विन क्या कहता है जी? लेकिन हमारी डार्विन की वो वैज्ञानिक बात मान लेता है, लेकिन हमारी आत्मिक और आध्यात्मिक बात नहीं मानता ये जगत। क्यों? वो देखता है कि इनकी हरकतें बंदरों टाइप हैं, और ये कह रहे हैं कि हमारे बाप जो थे वो ब्रह्मा थे। तो ब्रह्मा जी की जो संतान अगर हम हैं, तो वो तभी ये जगत मानेगा जब वो हमारे अंदर ब्रह्मोचित आचरण हमारे अंदर देखेगा, कि जैसे ब्रह्मोचित आचरण अगर वो हमारे, तो ऐसे ही नीचे वालों को देखकर ऊपर वालों की फितरत का अंदाज लगाया जाता है कि नीचे वाले अगर आनंदित हैं तो ऊपर वाले तो निश्चित रूप से परम आनंदित ही होंगे। तो मैं ये देख रहा हूँ, मैं ये कह पा रहा हूँ कि इनमें से एक भी शक्ल मुझे अभी तक ऐसी दिखाई नहीं दी जिसके मन में ये लगता हो कि शिक्षा मेरा व्यवसाय है। मुझे लगता है कि आप सबकी शक्ल बिल्कुल वैसी ही है कि शिक्षा हमारा व्यवसाय भले ही है, लेकिन शिक्षा जो है वो हमारा आनंद है। हमें पढ़ाते हुए आनंद आता है, और आनंद चूंकि आता है तो व्यवसाय तो बाय प्रोडक्ट होता है कि आप गेहूं बोएंगे तो भूसा तो अपने आप मिल जाएगा। तो आप शिक्षा के प्रति आनंदित होने वाली चेतनाएं हैं कि आपके लिए प्रोफेशन नहीं है, कहीं ना कहीं ये आपके लिए पैशन का जैसा काम करता होगा। और आपकी और हमारी कुंडली एक ही है, क्योंकि अभिनय हमारा सिर्फ मात्र पैशन ही नहीं रहा, अभिनय मेरा पैशन भी है, प्रोफेशन भी है, और एजुकेशन भी है कि मैं नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा से पास आउट हूँ। मैं पढ़ने के बाद अपने अभिनय की दुनिया में मैं यहाँ पे आया था। तो ऐसे ही अगर आप लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं तो शिक्षा आपका पैशन भी है, प्रोफेशन भी है, और आपका एजुकेशन भी है। आप सब निष्णात लोग हैं, आप सब लोग जो हैं वो दक्ष लोग हैं, आपने अपने अपने विषय को कहीं ना कहीं सिद्ध किया हुआ है, आप विद्यावान लोग हैं। तो वो जो हमारे राम बहुत सारे लोगों ने देखा हुआ है, तो विद्वान और विद्यावान में और बहुत सारों ने नहीं देखा। तो जिन्होंने देखा है उनकी ठीक है, लेकिन जिन्होंने नहीं देखा, तो विद्वान और विद्यावान में अंतर होता है। विद्वान का मतलब क्या होता है? हाईली क्वालिफाइड व्यक्ति। और विद्यावान किसे कहते हैं? वेल क्वालिफाइड व्यक्ति। तो आप लोग वेल क्वालिफाइड हैं, और इस जगत में हाईली क्वालिफाइड से कहीं अधिक सम्मान वेल क्वालिफाइड लोगों को मिलता है। और आपने जिस तरीके से इन बच्चों को मैंने यहाँ पे देखा, पढ़ाया, बड़ा किया, उससे मुझे लगा कि निश्चित रूप से जब आप इनके अंदर साहित्य, संगीत, कला, संस्कारों के इंजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, आप इनके अंदर एजुकेट कर रहे हैं उनको इस तरीके से, तो निश्चित रूप से कहीं ना कहीं आप इन सब के बहुत अच्छे से आपके हृदय में ये सारी चीज़ें, इनमें आपका विश्वास होगा, ये सिर्फ मात्र आपका व्यवसाय नहीं होगा। तो बहुत 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 धन्यवाद। अ, अ, धन्यवाद इसलिए दे रहा हूँ कि ठीक है कि मेरे बच्चे आपके साथ नहीं पढ़ते, लेकिन मेरे देश के बच्चे तो आपके साथ पढ़ते हैं, है ना। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, क्योंकि क्या है कि हमारा जीवन बच्चों के लिए एग्जाम्पल भी हो सकता है और वार्निंग भी हो सकता है। हमारा जीवन, हम बड़ों का जीवन बच्चों के लिए चेतावनी भी बनता है और उदाहरण भी होता है। क्यों? क्योंकि ये बच्चे हमसे आकर पूछेंगे कि तुम हमसे पहले इस जगत में क्यों आए थे। तो आप अपने कर्म से, आप अपनी ऊर्जा से, आप अपनी विद्या के माध्यम से इन बच्चों को बता रहे हैं कि हम तुमसे पहले जगत में इसलिए आए थे ताकि हम तुम्हें एक अच्छा मनुष्य बना सकें। सफल मनुष्य मुझे नहीं पता, क्योंकि सफलता का कोई पैमाना नहीं होता सर। कोई आदमी अगर मान लीजिए 100 करोड़ रुपए महीने कमाता है, तो अचानक अगले मोड़ पे जाएगा तो उसको पता लग जाएगा, एक और आदमी मिलेगा कि मैं 200 करोड़ रुपए महीने कमाता हूँ, तो अचानक उसको अपने 100 करोड़ के प्रति ग्लानि आ जाएगी। 200 करोड़ वाला वहां से आपसे टकरा के निकलेगा 100 करोड़ वाले को पछाड़ के, तो आपको अचानक 1000 करोड़ वाला व्यक्ति अगले ही चौराहे पे मिल जाएगा कि मैं 1000 करोड़ रुपए दिन कमाता हूँ। तो सफलता का तो कहीं कोई पैमाना नहीं होता, लेकिन सुख या अच्छे का और सच्चे का तो पैमाना निश्चित रूप से होता है कि अगर आप सच्चे हैं तो ये जगत आपको अच्छा निश्चित रूप से मानेगा। तो आप जिन बच्चों का निर्माण कर रहे हैं, तो इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि वो बच्चे सुरक्षित हाथों में हैं।
क्या कहूँ सर, बोलिए। धारा प्रवाह
लिख के तो लाई हैं।
सर, ये सब खराब हो गए।
मतलब बताइए, लिख के लेके आई हैं, इतने सारे पन्ने आपने हाथ
सर,
में रखे
सारे
हैं।
उत्तर आपने इतने
ये सारे सवाल थे ना।
सोने से
देखिए,
खरे
मैंने
शब्दों
क्या
का
कहा
प्रयोग
था
किया आपने।
कि मन पढ़ता हूँ।
एक प्रश्न मेरा, बहुत बेहतरीन शब्द आपने प्रयोग किया कि शिक्षण जो है वो लोहे को पारस बनाने की प्रक्रिया है, और आज इस प्रक्रिया की बहुत सी चुनौतियां हैं। चाहे हम विवेक की बात करें या विद्यार्थियों और शिक्षक के बीच की, हम अपने लक्ष्य की ओर अग्रसर हैं, पर चुनौतियां बहुत हैं। उन चुनौतियों के बारे में आप ऐसे कौन से कारगर उपाय हमें बता सकते हैं कि हम इस
सबसे
दूरी
पहले
को
तो देखिए क्या
कम
होता
कर
है,
सके?
बिल्कुल बताता हूँ। हम लोग फोर्ब्स मैगजीन वगैरह पढ़ते हैं सर। बड़ी वैश्विक स्तर की पत्रिकाएं होती हैं, वो आती हैं, और उसके कवर पेज के ऊपर 10 सफल लोगों के नाम लिखे होते हैं। और उन 10 सफल लोगों के नाम के आगे क्या लिखा होता है? उनका क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं लिखा होता, उनकी वेल्थ लिखी होती है। मतलब धन लिखा होता है। तो ये मैसेज हम जैसे बच्चों के मन में और हम जैसे लोगों के मन में तुरंत पहुंच जाना है कि यदि सफल बनना है इस संसार में, तो मन की बात नहीं, धन की बात के ऊपर विश्वास करो। ये जगत आपके गुण नहीं देखता, आपकी प्रतिभा नहीं देखता, आपकी क्षमताएं नहीं देखता है। वो क्या देखता है? वो आपका धन देखता है। लेकिन भारत को सोने की चिड़िया क्यों कहा जाता था? क्या धन के कारण?
मर्यादा, संस्कारों, समृद्धि,
धर्म के कारण। और धर्म मतलब कर्म कांडों की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं, नीति मूल्यों की बात कर रहा हूं, जीवन मूल्यों की बात कर रहा हूं। आप देखिए ना, हमारे देश की जो विलक्षण परंपरा है कि लोग यहाँ पे लूटने के लिए आते थे और फिर यहीं बस जाते थे। क्या कारण था कि मैं आपको लूटने आऊं? मैं आया तो आपको लूटने ही था सर, आपने मुझे पैसे दिए, मैं बस गया। तो ये है कहीं ना कहीं। तो मेरा मानना यह है कि मन की भाषा बोलना शुरू करें। लोगों को धन की अपेक्षा, धन तो बाय प्रोडक्ट है मैडम, धन तो आएगा ही किसी भी तरीके से। जैसा कि हमने कहा कि अगर आप गेहूं बोएंगे तो आपके पास भूसा तो निकलना ही है जीवन में, लेकिन लक्ष्मी का मतलब क्या होता है? हमारे लक्ष्यों की पूर्ति करने के साधन को हम लक्ष्मी कहते हैं। तो जो साधन है, यदि हमने उसको साध्य बना लिया तो इसमें गलती किसकी होती है? तो ये जो चुनौतियां आ रही हैं वो सिर्फ इसलिए आ रही हैं कि हमारी पूरी की पूरी शिक्षा जो है वो व्यवसाय उन्मुखी हो गई है। हम उसको, लोगों को प्रोफेशनलिज्म, हम उसमें सिर्फ और सिर्फ व्यापार ढूंढने की उनको बुद्धि दे रहे हैं, जबकि हमारी शिक्षा का उद्देश्य व्यवहार ढूंढने की, अपना मूल ढूंढने की दिशा में अगर हम बढ़ जाएंगे तो आप विश्वास कीजिए, अगर व्यवहार के अंतर्गत मैं कोई भी व्यापार करूंगा तो मैं सफल होऊंगा कि असफल होऊंगा इस बात में मुझे रुचि नहीं रहेगी, मुझे परिणामों में रुचि नहीं रहेगी मैडम। फिर मैं यात्रा का आनंद लेने लगूंगा। क्यों? क्योंकि मैं ये जान के चलता हूं कि आनंद प्रक्रिया में होता है, परिणाम में नहीं होता। अगर परिणामों में आनंद होता तो आप विश्वास कीजिए, क्यों हम एक परिणाम को प्राप्त करने के पश्चात अचानक दुखी हो जाते हैं, फिर अगले लक्ष्य की तरफ हम बढ़ जाते हैं। हम उस परिणाम को एंजॉय नहीं कर पाते। क्यों? क्योंकि जब पूरी उस तक पहुंचने के लिए, उसको अचीव करने के लिए हमने अपने पूरी ऊर्जा किस में लगा दी है? उसमें कि माउंट एवरेस्ट की चोटी के ऊपर मुझे चढ़ना है। तो जो अच्छे पर्वतारोही होते हैं वो क्या करते हैं? चोटी को एक बार देख लेते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद वो अपने प्रत्येक कदम के ऊपर पूरा का पूरा कंसंट्रेशन देते हैं, कि प्रत्येक कदम के ऊपर पूरा ध्यान देते हैं। चोटी उनके दिमाग से निकल चुकी होती है। वो तो अपने हिस्से के वर्तमान कदम को बहुत होश हवास के साथ रखते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि वो इस सत्य को जानते हैं कि अगर हमने इस कदम को, इस वर्तमान को यदि हमने होश में नहीं रखा तो विश्वास कीजिए, हमारे वर्तमान की बेहोशी हमारे भविष्य की चोटी से पहुंचना तो छोड़िए, बीच में ही कहीं ना कहीं हमें खाई में पलट देगी और हमें गिरा देगी। तो मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि जो चुनौतियां हैं, और शिक्षकों के हिस्से में तो चुनौतियां आनी ही चाहिए। आप इसको कष्ट में मत लीजिए,
ठीक है ना।
आप इसको इष्ट मानिए। और संसार के जितने भी लोग हुए हैं, आपको कष्ट से ही इष्ट की प्राप्ति हुई है, ध्यान रखिएगा। जिन्होंने भी कष्ट के प्रति अब उनको इष्ट का स्थान दिया है, उनको अपने अभिष्ट की प्राप्ति हो गई है। आपको कठिन तो नहीं लग रहा है शब्द? इष्ट, कष्ट, अभिष्ट। अभिष्ट का मतलब मनोवांछित फल प्राप्त करना, कि हम किसी काम को करते हैं किसी मनोवांछित फल की प्राप्ति के लिए, वो हमारा अभिष्ट हो जाता है और उसकी दिशा में हम बढ़ते हैं। तो मेरा अपना ये मानना है कि बच्चों को बिल्कुल इस तरीके से, उनको सिर्फ व्यापार के लिए मत बनाइए, उनको इस संसार के लिए बनाइए। उनको सिर्फ भोग के लिए मत बनाइए, उनको योग के लिए। योग के मतलब मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि वो जाके साधना करने लगे। साधना का मतलब ही होता है हम और आप क्या कर रहे हैं। हम और आप साधक हैं। हमारे हिस्से में आने वाली तमाम चीज़ों को, परिस्थितियों को, मनस्थिति को साधने का काम हम और आप करते हैं। तो हम साधक हुए कि नहीं हुए? जो अच्छे से साध लेता है उसको लोग सफल लोगों की और सम्मानीय लोगों की श्रेणी में रख देते हैं, और जो अच्छे से नहीं साध पाता उसको लोग सफल और सम्मानीय लोगों की श्रेणी में नहीं रखते। तो हम और आप क्या कर रहे हैं? हम योग का मतलब ही होता है जोड़ना। तो उन बच्चों को जोड़ने की दिशा में बढ़ा दीजिए, और जब आप जोड़ने की दिशा में बढ़ाएंगे तो आप, जिसके पास योग की क्षमता होती है उसी के पास भोग का हुनर होता है, भोग की काबिलियत होती है। अब पता लगा कि मुझे अरबों रुपए मिल जाए, लेकिन अगर मैं बीमार हूँ, आईसीयू में हूँ, और डॉक्टर्स ने इतने ज़्यादा रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगा दिए हैं कि आप ना ये देख सकते हैं, ना वो सूंघ सकते हैं, ना ये खा सकते हैं, आप यहीं रहिए, तो बताइए क्या मैं उसको भोग पाऊंगा? क्या किसी महत्व का है मेरे लिए वो धन? अगर किसी से ये पूछ लिया जाए कि मैं आपको 5 स्टार अस्पताल में ज़िंदगी भर रखना चाहता हूँ, आप वहाँ रहना पसंद करेंगे या आप सामान्य से 2 BHK में बहुत कुशलतापूर्वक रहना पसंद करेंगे? तो यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं सब आदमी कहेगा भैया 5 स्टार में हमें नहीं रहना, अस्पताल में। हमें तो आप 2 BHK में कुशलतापूर्वक, सुखपूर्वक अपने जीवन को जीने की कला सिखा दीजिए और जीने का अवसर प्रदान कर दीजिए। तो मेरा अपना ये मानना है मैम, कि जो चुनौतियाँ आती हैं, सबसे बड़ी चुनौती तो मुझे लगता है जीविकोपार्जन की होती है, क्योंकि शिक्षकों का भी तो जीवन होता है। तो यदि हमारी इच्छाओं के मुताबिक नहीं, हमारी क्षमताओं के मुताबिक हमें देने वाले लोग यदि प्रतिदान देने लगे धन का, तो आप विश्वास कीजिए कि हमारी क्षमताओं में भी निरंतर वृद्धि होती रहेगी। होता ये है मैं जानता हूँ इस बात को कि हमारी क्षमताओं के मुताबिक हमें हमारी सैलरी नहीं मिलती है, हमें प्रतिशत प्रतिदान नहीं मिलता है, तो फिर उससे हमारी क्षमताएं बढ़ने की जगह कुंठित होने लगती हैं, कम होने लगती हैं, और हम भी फिर सैलरी के मुताबिक अपना रिटर्न करने लगते हैं कि इतनी तनख्वाह में इतना ही काम होगा भैया, इससे ज़्यादा काम नहीं होगा। तो यदि इच्छाओं की अपेक्षा हमारी क्षमताओं के मुताबिक यदि हमें प्रतिदान मिलना शुरू हो जाए, तो आप विश्वास कीजिए जैसे जैसे हमें प्रतिदान मिलेगा तो फिर इससे हमारी इच्छा में वृद्धि नहीं होगी, इससे हमारी क्षमता में हम वृद्धि करेंगे। क्यों? क्योंकि हम ये मान के चल रहे हैं कि अब जो रिटर्न मिलने वाला है वो क्षमता के मुताबिक मिलने वाला है। तो बेहतर है कि अगर ज़्यादा रिटर्न चाहिए तो अपनी क्षमता को और विकसित कीजिए, और जब हम अपनी क्षमता को और विकसित करने लगते हैं तो हमारे संपर्क में आने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की क्षमता में विकास होने लगता है। शिक्षित व्यक्ति हम किसे कहते हैं? क्षमतावान व्यक्ति हम किसे कहेंगे? कौन है क्षमतावान व्यक्ति? क्षमतावान व्यक्ति उसे ही कहा जाता है जो अपने संपर्क में आने वाले अक्षम व्यक्ति को भी सक्षम बना दे। ऐसी क्षमता वाले व्यक्ति को आप क्षमतावान व्यक्ति कहेंगे। यदि अपने संपर्क में आने वाले सक्षम व्यक्ति को यदि कोई व्यक्ति अक्षम सिद्ध कर रहा है तो क्या ऐसे व्यक्ति को आप क्षमतावान व्यक्ति की श्रेणी में रखेंगे? जिस व्यक्ति से मिलके हमको बड़ेपन का एहसास हो वही व्यक्ति बड़ा व्यक्ति माना जाता है। जिससे मिलके आपको और हमको छोटेपन का एहसास हो जाए वो व्यक्ति हो सकता है कि धनाढ्य हो, लेकिन वो व्यक्ति बहुत दरिद्र है, बहुत छोटा है, वो बड़ा नहीं है। तो अपने संपर्क में जो छोटी चीजें, माली क्या करता है? हम और आप सब माली ही तो हैं मैम, कि हमने पौधा रोपा, हम उस पौधे के रोपने के साथ ही उसकी नर्सिंग के लिए, उसको बड़ा करने के लिए, उसको नर्चर करने के लिए हम क्या करने लगते हैं? हम उसके इर्द गिर्द टी गार्ड लगा देते हैं, प्रतिदिन उसके पास जाते हैं, उसमें खाद पानी डालते हैं और उसको बड़ा करते हैं। इसीलिए पेड़ बड़ा होने के बाद भी सबसे पहले मालियों को फल देता है, मालियों का उनके ऊपर अधिकार होता है। और जब भी कभी हमारे यहाँ कोई मीठे फल आते हैं तो आप विश्वास कीजिए हम दुकान का नाम नहीं पूछते, हम बाग का नाम पूछते हैं कि ये किस बाग के हैं, ये आम या ये सीताफल या ये सेब, ये किस बाग से हमें मिले हैं। तो कहने का अर्थ मेरा सिर्फ यही है मैडम कि चुनौतियाँ हैं, लेकिन ये सबकी चुनौतियाँ हैं। तो मैं गोधन गजधन अब इससे कैसे निपटा जाए हमारे हिस्से में? क्या हम ये कहें कि क्षमता के मुताबिक तो नहीं मिलेगा हमें, क्योंकि लोगों के पास भी नहीं है, तो क्या करें? तो हमारे बुजुर्गों ने हम लोगों को एक सूत्र दिया है कि गोधन गजधन बाजी धन और रतन धन खान, और जब आवे संतोष धन सब धन धूरी समान। तो हमें संतोष करते हुए जो हमारे हिस्से में है उसको आगे बढ़ते रहना चाहिए। अब पता लगा कि हमारे हिस्से में कभी कभी क्या होता है कि हमें अपनी इच्छा के मुताबिक मिल गया, लेकिन इसके बाद भी हम असंतोष के भाव से भरे होते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारी क्षमता के मुताबिक हमें नहीं मिला है। तो जब आपके संपर्क में आने वाला व्यक्ति, आपके संपर्क में आने वाला प्रतिसाद, आपके संपर्क में आने वाली परिस्थितियां यदि आप असंतुष्ट हैं तो आप विश्वास कीजिए आपके हाथ में आने वाला धन भी असंतुष्टि के भाव से भरा रहेगा, आपके संपर्क में आने वाला व्यक्ति भी असंतुष्टि के भाव से भरा रहेगा, आपके संपर्क में आने वाला समय भी असंतुष्टि के भाव से भरा रहेगा। तो मेरा अपना, इसलिए अपने बुजुर्गों ने ये सारे छोटे छोटे सूत्र हमें दे गए हैं कि उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि गोधन गजधन बाजीधन और रतन धन धान खान जब आवे संतोष धन। वो ये कह रहे हैं सब धन धूरी समान, कि ये सारे धन आपके पास रहें, लेकिन अगर आपके पास इन धनों के रहने के बाद भी अगर संतोष रूपी धन नहीं है तो ये सारे के सारे धन जो हैं वो धूल के जैसे होंगे, वो आपके काम के नहीं है, ना किसी अन्य के काम के हैं। तो इन धन के साथ आपके अंदर इसके प्रति संतोष का भाव अगर हमारे अंदर रहे जीवन में, तो हम देखेंगे कि हमारे संपर्क में आने वाली प्रत्येक परिस्थिति जो है मैम, वो कहीं ना कहीं तो अपने हिस्से बड़ी सफलता प्राप्त करने के लिए क्या बड़ा अवसर सफलता की गारंटी होता है?
जी नहीं।
नहीं ना। तो फिर सफलता की गारंटी क्या है? जो काम हमारे हाथ में है उसे बड़े गरिमापूर्ण तरीके से करने का हुनर ही सफलता की गारंटी होता है। अन्यथा, अब ये बिल्कुल उदाहरण के तौर पे यदि मैं आपको समझाऊं या आपके साथ साझा करूं, मैं यहाँ पे ज्ञान नहीं बांट रहा हूं, मैं यहाँ पे अनुभव साझा कर रहा हूं। जो मुझे आप जैसे ही मित्रों, आप जैसे गुणीजनों, आप जैसे शिक्षकों के माध्यम से मुझे मिलते रहे हैं, जीवन में मिलते हैं। कि मान लीजिए अगर मैं निखिल सर के पास जाऊं और मैं बहुत अच्छा ड्राइवर हूं, मेरी एस्पिरेशन हो, मेरी एम्बिशन क्या है कि मुझे तो मर्सिडीज चलानी है। अब निखिल सर ने तो मेरी क्षमता तो देखी नहीं है। मैं मेरी क्षमता के मुताबिक मेरी इच्छा के मुताबिक मांग रहा हूं, और निखिल सर मुझे मेरी क्षमता के मुताबिक देना चाहेंगे। ऐसे ही होगा। और ये आए कि सर ड्राइवर की नौकरी पे रख लीजिए, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि इनके पास मर्सिडीज है, और ये आए और मुझे 800 पकड़ा दें मारुति, और मैं इससे लाल हो जाऊं कि बताइए, मैं तो मतलब बग्गा साहब के यहाँ इससे बड़ी गाड़ी चलाता था, और इनके पास इसलिए आया क्योंकि एक बड़ी गाड़ी है, और इन्होंने मुझे बिल्कुल छोटी गाड़ी, मतलब जो अप्रेजल के चक्कर में हम लोग नौकरियां बदलते रहते हैं ना, है ना, कि अरे उसने 1000 रुपये ज़्यादा दिए और फिर यहाँ पे 1000 रुपये कम क्यों मिल रहे हैं, तो हम वहाँ पे ज्वाइन नहीं करते। ऐसे ही होता है ना। हम ये कहते हैं कि नहीं, हम फला पोस्ट से आए हैं, हमारे पीछे पोस्ट ये लिखी हुई थी, और इनके स्कूल में या इनके कॉलेज में या इनकी संस्था में तो ये पोस्ट नहीं है। काम वही ले रहे हैं, लेकिन पोस्ट का नाम बहुत छोटा है, उससे छोटा है। ऐसा होता है। तो पता लगा कि मैं उसको, मजबूरी है मेरी, क्योंकि मैं तो बग्गा साहब की नौकरी छोड़ चुका, तो अब मुझे तो ये लेनी पड़ी, और मैं बहुत बदतमीजी से वो गाड़ी चलाऊं, गुस्से में, क्रोध में, और कि ये मेरा डिवैल्यूएशन है, ये मेरा अपमान है कि मेरे जैसे कुशल ड्राइवर को इन्होंने 800 पकड़ा दिया, और बहुत बदतमीजी से चलाऊं। मुझे नहीं पता कि उस समय निखिल सर मेरे बाजू में बैठ के ये सोच रहे हैं कि जो व्यक्ति मारुति 800 तमीज से नहीं चला सकता, वो व्यक्ति रोल्स रॉय जो मेरे गैरेज में है, जो मैंने किसी को बताई नहीं है, वो कैसे तमीज से चलाएगा। अब पता लगा कि अगर मैं कुशल व्यक्ति हूं तो मैं क्या करूंगा। मैं गया तो था, मांगी तो मैंने ऐसे जैसे मेरे पिता की हो, लेकिन नहीं मिली तो क्या मेरे पिता की थी। जीवन में ये इस भाव वाला व्यक्ति हूं मैं। तो मैं गया और इन्होंने कहा कि ये 800 है, और मैं उस 800 को इस अदा से चलाऊं कि जैसे मर्सिडीज चला रहा हूं, तो इनको लगेगा कि जो आदमी 800 को मर्सिडीज के जैसी राइड दे सकता है, यार वो रोल्स रॉयस कितनी खूबसूरत चलाएगा। तो एक काम करो, सुनो ये चाबी तुम रखो, शाम को ये वाली गाड़ी ले जाना। तो मतलब क्या हुआ कि जो काम मेरे हाथ में था, उसे बड़े गरिमापूर्ण तरीके से करने का हुनर ही मुझे बड़ी सफलता तक पहुंचाता है। हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हम लोग लक्ष्य बड़े रख लेते हैं, लेकिन अवसर हमें छोटे मिलते हैं। हम उन छोटे अवसरों को इनकार कर देते हैं, रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं, और जब अवसर को आप रिजेक्ट नहीं करते तो हमें ये नहीं पता कि अवसर हमेशा छोटे होते हैं, लेकिन परिणाम उसके विलक्षण होते हैं। और हम और आप विलक्षण परिणामों के लिए विलक्षण अवसरों की तलाश में लगे रहते हैं, और जीवन भर थक हार कर हम अपने जीवन में जब कभी उससे मिलते जुलते अवसर के करीब पहुंचते हैं, तब तक हम थक चुके होते हैं, और फिर वो मिलने वाले अवसर के साथ हमारी ऊर्जा का घर्षण नहीं हो पाता, और जब घर्षण नहीं हो पाता तो उसके परिणाम हमको वो नहीं मिलते, और हमारे हिस्से में क्या मिलता है, अवसाद। हमारे हिस्से में हमें कष्ट ही मिलता है। तो मेरा अपना ये मानना है। हाँ जी, मतलब तुम सुन नहीं रहे हो, तुम सिर्फ सवाल सोच रहे थे अपना, क्योंकि बात खत्म नहीं हुई छोटे भाई, और तुमने माय क्वेश्चन कह दिया, और तुमने ये, तुमको ये या तो टीचर ने तैयार करवाया है, नहीं, शपथ लो तुम अपने स्कूल की, तुमको टीचर ने तैयार करवाया ना ये सवाल?
नहीं सर, नहीं
नहीं,
सर।
तुम्हारे मन में आया, फिर ये तुम ये पहन के कैसे आए? ये पहने हुए बैठे हो, इसका मतलब है कि प्री डिसाइडेड क्वेश्चन है। क्वेश्चन जब प्री डिसाइडेड होते हैं मेरे बच्चे, मेरे भाई, तो ध्यान रखना, जिंदगी में भैया, हमारी जिंदगी के कष्ट का सबसे बड़ा कारण बेटा प्री डिसाइडेड क्वेश्चन है। तुम्हें भी जो स्कूल में पढ़ाया जाता है, बिकॉज प्री डिसाइडेड सिलेबस है, करेक्ट। तो उनको जाकर रट रट के देखो, तुम सुन ही नहीं रहे, तुम बार बार माइक को मुंह की तरफ ले जा रहे हो। मैं तुमको बड़े मतलब सूत्र की बात बता रहा हूँ, जो जो तुमको स्कूल में काम नहीं, स्कूल में यही काम आएगा जो अभी तुमसे मैडम ने करवाया, ठीक है। लेकिन जैसे ही तुम विद्यालय के बाहर निकलोगे तो ये काम आएगा जो तुमको भैया बता रहा है, ठीक है। कि सुनो, सुनना जिस दिन हमने सीख लिया, उस दिन हम बोलना भी सीख जाएंगे, उस दिन हम पूछना भी सीख जाएंगे। वैसे पूछ लो।
सर जैसे अभी आपने बोला कि जो भी अफसर हमारे पास आए उसे अपने गोल की तरफ जाने के लिए उसे ले लेना चाहिए। तो सर आई वांटेड टू बिकम अ प्रोफेशनल एक्टर इन द फ्यूचर, तो सर आपके क्या टिप्स हैं उसके लिए?
देखो, बहुत अच्छी बात है। व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन लाइकिंग एंड पैशन?
सर पैशन वो है जो मतलब आप दिल से चाहते हो कि आप करना चाहते हो, लाइकिंग तो बस ऐसे ही टाइम पास के लिए कर लिया।
So, do you have friends in your class
Yes sir.
whom you like most?
Sir I like all my friends equally. Sir I like all my friends equally.
Equally, ये बेटे झूठ मत बोलो। जब हम अंजू मैडम का पढ़ सकते हैं मन,
Yes sir.
तुम्हारा मन तो हम पढ़ ही सकते हैं बेटा। बताओ, हम तुमको रक्षा का वचन देते हैं, हम
अच्छा।
रक्षा करवाएंगे, हम रक्षा
Yes, sir.
करवाएं। भाई देखिए, वो आज सीधी सीधी बात कर रहा है।
Yes, sir.
इस बात को सिर्फ ये माना जाए कि बड़े भाई से बात चल रही है छोटे भाई की।
Okay sir.
ठीक है, हाँ बताओ, whom you like most?
Sir नील।
नील। तो मतलब टाइम पास है?
नहीं सर, नहीं 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 सर।
फिर?
यस सर।
फिर क्या है?
सर बॉन्ड है।
बॉन्ड है। मतलब अगर नील तुम्हारे हृदय से जुड़ा हुआ है, करेक्ट, तो नील तुम्हारी, नील के प्रति मित्रता तुम्हारी क्या है?
पैशन।
पैशन, करेक्ट। कि अगर नील अपसेट होगा तो तुम अपसेट हो जाओगे, करेक्ट। अब नील को सिद्ध करने के लिए तुम्हें क्या करना पड़ता होगा? बॉन्ड कैसे बना बेटा?
सर बात करके।
है ना। मतलब अगर, डू यू नो फिशिंग?
नो सर।
करेक्ट। यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं जिन्होंने कभी मछली पकड़ी हो? आपने पकड़ी है सर। तो सर जब मछली पकड़ने बैठते हैं अपन, तो कांटे में अपन क्या फंसाते हैं? वो फंसाते हैं जो अपन को पसंद है, या वो फंसाते हैं जो मछली को पसंद है? ठीक। तो अगर, तो नील अगर तुम्हारा प्रिय मित्र है, करेक्ट, तो तुमने ऐसे बहुत से काम किए होंगे जो हो सकता है कि तुमको पसंद ना हो, लेकिन नील को पसंद हो, और वो तुमने आउट ऑफ द वे जाके किए होंगे। तो जो नील को पसंद है, इसलिए फिर तुमको पसंद करने लगा। ऐसे काम होते हैं। तो ऐसे ही किसी भी प्रोफेशन में होता है। तो अगर तुम्हें अभिनय पसंद है तो वो करो जो अभिनय को पसंद है। तो तुम देखोगे कि चूंकि अभिनय तुम्हें पसंद है, तो इसलिए अभिनय तुम्हें स्वीकार कर लेगा। तो अब अभिनय में क्या करना चाहिए, ये तुम निर्णय कर लो बहुत अच्छे से। किसी भी काम को करने के पहले विचार हमें यह करना चाहिए कि हम इसको क्यों करना चाहते हैं। ठीक। नेम, फेम, मनी, ये सारी चीजें बाय प्रोडक्ट हैं बेटा, करेक्ट।
यस सर।
लेकिन करने के लिए क्यों करना है हमें, क्यों एक्टर बनना है? जब हम ये सोच लेंगे अपने मन में, तो हमें ये निर्णय आएगा कि एक होता है कलाकार और एक होता है अदाकार। तो तुम्हारे अंदर फैसला होगा कि तुम कलाकार बनना चाहते हो या अदाकार बनना चाहते हो। दोनों ही एक्टिंग है, ध्यान रखना। लेकिन इनमें अंतर क्या है, अदाकार में और कलाकार में? अदाकार के लिए आपको रिपीट करना पड़ता है स्टाइल ऑफ स्टेटमेंट, करेक्ट। कि जैसा आप पता लगा कि फला फिल्म में काम कर रहे थे, तो इस फिल्म में कपड़े तो चेंज हैं, लेकिन मेरी चाल ढाल, मेरे जेस्चर, पोस्चर, लुक अलग है, लेकिन जेस्चर, पोस्चर, एवरीथिंग इज सेम। तो अगर मुझे मिमिक्री करनी होगी, तो जैसे ही मैं उस एक्टर की मिमिक्री करूंगा, आपको तुरंत समझ में आ जाएगा कि वो फला एक्टर है। आप फिल्म की बात नहीं करेंगे, आप उस एक्टर को पहचानने लगेंगे, करेक्ट।
यस सर।
तो ये है अदाकार। और कलाकार के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? उसमें रिपीट नहीं करना पड़ता, उसमें आपको बनाना नहीं पड़ता, बनाए नहीं रखना पड़ता, उसमें आपको लगातार अपने आप को तोड़ना पड़ता है। करेक्ट? तो जो अंतर प्रोडक्शन और क्रिएशन में है, वही अंतर कलाकार और अदाकार में है। तो अब मान लीजिए कोई साबुन की बट्टी है, सोप, वर्मा जनरल स्टोर पे वही सोप दूसरी क्वालिटी की मिले और शर्मा जनरल स्टोर पे दूसरी क्वालिटी की मिले, तो क्या वो सोप चल पाएगी बाजार में?
नहीं सर।
नहीं चल पाएगी ना। तो प्रोडक्ट को चलाने के लिए क्या चाहिए?
एक जैसी क्वालिटी हो दोनों में।
मतलब एक जैसी क्वालिटी, एंड यू हैव टू रिपीट दैट क्वालिटी अगेन अगेन।
यस सर।
करेक्ट? You don't have any right to change any kind of composition. Correct?
Yes sir.
ऐसा ही है। और क्रिएशन का क्या महत्व है? तुम और नील बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हो, लेकिन इसके बाद भी अलग अलग हो ना।
यस सर।
दोनों आंख से देखते हो, नाक से सूंघते हो, कान से सुनते हो, मुंह से खाते हो, पैर से चलते हो, इसके बाद भी हम दोनों, मैडम और मैं दोनों एक ही कुर्सी पे बैठे हैं, लेकिन पोस्चर अलग अलग है ना। तो क्यों अलग अलग होगा? क्योंकि हमारा ब्रीदिंग पैटर्न अलग अलग है। करेक्ट? तो आपको अगर कलाकार बनना है तो आपको वो सारे काम, तो मैं अपने बच्चों को जो सलाह देता हूँ वो सलाह मैं तुमको देता हूँ कि बनाने का प्रयास मत करना, तोड़ने का प्रयास करना खुद को। जितना तुम अपने आप को तोड़ोगे, तुम देखोगे कि तुम्हारे अंदर से एक नवीन सृजन होता रहेगा। फिर तुम तोड़ने का काम करो, बनाने का काम वो करता रहेगा। और एक सलाह और देता हूं, जो मैं अपने बच्चों को देता हूं, कि सफल होने से पहले असफल होना सीखना। जिंदगी में फेल होना पहले सीखना, बाद में सक्सेसफुल होना सीखना। क्योंकि ध्यान रखना, फेलियर और सक्सेस दोनों की इंटेंसिटी सेम है, लेकिन दोनों से मिलने वाले रिजल्ट अलग अलग हैं बेटा। फेलियर हमें अवसाद से भर देती है, डीप डिप्रेशन से, और सक्सेस हमें उन्माद से भर देती है, मतलब हाई क्वालिटी ऑफ रेज। तो अवसादी व्यक्ति तो सिर्फ अपना नुकसान करता है, लेकिन उन्मादी व्यक्ति सिर्फ अपना नुकसान नहीं करता, वो अपने संपर्क में आने वाले पूरे जगत का नुकसान करता है। तो इसलिए जो व्यक्ति असफलताओं के साथ डील करना सीख जाते हैं, वो अगर उनको ग्रेसफुली लेने लगते हैं, उनको सम्मान देने लगते हैं, ऐसे व्यक्ति के संपर्क में जब सफलता आती है ना, तो वो सफलता का भी सम्मान करता है और उसको ग्रेसफुली डील करता है। फिर वो उन्मादी नहीं होता, फिर वो उत्साही व्यक्ति होता है, उत्साह से भरा रहता है। और जीवन में उन्माद और उत्साह में अंतर होता है। तो मैं तुमको यही, क्योंकि ये एक ऐसा व्यापार है, एक तो ये व्यापार की श्रेणी में नहीं आता। कला का मतलब क्या होता है? जैसे हम कला कहते हैं, कलाकार ही बनना है ना।
यस सर।
है ना? तो कल जी मैम, मीडियम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन, ये एक लाइन में गांधी मैम ने बताया। लेकिन हमारे पास कितने एक्सप्रेशन हैं? क्या लव, लाइक, लाफ्टर, एंग्री, सैड जो फेसबुक पे है? जब हम भरत मुनि के नाट्य शास्त्र में जाते हैं, तो हमारे पास उन्होंने कहा कि 6 तो रस हो गए, फिर इतने उनको उन्होंने कहा कि 9 फिर और रस हो गए, फिर उसके भाव हो गए, फिर अनुभाव हो गए, फिर आलम्बन हो गया, फिर विलंबन हो गया। अगर सारी की सारी चीज़ें हम देखेंगे तो 64 किस्म के एक्सप्रेशन हैं। उसने हमें चेहरा दिया, हमें इस पे एक्सप्रेशन देना है। तो और हमारा और आपका जो सम्मान ये जगत करता है, वो सिर्फ इसके कारण नहीं करता, इसके ऊपर व्यक्त होने वाले जो एक्सप्रेशन होते हैं उनके कारण करता है। आदमी कितने खूबसूरत लड़की हो, ठीक है, और अगर वो तुम्हारी तरफ मुस्कुरा नहीं रही हो, वो गुस्से में देख रही हो, सो आपको करेज रहेगा क्या कि उसके पास जाके कहते हैं कि हेलो सोनिका, प्लीज गिव मी योर पेंसिल?
नो सर।
नहीं ना। और आपने उससे बात भी नहीं की होगी, लेकिन आप अपने दोस्त नील के पास जाके कहेंगे शी इज सो एरोगेंट यार, शी इज सो शी लुक्स अगली, वो जबकि क्लास की सबसे खूबसूरत लड़की होगी, लेकिन हम क्या कहेंगे? तो हमारी खूबसूरती का पैमाना क्या है? हमारा चेहरा या हमारा चरित्र? तो हमारे चरित्र जो है वो विभिन्न किस्म के भाव हमारे ऊपर छोड़ता है। तो मैं तुमसे यही कहूंगा कि अगर कलाकार बनना है तो वो काम करो। आपका नाम क्या है?
केशव।
केशव। तो तुम तो यार नाम ही उनका रखे हो जो नट वो क्या है? वो नटवर हैं, है ना? केशव मतलब भगवान कृष्ण का नाम है ना? तो उन्होंने तो पूरे पूरे 64 कलाओं में वो तो पारंगत हैं। तो कला के लिए वो काम करो जो कला को पसंद है। मैं कुछ और कह रहा था कि कला का क्या मतलब है। हाँ, ऐसे ही कुछ था, सॉरी, क्षमा चाहता हूँ केशव भाई।
कोई नहीं सर।
हाँ तो कला का मतलब होता है, कला, कला शब्द को हम तोड़ें जरा तो इसका मतलब होता है कल। कल धन आ की मात्रा लगी है। और कल इतना मैजिकल शब्द है कि इसे हम पास्ट के लिए भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं और इसे फ्यूचर के लिए भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं करेक्ट? कि कल केशव आया था, या मैं कल गांधी मैडम के पास जाने वाला हूं। करेक्ट? मतलब एक पास्ट की बात हो गई और एक फ्यूचर की बात हो गई कल शब्द में। पास्ट में क्या होता है? अक्सर रिग्रेट्स, ग्लानियां, यार ऐसा कर देते, अगर ऐसा किया होता ना तो आज ये हो गया होता। करेक्ट? और वरीज, वरीज, है ना? ये करना है, अब ये चिंता है। तो ऐसा व्यक्ति जो बीते हुए कल को और आने वाले कल को आज उपस्थित कर दे, उस विधा को आप कला कहते हैं और ऐसे व्यक्ति को आप कलाकार कहते हैं। तो आज, आज क्या है? अगर हमने आपको आज में उपस्थित कर दिया तो उसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि आपको मैंने ग्लानि मुक्त कर दिया और आपको वरी मुक्त कर दिया, क्योंकि हमने आपको प्रेजेंट में लाके खड़ा कर दिया। तो जब ग्लानि और वरी मुक्त आप हो गए तो फिर क्या बचा आपके हिस्से में? बोले आनंद। इसलिए किसी भी कलाकार को आप देखते हैं तो आपको आनंद आता है, आपकी शक्ल के ऊपर मुस्कान आ जाती है। हम कलाकार परिस्थितियां बदल सकें या ना बदल सकें, लेकिन हम कलाकारों को वरदान होता है कि हम मनस्थिति बदल देते हैं। कि हम कितना ही किसी भी व्यक्ति को जब हम और आप देखते हैं तो हम क्या देखते हैं? किसी भी कलाकार को हम देखते हैं कि हम कितने भी दुखी क्यों ना आए। मेरा अपना एक बड़ा अच्छा तुमको अनुभव बताता हूँ। मैं रायपुर एयरपोर्ट से फ्लाइट पकड़ रहा था मुंबई के लिए, और मैंने देखा कि एक माँ अपने यंग बच्चे के साथ लिपट के बहुत रो रही हैं और उनके हस्बैंड उनको कंधे के ऊपर वो दे रहे हैं, और मैं पास हुआ। अब इतना विलाप था कि उस विलाप को देख के मुझे जो एयरपोर्ट स्टाफ था तो उनसे पूछा कि क्या कुछ मतलब ऐसा हो गया, क्या क्यों इतना रो रही? बोले नहीं सर, ये एक्चुअली ही इज गोइंग अब्रॉड फॉर स्टडी बॉय। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा अच्छा, और मैं पास हुआ। और जैसे ही मैं पास हुआ हूँ तो हो सकता है कि उनकी निगाह मुझ पे पड़ी हो, और जैसे ही उनकी निगाह पड़ी वो अचानक मुस्कुराई और उन्होंने उसको रोका। तब मुझे ये दिमाग में ये आया कि यार देखो कलाकार क्या कर सकता है। बोले परिस्थिति नहीं बदल सकता, बच्चा तो अब्रॉड जा ही रहा है, वो जाएगा ही, माँ को यहाँ रहना ही पड़ेगा, माता पिता को। वो जो इमोशनल ट्रॉमा है बच्चे को भेजने का, उससे वो जूझ ही रही हैं। तो मैं परिस्थिति तो नहीं बदल सकता, लेकिन मैंने क्या किया, एक रोते हुए, और बच्चे को भी खराब लगता, अचानक माँ मुस्कुराई, माँ हंसी, मेरे पास आई, बोले सर एक फोटो। अरे अपने बच्चे को बुलाया कि आजा आजा आजा, और फिर उसको खुशी खुशी विदा किया। तो हम कलाकार, तो तुम अगर ऐसे प्रोफेशन में जाना चाहते हो केशव, तो तुम्हारा स्वागत है निश्चिंत होकर, लेकिन जाओ तो पहले असफल होना सीखना। जिस व्यक्ति ने रिजेक्शन को ले लिया, जो रिजेक्शन के साथ ग्रेसफुली डील कर सकता है, ट्रस्ट मी, ये संसार, ये जगत उसको हाथों हाथ सेलेक्ट करते हुए घूमता है। हम और आप जीवन में सिर्फ रिजेक्शन ही तो बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाते, इसलिए हम सिलेक्शन की भी कदर नहीं कर पाते।
बहुत अच्छी बात है
Thank
सर।
you so
मैंने
much,
एक प्रश्न बनाया था कि आशुतोष राणा जी का युवा पीढ़ी के लिए एक संदेश।
ये
आज आपने इतने संदेश दे दिए हमारे बच्चों के लिए कि यहाँ जितना शिक्षक समाज बैठा है ना, पूरा साल अब हमारे बच्चों के लिए बहुत से संदेश ये सब लेकर जा रहे हैं। और इतनी अच्छी चर्चा, मेरे सब कार्ड्स को उत्तर मिल गया सर अपना।
क्या बात है, वाह।
लेकिन ये 2 कार्ड मेरे हाथ में जो है ये अनकहे जाना नहीं चाहते। मुझे लगता है आप इसका सुअवसर मुझे जरूर देंगे कि
नहीं
इनमें ऐसा
बताइए
क्या
ना मैम।
लिखा है।
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, उसमें कोई एक आध कविता को बोले सुनाने की बात होगी,
सर तो
है ना?
सर जो मेरे मन में आपके लिए उठा है, आपने मेरा मन पढ़ लिया तो फिर मुझे भी पढ़ने दीजिए।
पढ़िए ना।
सर ये चर्चा कब शुरू हुई और कब समाप्त हो गई, एक बार पुनः जोरदार तालियों से आशुतोष
ये
राणा
आपने
जी का
मुझे बहुत बहुत
हार्दिक
धन्यवाद कि आपने कह
आभार
दिया कि अब
प्रकट
चर्चा
करते
समाप्त
हैं।
हो गई। मतलब अब मुझे खींचना नहीं है।
अब शुरू कब हुई और समाप्त कब हुई, ये धारा प्रवाह, ऐसा आपका बोलना। और बेहतर है कि ये कविता की 2 पंक्तियां जो मैंने आपके लिए दिल से लिखी हैं, क्षमा प्रार्थनी हूं अगर कुछ उसमें कम हो। एक बार मैं वीसी में मिली आपको और एक बार आज साक्षात देखा, तो मेरे मन से कुछ सचमुच मन की आवाज जिसकी आप अभी बात कर रहे थे, वो पंक्तियां उमड़ी हैं जो मैं सबके सामने भी रखना चाहती हूँ।
स्वागत है मैम आपका।
जिस अद्भुत शख्सियत से हर कोई मिलने को तरसे, उसके विलक्षण ज्ञान की बरखा आज बाल भारती परिवार के आंगन में सहज ही बरसे, सहज ही बरसे।
क्या बात है, वाह, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
हीरे की कनी जैसी चमक वाली आंखें आपकी, मेरी नहीं।
अच्छा।
हीरे की कनी जैसी चमक वाली आंखें एक दैवीय शक्ति का आभास दे जाती हैं। सरल सच्ची निश्चल बातें भीतर तक आर्द्र कर आत्मा को तृप्त कर जाती हैं, आत्मा को तृप्त कर जाती हैं।
क्या बात है, अद्भुत।
सर्वश्रेष्ठ कलाकार, संवेदनशील कवि या गहन विचारक की संज्ञा से विभूषित करूं, पर मेरे मन की आवाज एक ही बात कहती है कि विद्या, विवेक, विकास की इस साक्षात प्रतिमा को 100 बार प्रणाम करूं, 100 बार प्रणाम करूं, 100 बार प्रणाम करूं।
कितने अनुपम और कितने सच्चे और निश्चल शब्दों से आपने मुझे यहाँ पे सम्मानित किया। आप आभार शब्द बहुत छोटा है मैडम।
ऐसी बात नहीं है सर।
है ना, लेकिन मैं अनुग्रहित हूँ और कृतज्ञ हूँ। और देखिए, आशुतोष के पास जो कुछ भी है वो मेरे परम पूज्य गुरुदेव भगवान, जिनको हम लोग दद्दा जी कहते थे, वो गृहस्थ संत थे, तो उनकी ही कृपा का परिणाम है। तो मुझे जो कुछ भी मिला है वो गुरु कृपा से मिला है, और ये प्रसाद भी मुझे किसी गुरु के माध्यम से, शिक्षक के माध्यम से ही मिला है। तो मैं यही मान के चलता हूँ कि ये उनकी ही कृपा है, जो आपके माध्यम से मुझे उन्होंने अपने होने का एश्योरेंस दे दिया कि बेटा मैं हूँ। क्यों? क्योंकि कोई अंजू मैडम तुम्हारे अंदर जिस दैवीय तत्व की आप बात कर रही हैं, वो दैवी तत्व मेरे गुरुदेव भगवान की आत्मा या उनका विवेक या उनका आशीर्वाद ही है। तो वो आपके माध्यम से उन्होंने मुझे एश्योर किया कि मैं कहीं गया नहीं हूँ, मैं यही हूँ। अंजू भी तुम्हारे अंदर से मुझे देख रही है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और ये लिखे हुए 2 शब्द मेरी तरफ से आपको एक विशेष भेंट।
क्या बात।
इन कार्ड्स को अगर मैं अनकहा ले जाती,
नहीं, अनकहा कैसे? अनकहा ले जाती तो वो आपको और परेशान करते हैं,
और फिर आपको हमें बुलाना पड़ता दोबारा से,
और फिर निखिल सर के पैसे खर्च होते हैं।
चलिए एक बार फिर से
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बाल भारती परिवार की ओर से आपके उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना करते हैं। और एक और शब्द जो मैं कहना चाहती थी, बहुत देर से मेरे मन में वो उद्वेलित हो रहा था। लोग हमारे राम की प्रशंसा कर रहे हैं, पर आज हमारे रावण की भी बहुत प्रशंसा हो रही है। उसका आशुतोष राणा जी के व्यक्तित्व से भी बहुत गहरा संबंध है, और रावण को एक नए रूप में प्रस्तुत करना वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा सत्य है। सर, ये दो पंक्तियां इतनी आकर्षित कर गई मुझे कि राम में पहले है कि राम को अहंकार का ज्ञान था, लेकिन रावण में ज्ञान का अहंकार था। बस ये सारी दुनिया इन्हीं दो के बीच में समाई है सर। सो वो पंक्तियां मैं हमेशा याद रखूंगी, और आज अचानक मेरी दृष्टि उस पर चली गई। और माता पिता के संस्कारों को लेकर आपकी एक बात बहुत बार मैंने पॉडकास्ट वगैरह में भी देखी कि जब जब आपके पास बच्चे आते हैं तो आप उन्हें कहते हो कि एक बार मेरा दिल दुखा देना, पर माँ का दिल कभी नहीं दुखाना। और जब आपके बच्चे मम्मी के पास जाते हैं, रेणुका जी के पास जाते हैं, तो वो कहते हैं एक पल के लिए मेरा दिल दुखा देना, पर पिता का दिल कभी मत दुखाना। तो ऐसे आपके परिवार का ये बंधन सुदृढ़ हो भविष्य में। हमारी तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और ये एक बहुत गहरा संदेश है जो आज फिर ये शिक्षक समाज अपने विद्यालय के बच्चों के लिए लेकर जा रहा है। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम। और मुझे ये जान के आनंद मिला कि नहीं, हवा में कही गई बातें कहीं ना कहीं हवा में उपस्थित, हवा में मतलब जब हम कभी पॉडकास्ट करते हैं तो हवा में तो जाती है, तो वो उपयुक्त कानों तक पहुंच जाती है, और उपयुक्त कानों से वो मन में घर कर जाती है। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये किसी का कुंडल गिर गया है, ये ज्वेलरी किसी की गिरी है जी, डांस के बच्चों की होगी। तो हृदय से धन्यवाद आप सबका। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है ये चर्चाएं तो ऐसी हैं कि कभी मैं भी आपको सुनना चाहूँगा वहाँ पे बैठ के, लेकिन इतने अच्छे प्रयोग के लिए और इतने अच्छे उद्देश्य के लिए लगातार सतत काम की, ये हमारे आनंद का विषय है कि जिस गांव से मैं आता हूँ उस गांव का नाम है गाडरवाड़ा। वहाँ पे एनटीपीसी है और बाल भारती स्कूल वहाँ पर है। तो अब मैंने कहा था, निखिल सर जब मुझे मिले थे तो मैंने इनसे कहा था कि कभी ऐसा योग बनेगा कि आप, जब मैं वहाँ रहूँ तो आप भी वहाँ रहें, तो हम लोग वहाँ के बाल भारती में चलेंगे, क्योंकि अभी तक मैं गया नहीं हूँ वहाँ के बाल भारती में। तो ये वचन है सर, और निश्चित रूप से हम चलेंगे। और वैसे मैं आज जाने वाला हूँ रात में, अगर और आपसे मैं ये लास्ट मोमेंट पे होगा, नहीं तो कल हम वहाँ होते, कल मैं वहीं जा रहा हूँ। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बस ऐसे ही अपनी कृपा, अपना आशीर्वाद, अपना स्नेह प्रेम हम सबके ऊपर बना के रखिएगा, विश्वास कीजिएगा। वैसे मैडम, अगर रावण से चर्चा शुरू करनी चाहिए और राम पे समाप्त करनी चाहिए, होता क्या है कि हम राम से चर्चा शुरू करते हैं और रावण पे फिर समाप्त करनी पड़ती है। तो इस वजह से मैंने जो राम राज्य की ये पंक्ति है जो हमारी किताब है कि रावण को ज्ञान का अहंकार था और राम को अहंकार का ज्ञान था, तो इस वजह से मैं रावण को पहले रखता हूँ। इस वजह से नहीं, क्योंकि मैं अपना जीवन राम पे समाप्त करना चाहता हूँ। तो रावण से भले ही शुरुआत हो लेकिन समाप्ति राम पर हो। इसमें मैं बिल्कुल ये नहीं मानता कि नहीं आपने पहले रावण का नाम क्यों लिया, आपको राम का लेना चाहिए। नहीं, पहले किसी का भी नाम लो, लेकिन अंतिम नाम जो होना चाहिए, यात्रा जो होनी चाहिए, वो राम के ऊपर समाप्त होनी चाहिए। और रावण की प्रशंसा ही इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि देखिए, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की कहानियां लिखी जाती हैं। तो अगर आप हमारे राम देखेंगे तो आप उसमें आप पाएंगे कि एक व्यक्ति है जो ट्रांसफॉर्म हो रहा है। तो सपाट जो ऑलरेडी ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड हैं उनकी कहानियां थोड़ी चित्त में रहते हैं। तो हमारे अंदर हम किसको याद रख के जाएंगे? जिसके अंदर हमने बदलाव देखा, रूपांतरण देखा, इस वजह से उसको प्रशंसा मिलती है। अन्यथा बहुत से किरदार हैं, बहुत से विलेन हर युग में आए हैं, लेकिन रावण ही क्यों आज तक प्रासंगिक है? क्योंकि वो ट्रांसफॉर्म हुआ है, बाकी कंस ट्रांसफॉर्म नहीं हुए। माफ कीजिएगा, एक ही मात्र असुर रहा है जो जीवन के अंत तक भक्त के तौर पर जाना गया है। उसके दोनों हाथ में लड्डू थे, अगर उसको गति मिलती, महादेव के प्रति उसके मन में इष्ट का भाव था, तो यदि वो मरते तो कैलाश को प्राप्त होते, और उसने कहा कि शत्रुता का भाव नारायण के प्रति रख लेता हूँ, तो अब मैं यहाँ से जाऊँगा तो मुझे वैकुंठ मिलेगा। तो इतना विवेकवान व्यक्ति कौन होगा, इतना विद्यावान व्यक्ति कौन होगा जिसने अपने विकास की रक्षा के लिए कि भाई महादेव के स्थान पर तो मैं किसी अन्य को स्थान नहीं दे सकता, तो अब महादेव जिसको पूछते हैं तो उस तक पहुँचने का मार्ग क्या हो? तो बोले कि जितना गुण, जितनी क्षमता मित्रता में होती है, उतनी ही तीव्रता, उतनी ही क्षमता शत्रुता में होती है, बशर्ते कि वो शिद्दत से की जाए और विशुद्ध हो। तो मित्रता भी विशुद्ध थी, महादेव के प्रति भक्ति भी विशुद्ध थी, और शत्रुता भी विशुद्ध थी नारायण के प्रति, इसलिए शुद्धता फल गई। और अब वो कैलाश भी उसके पास है और वैकुंठ भी उसके पास है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम, प्रणाम।
धन्यवाद महोदय।
एक छोटी सी कविता आपको, कौन सी कविता सुना दूं आपको? हाँ, प्रिय लिख कर नीचे लिख दूं नाम तुम्हारा, क्योंकि रेणुका जी की बात इन्होंने की अभी। आप देखिए, मैं बीच बीच में कभी कभी अपने बच्चों को, आज तो एसएमएस का और मेल का ज़माना है, लेकिन मैं बीच बीच में अपने दोनों पुत्रों को पत्र भी लिखता रहता हूँ, और मैं पत्र के माध्यम से अपने संदेश उन तक पहुँचाता हूँ। और पत्र इसलिए लिखता हूँ क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना है कि 100 बक्का और 1 लिखा, तो इस वजह से जो है लिखने का बड़ा महत्व होता है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन रहता है। और एसएमएस वगैरह जो, और ये इतना व्यक्तिगत है कि पता लगा कि आपका आई क्लाउड में अगर आप एसएमएस कर रहे हैं, व्हाट्सअप कर रहे हैं, तो आई क्लाउड के पास भी आपका हवाला है। लेकिन ये मेरे और मेरे बच्चों का एकांतिक विषय है, तो मैं आई क्लाउड के अंदर क्यों इस बात को, या जो भी अपन कहते हैं ना, जो फ़ोनों के ऊपर आप सर्वेलेंस में हैं, तो मैं लिखता हूँ और मैं उनसे यही कहता हूँ कि भाई, जब मैं छोटा था और मुझे कोई कन्फ्यूजन होता था तो मैं अपनी माँ से पूछ लेता था। अब मैं बड़ा हो गया हूँ और मुझे कोई कन्फ्यूजन होता है तो मैं तुम्हारी माँ से पूछ लेता हूँ। तो जब भी कभी तुम माँ को पकड़े रहना। तो ये जो पत्र है, वो पत्र क्या है, देखिए हम तो मोहब्बत करते थे, लेकिन झंझट ये थी कि हम ग्रामीण भारत के आदमी और वो ठेठ अर्बन इंडिया की हैं। वो मुंबई में उनका जन्म और पली बढ़ी हैं। तो ग्रामीण भारत वालों के अंदर एक बड़ी बड़ी अवरोध होता है कि वो उनको रिजेक्शन लेने में बड़ी तकलीफ होती है कि यार हमने अगर प्रपोज किया है तो हमें उसका उत्तर हाँ ही चाहिए। लेकिन हम, चूंकि जैसा कि अभी हमने केशव को सलाह दी, तो हम उस दिशा में काम करते थे। तो मेरा ये मानना होता था कि एक शील्ड होनी चाहिए। सफल होने के लिए संकल्प की आवश्यकता होती है और सुखी रहने के लिए विकल्प की आवश्यकता होती है। तो अगर आपको अपने जीवन में कभी किसी से प्रेम हो और घनघोर मित्र हो, वो हमारी बहुत अच्छी दोस्त थी, तो पता लगा कि आपने अपने प्रेम का इजहार कर दिया, दूसरी दिशा में जा रही है ना बात, अब मित्रता नहीं रही, और मित्र के रूप में मैं उन्हें खोना नहीं चाहता। तो क्या करूं? तो बात ऐसी करो कि बात पहुंच भी जाए और उसका जवाब भी तुम्हें वहीं से अगर मिले तो बड़ा आनंद। छोटे शहर के लोग थोड़े चतुर भी होते हैं कि वो अपने मन की बात सामने वाले से कहलवाने के उनके अंदर बचपन से मिल जाए, क्योंकि यात्रा बहुत लंबी होती है, मतलब नीचे से ऊपर तक लंबी यात्रा होती, तो अनुभव ज़्यादा होता है। तो मैं उनसे प्रेम करता था और कहने की हिम्मत नहीं थी। अच्छा, झंझट ये थी मैम कि मैं कविता प्रेमी व्यक्ति और उन्हें कविताओं से सख्त नापसंद थे। उनको कविताएं बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं लगती थी। मैं, मतलब मेरे लिए 8 बजे का मतलब होता था 10 बजना, उनके लिए 8 मतलब 8, घड़ी मिला लीजिए आप। मैं 10 बजे रात के बाद मेरा दिन शुरू होता था और उनका 9:30 बजे के बाद फ़ोन बंद हो जाता था। अब तो आंसरिंग मशीन बजती रहेगी, आप आप जानिए, आपका काम जानिए, आप नहीं तो अब ऐसी अवस्था में कोई व्यक्ति कैसे अपनी, लेकिन धीरे धीरे हमने उनकी आदत बदली, बिगाड़ी नहीं कहेंगे इसको, बदली। और मैं उनको 10 बजे, मैंने पहले ही दिन ये संकल्प ले लिया था कि जो हो आज ही हो जाए, क्योंकि मैं ये फॉलो कर नहीं पाऊंगा। आपको प्रभावित तो प्रसन्न करने के लिए मैं कोई ऐसा काम करने लगूं कि 4 दिन उसको फॉलो करूं, 5वें दिन अपनी पे आ जाऊं, तो कितना छदमी बात हुई ना। तो पहले ही दिन ही हमने उनको 10:15 बजे फ़ोन किया रात को, उनकी आंसरिंग बजी, हमने मैसेज छोड़ दिया। अगले दिन सुबह उन्होंने हमारे घर पे फ़ोन किया, हमारी बहन जी से कहा कि राणा जी का फ़ोन आया था, उनको थैंक यू कहिएगा, मैं बाद में बात कर लूँगी। मैंने अगले दिन 10:30 बजे रात को किया और आंसरिंग बजी, मैंने कहा कि आपने उत्तर दिया उसका धन्यवाद, उसके धन्यवाद के लिए आपको फ़ोन कर रहा हूँ, आपसे बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ। अगले दिन हमारी बहन जी ने कहा कि रेणुका का फ़ोन आया था, उन्होंने अपना मोबाइल नंबर दिया है राना, तो तुम उनसे डायरेक्ट बात कर लो, क्योंकि वो कह रही हैं कि आप मैसेज कर रहे हो तो हम, आंसरिंग बज रही है, हम कर रहे हैं तो आप नहीं हैं, तो बेहतर है कि आप मोबाइल पे बात कर लें। ये पहली विजय थी। मोबाइल नंबर हम किसी अन्य से भी ले लेते, लेकिन क्या मतलब था उसका? जब स्वयं आप देते हैं तो फिर आप उसको ऑनर करते हैं, ऐसा होता है ना। तो अब हम कभी भी करेंगे तो आपको ऑनर तो करना पड़ेगा। तो हमने उस दिन 10 बजने में 5 मिनट कम पे फ़ोन किया, उन्होंने उठाया, हमारी 1.5 घंटे बात हुई। हम दोस्त हो गए फ़ोन के ऊपर लगातार, हम मिले नहीं, मैं मिला नहीं 3 महीने हम दोनों, लेकिन प्रेम तो था और प्रेम बढ़ रहा था और मुझे लग रहा था कि ये मित्रता से थोड़ा अलग है और अधिक है। तो एक दिन जब वो गोवा में शूट कर रही थी और मैं हैदराबाद में शूट कर रहा था, तो मैंने उनको रात को, अब ये नॉर्मल हो गया था मैडम कि अब रात 11 बजे के बाद ही राणा जी का फ़ोन आएगा और रात 2 बजे तक, 2:30 बजे तक चर्चा। तो अब ये, अब वो टाइम के रिस्ट्रिक्शंस नहीं बचे थे, तो मैंने उस दिन उनको ये कविता सुनाई कि प्रिय लिखकर नीचे लिख दूं नाम तुम्हारा, प्रिय लिखकर नीचे लिख दूं नाम तुम्हारा, और कुछ जगह बीच में छोड़ नीचे लिख दूं सदा तुम्हारा। अब लिखा बीच में क्या, ये तुमको पढ़ना है। लिखा बीच में क्या, ये तुमको पढ़ना है। कागज पर मन की भाषा का अर्थ समझना है, और जो भी अर्थ निकालोगी तुम वो मुझको स्वीकार। झुके नयन, मौन अधर, या कोरा कागज, अर्थ सभी का प्यार। उन्होंने ये कविता सुनी, एक 30 सेकंड का पॉज आया और उन्होंने हमसे कहा कि राणा जी, आई थिंक आई एम इन लव विद यू। तो अब अंदर तो बहुत विस्फोट हुआ, लेकिन ग्रामीण भारत एक बात और सिखाता है कि जब अंदर विस्फोट हो तो उस विस्फोट को व्यक्त नहीं करना चाहिए। क्यों? क्योंकि देखिए, हम तो ये जानते हैं कि कोयले और हीरे की, दोनों की रासायनिक प्रक्रिया सेम है, लेकिन क्या वजह रही कि एक अंगूठी में चला गया और दूसरा अंगीठी में चला गया? क्या वजह रही कि एक राख हो गया और दूसरा साख का विषय हो गया? क्यों? क्योंकि दोनों में से एक ने प्रकृति में होने वाली हलचल को बर्दाश्त कर लिया था, इसलिए वो अंगूठी का विषय बना, और दूसरा उस हलचल को बर्दाश्त नहीं कर पाया, इसलिए वो अंगूठी का विषय बन गया, अंगीठी का विषय बन गया। तो हम उस सत्य को जानते थे। तो जब उन्होंने कहा कि आई थिंक आई एम इन लव विथ यू, तो मैंने कहा ओके, आप आइए, हम लोग बैठकर बात करते हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मुझे मेरे अतीत में ले जाने के लिए। कभी पीछे भी जाना चाहिए, तो इससे आगे का यात्रा सुगम हो जाती है।
हमारे यहाँ टीचर्स 30-30 साल तक इसी मैनेजमेंट के साथ, इसी स्कूल के साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं। मुझे भी 30 साल हो गए हैं यहाँ पढ़ाते हुए।
आप विश्वास कीजिए मैडम, अगर मैं पढ़ रहा होता तो मैं हर साल फेल होता। मतलब नहीं तो आप 12th के बाद निकल जाते। मैं कुछ बच्चों को सलाह देने वाला हूँ कि बेटा तुम्हारा कल्याण इसी में है कि तुम प्रतिवर्ष फिर फेल हो ताकि तुम बाल भारती के संपर्क में रहो, लेकिन उनको निकालना मत, फेल हो जाए तो।
और आपने अभी जो उदाहरण दिया एयरपोर्ट का, जिसमें लोग जहां आपने सांत्वना दी और वो हंस रहे थे, हम तो ऑलरेडी स्माइलिंग थे, तो आई थिंक एवरीबॉडी विल एग्री कि आपसे मिलने के बाद ये स्माइल और बढ़ गई है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद महोदय। आदरणीय आशुतोष जी, आज आपके ओजस्वी संबोधन ने हम सभी शिक्षकों में एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार किया है। हम सभी इस बात को मानते हैं। We are truly grateful for your inspiring words, sir, and we thank you for sharing this moment with us by being the keynote speaker. I also thank Ms. Anju Arora for conducting the session seamlessly. Thank you for sparing your valuable time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Rana. I now request Ms. Deepika Bhasin to take the session forward.
Dear assembled guests, we are waiting for President Sir to join us in the auditorium. May I request the audience to remain seated, please? We will soon begin with our felicitation ceremony. I once again request our audience to take their respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and proud educators, a very good evening. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another. Today, we gather to celebrate those who have transformed potential into purpose, exemplary leaders among us, and cherished alumni who continue to inspire. The Child Education Society is thrilled to felicitate the leadership at Bal Bharti Public Schools, honoring principals whose vision, initiative, and commitment has transformed schools into institutions. And in equal measure, the Icon Alumni Award and the Achiever Alumni Award recognize trailblazers who embody the Bal Bharati spirit long after their time in their institutions. Dear assembled guests, without further ado, we begin with our formal felicitations. We start with the first segment of awards, honoring leadership at Bal Bharti Public School. I begin with a specially composed citation. Leadership finds its true meaning in vision upheld, responsibility embraced, and purpose carried forward with integrity. These words aptly reflect the essence of your distinguished contribution in your role as a leader who upheld and advanced the institution's journey with purpose and commitment. Your professional insight and an unwavering commitment to educational excellence ensured continuity of values while enabling progress, reinforcing the ideology of the Child Education Society. You led your institution with passion and dedication, taking the school forward with balance and foresight. With sincere appreciation, the Child Education Society honors your service, your leadership, and the lasting imprint of your remarkable contribution on the path of educational excellence at Bal Bharati Public Schools. To honor the stellar educationists and our exemplary leaders, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Nikhil Channa, President, Child Education Society. Dignitaries will be receiving a planter, a shawl, and a cheque of rupees 1 lakh from the Child Education Society. To begin with, may I now call on stage our first awardee, Mr. S.C. Baveja, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Pitampura, to receive his honors. It is indeed an honor to welcome Mr. S.C. Baveja, former principal, Bal Bharati, Pitampura, who led the school from the year 1987 to 2009. During his tenure, the school did not merely grow in size or stature, it evolved in spirit. Long before experiential learning became a widespread conversation, Mr. Baveja introduced innovative practices that shifted the focus from rote learning to understanding, exploration, and independent thought. His journey is a testament to unwavering commitment, to educational excellence, ethical leadership, and to innovation rooted in values. The impact of his work continues to echo in the culture of the institution and in the lives he shaped through his guidance. Mr. S.C. Baveja's dedication shines bright. May we have a huge round of applause for Sir as he receives his honors. Thank you, sir. We thank you so much, sir. I now invite Commodore P.I. Oman, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Noida, to receive his honors. Commodore P.I. Oman is a distinguished veteran of the Indian Navy and an eminent educationist. Following his distinguished service in the Indian Navy, Commodore Oman made significant contributions to the field of education. He was one of the founder principals of Bal Bharati Public School, Noida, and served the institution from 1993 to year 2000. As an accomplished educator and administrator, he was instrumental in shaping the vision, ethos, and infrastructure of the school and is widely regarded as the guiding force behind the establishment and growth of Bal Bharati Public School, Noida as a premier educational institution. In recognition to his pioneering contributions to naval meteorology and oceanology, Commodore Oman was felicitated in April 2025 at the age of 94 during the 3rd Indian Navy Meteorological and Oceanological Symposium, Meghayan 25. The Child Education Society applauds Commodore Oman's stellar contributions to education and to Bal Bharati Public School, Noida. Please put your hands together for Commodore P.I. Oman as he receives his honors. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Ms. Rekha Sharma, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Rohini, on stage to receive her honors. Ms. Rekha Sharma is an educationist who ignites minds, empowers her team, and exudes warmth, tenacity, confidence, and certitude. A dynamic personality, Ms. Rekha Sharma embraced the role of principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Rohini, from April 1997 to August 2016, steering the school to unprecedented heights. A proud recipient of Dr. Radha Krishnan Memorial National Award, Indira Gandhi Memorial National Mahila Shakti Award for her extraordinary contribution to the field of women and child education, State Award for Best Teacher by the Government of Delhi, and CBSE Award for the Best Teacher. Ms. Sharma is a leader who knows the way, goes the way and definitely shows it to her fellow travelers. Ms. Rekha Sharma's journey with Child Education Society continues as an advisor to the society. A heartfelt cheer for Ms. Rekha Sharma, whose outstanding accomplishments shine brightly. Let us honor ma'am with our applause. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, a genuine leader journeys alongside the team, listening, uplifting, and building dreams in unison. Please join me in welcoming our next awardee on stage. Put your hands together for Mr. Lakshveer Sehgal, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Gangaram Hospital, Marg. Mr. Lakshveer Sehgal stands as a towering luminary in Indian education, having helmed Bal Bharati Public School, Gangaram Hospital, Marg, New Delhi, with visionary prowess since the year 2000, culminating in a sterling 25-year tenure that elevated the institution's legacy to radiant prominence. Laureled with the National Award for Teachers 2011 by the President of India, and the CBSE Award for Teachers 2008 for meritorious service to education, Mr. Sehgal, with his sagacious stewardship, has propelled the school to bag multiple honors. A joint secretary of the Child Education Society for the last 60 years, he masterfully orchestrates the administration of all Bal Bharati institutions, while his legacy as ex-chairman of the National Progressive Schools Conference underscores his stature. A man of word and wisdom, Mr. Lakshveer Sehgal. Let's applaud the accomplishments of Mr. Sehgal as he receives his honors. Thank you, sir. May I now invite on stage Mrs. Sudhi Mattu, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Navi Mumbai. Mrs. Sudhi Mattu, founder principal of Bal Bharati Public School, Navi Mumbai, played a seminal role in establishing and propagating the vision and mission of the Child Education Society in Navi Mumbai region. An educator of remarkable enthusiasm and deep empathy, she possessed an intuitive understanding of the aspirations and concerns of students, parents, and teachers alike. Her charismatic leadership, coupled with a compassionate and steadfast approach, enabled the school to flourish rapidly and earn the enduring trust and affection of the Navi Mumbai community. Her legacy continues to inspire generations, leaving an indelible mark on the lives she touched. With resounding enthusiasm, let's applaud Mrs. Sudhi Mattu as she receives her distinguished accolades. Thank you, ma'am. It is time to welcome our next awardee. Please put your hands together for Miss Poonam Dogra, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Ludhiana, who steps up on stage to receive her felicitations. Mrs. Poonam Dogra is a distinguished educationist and a visionary leader whose career reflects a deep commitment to institution building and educational excellence. Mrs. Dogra joined the Bal Bharati Public School fraternity as the founder principal of Bal Bharati Public School, Ludhiana in the year 2006, where she conceptualized and established the school, serving the institution with dedication for 16 years before superannuating in the year 2021. Under her leadership and able guidance, Bal Bharati Public School Ludhiana earned numerous accolades and recognitions, and she has been personally honored with distinctions such as being named among the 100 highly effective principals and receiving the Entrepreneurial Principal of the Year award. Mrs. Poonam Dogra receiving her honors. Let's show our appreciation with a warm applause for ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our next awardee, Mrs. Meenu Goswami, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Pitampura. Mrs. Meenu Goswami, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Pitampura, led the school from the year 2009 to 2024. Under her visionary leadership, Bal Bharati Pitampura flourished, steadily growing from strength to strength. In 2007, Mrs. Goswami was honored with the prestigious National Award to Teachers presented by the President of India. Her leadership transcended administration. It was profoundly human. She believed in listening before leading, guiding before directing, and mentoring before managing. Mrs. Meenu Goswami continues her inspiring journey as the Executive Director, Impact Accelerator, and Member Board of Management at the Child Education Society. Let us give ma'am a hearty applause for her honors. Ladies and gentlemen, our next awardee, Mr. Arvind Bhatia, former principal, Bal Bharati Public School, Bridge Vihar, began his journey on 1st April 2009 as he led the school till 31st August 2023, leaving behind an unprecedented legacy. Mr. Bhatia was the very embodiment of punctuality and perfection, who inspired his team to live by the same principles. A true leader and an even greater human being, Mr. Bhatia has remained grounded, approachable, and respectful to all. Beyond systems and schedules, Mr. Arvind Bhatia instilled values that will continue to guide this institution for years to come. Mr. Arvind Bhatia's journey with the Child Education Society continues as an advisor to the society. Mr. Bhatia could not be here with us today, so Ms. Meenu Goswami would be collecting the honors on his behalf. A thunderous applause for Mr. Arvind Bhatia for his distinguished honors. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our first segment of awards. What an inspiring showcase of leadership. A heartfelt congratulations to all our leaders. Now, we shift our gaze to those who have carried our school's legacy into the world, our distinguished alumni. These trailblazers exemplify excellence in their fields while upholding the values of Bal Bharati. Let's celebrate them. To honor our distinguished alumni, I request Mr. Lakshmi Sehgal, Joint Secretary, Child Education Society, and Ms. Meenu Goswami, Executive Director, Impact Accelerator, and Member, Board of Management, Child Education Society, to join our chief guest, to join our president on stage. Today's awards are divided into two categories, the Bal Bharati Icon Alumni Award and the Bal Bharati Achievers Alumni Award. We start the felicitations with a specially composed citation. The true measure of an institution's success lies in the contribution its alumni make to the national life. You are a shining star and the best brand ambassador of your alma mater. Child Education Society and Bal Bharati Public Schools feel immense joy and pride at your accomplishments. This award is proudly presented to you by the Child Education Society in recognition of your meritorious journey. We begin with the first category of awards, the Bal Bharati Icon Alumni Award. May I now invite on stage our first awardee, Mr. Sushant Kumar, to receive the Icon Alumni Award for his outstanding contributions to medical research. Mr. Sushant Kumar, an alumnus of 1998 batch of Balbharti Public School, Bridge Vihar, is the founder and CEO of Genefityletics and is committed to solve the impossible with technology and innovation. An author of numerous books, Mr. Kumar is the inventor of India's first and only bioenergetics plus mathematics platform that detects and resolves hard-to-identify metabolic diseases and cancer. Mr. Sushant Kumar has a patent pending title and has earned numerous awards, including Biotech CEO of the Year 2024, Most Visionary Autoimmunity Research CEO 2023, and Most Impactful Leaders in Pharma and Biotech 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sushant Kumar receiving his honors. The Child Education Society and Balbharti Bridge Vihar is proud of Mr. Sushant Kumar. Our next awardee, Mr. Ashish Pant, is conferred with the Icon Alumni Award for his exceptional contributions to artificial intelligence and technology. Being unable to travel from the United States of America, Mr. Manish Arora, a fellow alumni, will receive the award on Mr. Pant's behalf. Mr. Ashish Pant, an alumnus of the 1992 batch of Balbharti Public School, Gangaram Marg, is a distinguished global technology leader. Mr. Pant holds an MBA from the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. Currently serving as Managing Director at PwC, Mr. Pant is recognized as an innovator and is multiple-time Accenture Inventor Awardee. He has contributed to patented solutions and global thought leadership in emerging technologies. Let us applaud the outstanding contributions of Mr. Ashish Pant to AI and technology. And I invite Mr. Manish Arora to receive the honors on Mr. Ashish Pant's behalf. Many congratulations to Mr. Ashish Pant, and thank you to Mr. Manish Arora for graciously receiving the award on his behalf. I now invite Ms. Lakshmi Kaul to receive her honors. Our distinguished awardee, Ms. Lakshmi Kaul, is here to receive the Icon Award for her exemplary contributions to public policy. Ms. Lakshmi Kaul, an alumnus of the 1998 batch of Balbharti Public School, Pitampura, is a globally accomplished leader with over 20 years of experience across public policy, international trade, corporate governance, and social impact. She currently serves as Senior Vice President at Mott MacDonald and Country Head UK for the Confederation of Indian Industry. In addition, Ms. Kaul has played a pivotal role in advancing India-UK trade and investment relations. Deeply committed to education and enterprise, Ms. Kaul led school improvement programs with the Aga Khan Foundation. A respected thought leader and columnist, Ms. Lakshmi Kaul has contributed to many publications. Please put your hands together for Ms. Lakshmi Kaul as she receives her honors. Thank you, ma'am. It is now time to honor our next awardee. Please welcome Mr. Vikas Saraogi to stage as he receives the Icon Award for Finance. Mr. Vikas Saraogi, an alumnus of the 1997 batch of Balbharti Public School, Pitampura, exemplifies transformational leadership and has been recognized as the 50 most influential payments professionals. He had an instrumental role during India's demonetization, where he worked closely with the Government of India to enable the launch of Bharat QR, the country's first interoperable QR-based payment solution. His leadership excellence has been consistently recognized through 2 MasterCard President's Award, as well as the Sarvashresht Award from Symbiosis Business School for outstanding professional achievement. Beyond corporate leadership, Mr. Saraogi remains deeply committed to social impact and education. As co-founder of Career Sarthi, he actively mentors students and young professionals, enabling informed, future-ready career decisions. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vikas Saraogi. Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all the recipients of the Bal Bharti Icon Alumni Award. And now, we begin with the second category of awards, the Bal Bharti Achiever Alumni Award. Mr. Sumit Roy, our first awardee, is conferred with the award for his contributions to Indian cinema. An alumnus of Bal Bharti Public School, Pitampura, 1998 batch, Mr. Sumit Roy is one of the most compelling narrative voices in contemporary Indian cinema. His writing for the movie Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani has earned 2 nominations at the 69th Filmfare Awards for Best Story and Best Screenplay, and won the IFA Award for Best Original Story. Mr. Sumit Roy, due to some pressing commitments, could not be here with us today at the event. I request Mr. Anuj Gupta, President Alumni Association, Bal Bharti Public School, Pitampura, to receive the honors on his behalf. A defining milestone in Mr. Roy's career is his work as a co-writer in the globally acclaimed movie Homebound 2025. The film premiered at the Cannes Film Festival, receiving a standing ovation and widespread critical acclaim. It won the second runner-up International People's Choice Award at the Toronto International Film Festival. Significantly, Homebound was selected as India's official entry for the Best International Feature Film category at the 98th Academy Awards 2026. An exemplary journey. Let us put our hands together for Mr. Sumit Roy. Thank you, Mr. Anuj Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the next awardee of this glorious evening, Dr. Ridhima Seth. Dr. Seth joins us on stage to receive the Achievers Award in the field of women empowerment. An alumnus of Bal Bharti Public School, Rohini 2003 batch, Dr. Seth is presently working as the Additional Deputy Commissioner of Police, Special Police Unit for Women and Children. Her work profile includes regular coordination meetings with NGOs, child welfare agencies, legal aid organizations, and women's rights groups. One of the landmark initiatives under her leadership has been organization of large-scale self-defense camps for women across Delhi. Heartiest congratulations to Dr. Ridhima Seth on receiving her honors. May we have a warm applause for Dr. Seth. Thank you, ma'am. Dear guests, this brings us to the end of today's award ceremony. I request the dignitaries to take their seats in the auditorium. As the curtains fall on this inspiring award ceremony, let us celebrate the achievements of all those recognized today, whose dedication, perseverance, and excellence continue to inspire many. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to each of the awardees. Here is to continued knowledge, wisdom, and progress. To Vidya, Vivek, Vikas. I now invite Ms. Komal Mehndi Ratta and Ms. Kriti Sharma to the podium to take the program further. Have a very good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deepika. We offer our deepest congratulations to each awardee and wish them continued success, growth, and the joy of making meaningful contributions to a brighter tomorrow. Today has truly been a day of reverence and recognition. As we draw this memorable ceremony to a close, I invite Mr. L.V. Sehgal, Joint Secretary of the Child Education Society, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
distinguished guests and respected colleagues, a very good evening to all. It has said that gratitude felt in the heart is good, gratitude expressed in sincere words is better, and gratitude lived through meaningful action is the best. As we come to the close of the fourth edition of Vidya Utsav, this thought captures the spirit of the moment. And as I perform the honored task of proposing this vote of thanks, I would like us all to remember that my words today are not merely to conclude a program, but to acknowledge with gratitude and reflection a shared educational journey that has brought us together this evening. Vidya Utsav, a thoughtfully conceived initiative of Child Education Society, was shaped by its long-standing belief that education must engage the whole individual, intellect, character, and conscience. For more than 8 decades, CES consistently served the nation through education, extending its reach to the farthest corners of the country, nurturing learners who are not only academically competent, but also thoughtful, ethical, and socially conscious. CES consistently ensures that learning remains inclusive, relevant, and rooted in values. Positive in outlook, all Bal Bharati public schools continue to evolve with times and accordingly are presently aligned with the vision of National Education Policy. The theme and design of Vidya Utsav 2026 are a reflection of the timeless motto of CES, let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. Believing that meaningful education flourishes when knowledge is enriched by wisdom, when technology is supported with values, and when growth is measured not only by achievement but by contribution, the sessions today invited us to think of education as an empowering learning ecosystem wherein all stakeholders are required to work harmoniously towards a shared purpose. The morning session offered valuable perspectives on learning beyond classrooms. We are truly grateful to Mr. Sanjay Kumar IAS, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Government of India, for his insightful address. His reflections on NEP, his reflections on the entire educational system and the multilingualism was very, very well appreciated. The afternoon session formed the reflective and intellectual core of Vidya Utsav 2026. I think all of us were mesmerized by Mr. Ashutosh Rana's presence on the stage and the way he delivered very meaningful thoughts in a very, very simple, understandable language. And I'm not talking about Hindi here, because some of the words were really very difficult, which I couldn't understand. But yes, with his expression, with the way he spoke about it, meaning was very well understood. So a very good session we had today. And for this, the credit goes to Mr. Channa, because we gave him so many names, and he said, no, I think only Mr. Rana. So that's how he was here. So thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity. So we are grateful to Mr. Rana for his presence here. And also, you see, I like to extend my profound thanks to all the distinguished panelists, those who were present in the morning session and were able to hear them, could understand that the passion with which each one of them spoke, and the meaningful discussion which they had, which was very well led by Mr. Sharad Arora, that gave us a lot of learning. And I'm very sure that in Child Education Society's initiatives, today's discussion will carry a lot of meaning for our future endeavors. Our sincere gratitude is also due to the keen leadership of Mr. Nikhil Channa, President, Child Education Society. His vision and guidance have played a significant role in conceptualizing and shaping Vidya Utsav as a platform for dialogue, reflection, and forward-looking thought. Under his stewardship, CES continues to strengthen its institutions and reaffirms its commitment to education, that is both contemporary in outlook and conscientious in purpose. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the members of Board of Management, managing committees, advisors, and the principals of Bal Bharati Public Schools, whose collective efforts translate CES vision into everyday educational practices. The felicitations of our distinguished alumni today was a moment of pride and affirmation. Your journeys, alumni, are a lasting testament to the values, discipline, and sense of purpose instilled during your years at Bal Bharati Public Schools. Thank you for continuing to inspire future generations through the lives which you have led with integrity and conviction. Adding special significance to today's occasion was the honor accorded to our stalwart leaders. And I was so happy to see Commander Oman here, 94 years of age. And he, on one invitation, he rang up, he informed 3 times that he is going to be here. And let me just share it with you that he was under observation, medical observation, and he was allowed 3 hours to attend this function and receive this award. So thank you. The former principals of various Bal Bharati schools, we are deeply grateful to them for their presence, for their meaningful contributions to the field of education, and for the role they have played in shaping and strengthening the legacy of Child Education Society. As we heartily applaud our students, whose participation and expression added vibrancy and meaning to Vidya Utsav, I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the NGO Roots to Root for its invaluable support in helping us to present an innovative and aesthetically curated cultural showcase today. I place on record our special thanks to the Odissi legend Sharon Lowen, music maestro Pandit Mukesh Sharma, and Hindustani classical exponent Ms. Shreya Agarwal for their immaculate guidance and mentorship, which enabled our students to prepare and present the intricate musical compositions and dance forms that constituted today's cultural collaborations. I also wish to acknowledge the dedicated teaching and non-teaching staff of Bal Bharati Public Schools across the country. Your quiet commitment, perseverance, and professionalism form the backbone of the CES legacy, helping it to sustain the pursuit of excellence. Thank you, each one of you, those who are sitting in this auditorium. Without teachers, institutions are nothing. And I think Mr. Ashutosh Rana gave you that upadhi today, that you are ultimately the God and the Guru. And I always believe in that. Thank you so much for being there. Lastly, I extend our profound thanks to the parents, alumni, members of the media, and well-wishers for your presence and continued faith. Your support strengthens our collective mission. We are also grateful to the management and staff of the Manekshaw Center for the gracious cooperation and seamless support in hosting today's program. Thus, for us at Child Education Society, excellence is not a destination, but a continuing pursuit, renewed each day through sincere effort and thoughtful action. As the CES continues its journey across classrooms, communities, and generations, its focus remains steady: to educate with purpose, to shape character, and to serve society with integrity. It is in this pursuit that I would like to conclude with these timeless words of Shri Rabindranath Tagore ji, and I invite all of us to reflect upon them. I quote, "I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted and behold, service was joy." Thank you, dear audience, for your presence, your engagement, and the faith you place in the education that enlightens, endures, and empowers. I wish you all a very pleasant evening and look forward to Vidya Utsav 5. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for concluding today's event with such thoughtful and illuminating remarks. Your words have truly enriched this occasion. As we bring this program to its conclusion, we express our sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of this special day. Your presence and participation have made this experience truly memorable. May the insights shared today encourage each one of us to take a path where innovation is guided by insight, progress is anchored in purpose, and growth remains inclusive and sustainable. Thank you for being a part of this journey.
चौथे उत्साहवर्धक विद्या उत्सव की समाप्ति पर आप सभी माननीयों का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हुए और आगामी वर्ष के लिए अपनी शुभकामनाएं देते हुए आज इसी जज्बे के साथ हम विदा लेते हैं। काम करो ऐसा कि पहचान बन जाए, हर कदम चलो ऐसा कि निशान छोड़ जाएं। ये क्या कि कदम उठाए और मिल गई मंजिल। बात तो तब है गर मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर ही बन जाए मंजिल, समंदर ही बन जाए मंजिल। अब आप सभी माननीयों से विनम्र निवेदन है, राष्ट्रीय गान के लिए कृपया अपने स्थान पर खड़े हों।
Jai Hind. We now invite all esteemed guests and invitees to proceed for high tea, carrying with them the spirit of Vidya, Vivek, and Vikas, the triad pivotal for creating a future worth inheriting. Thank you and have a nice day.